parliament. The government has the numbers in both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, so it will not be difficult. And let's not forget that members of the Ram Nath Kovind panel did speak to all the stakeholders across party lines to get their approval on this, which is being seen as the biggest electoral reforms that India has seen so far.
Right, Maria, of course, we also heard P. Chidambaram talk about how, there will be amendments that will have to be made in order, for the implementation of this, like you mentioned. So many changes need to be made first in regard to this. So, Maria, there is no timeline as to the implementation of this.
Just hold on to your thoughts. We have the first BJP reaction coming in now. Spokesperson of the BJP, Mr. Pradeep Bhandari, is joining us. So Pradeep Bhandari, certainly a step towards what Prime Minister has been talking about, not once, but during the course of multiple election rallies. It has been one of the top agendas of NDA 3.0, that the one nation, one election must see the light of the day.
Absolutely, Maria, and this is also a befitting reply to all our critics who are looking at Modi 3.0 from a jaundiced point of view. This also tells you how, whether on all our core policy issues, this government is as strong as the 2.0 was and 1.0 is. The Prime Minister has been repeatedly speaking about electoral reforms and other core issues, whether it is UCC and WAF. So this is a very historic electoral reform, and if we go back to the constitution, initial debates of the Indian constitution, you will find that this is how our initial constitution makers had envisaged about it. So yes, this is in the right direction, and you will see the bill also being tabled in the parliament in the days to come. And the Prime Minister has given his commitment to reforms. And this tells you that Prime Minister's commitment to what he promises and announces does not shift based on any timeline or criticism of the Indian opposition.
Yeah, let's not forget, I mean, just a reminder for our viewers, who all were part of this high-level committee. Of course, this entire committee was chaired by Ram Nath Kovind, the former President of India. Then, Mr. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, was part of it. In fact, Ghulam Nabi Azad, the former leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, was also a member of this committee. Then was Mr. N.K. Singh, Subhash Kashyap, former Secretary General of Lok Sabha, Harish Salve, the noted legal luminary, were all members of this commission, including the Law Minister of India, Mr. Arjun Ram Meghwal as well. So certainly a big step which has been taken by the government. Remember, one of the arguments has been that these frequent elections have been a burden on the exchequer, and it was an additional expenditure for the government. And what was needed at this time was that should be done away with, because it also leads to some kind of instability or uncertainty politically as well. KC Tyagi of the Janata Dal United is also joining us. Mr. Tyagi, your first reaction. The cabinet has gone ahead and approved the Ram Nath Kovind panel recommendations, which essentially has batted for simultaneous polls.
हम एनडीए सरकार के इस फैसले का समर्थन करते हैं, वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन। हमारी पार्टी के नेता और मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी कई वर्ष पहले ही इस पर अपनी राय रख चुके हैं, पार्टी की राय रख चुके हैं कि जल्दी जल्दी चुनाव कराना, अलग अलग चुनाव कराना इस तरह से राज्यों के लिए अहितकारी है। कैसे मैन पावर का, कैसे स्टेट मशीनरी का, कैसे धनों का किस प्रकार से दुरुपयोग होता है। हमारी पार्टी जैसी जो गरीब तबकों को रिप्रेजेंट करती है, उनके लिए तो बार बार और नए नए तरीके से चुनाव कराना वैसे भी असंभव है। और डॉक्टर कोविंद कमेटी के सामने भी पार्टी अपने विचार रख चुकी है। हम सरकार के इस फैसले के साथ हैं और सभी राजनीतिक दलों से अपील करते हैं कि राष्ट्रीय हित में जो चुनाव जिस तरह से महंगे होते जा रहे हैं, अब तो इस पर तो अपनी मोहर लगानी चाहिए। चुनाव सस्ते कैसे हों, एक साथ कैसे हों, उस पर सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को सरकार का साथ देना चाहिए। हमारी पार्टी तहे दिल से इसका समर्थन करती है।
All right, KC Tyagi, thank you for your reaction. So, remember when the Ram Nath Kovind panel had submitted its report to the President of India in the month of March, that was much before the Lok Sabha polls, it had talked about multiple advantages of these simultaneous elections. It had also highlighted that how it will ensure ease and convenience to the voters, because it will do away with what was seen as voter fatigue, which was associated with lower voter turnout in multiple state elections. It had also said that, synchronizing these elections, that is, the Lok Sabha, the Assembly, the local body polls will ensure economic growth and stability as well, and conducting elections to all three tiers of the government, local body, Assembly and the Lok Sabha, would avoid disruption of supply chain and production cycles due to migrant workers seeking leave of absence. These were the various arguments which were put forth by the panel or led by the former President of India. Let me bring in Nalin Kohli of the BJP, senior BJP leader. Nalin Kohli, a step towards simultaneous polls, which has been talked about multiple governments, by multiple governments, but finally it will see the light of the day. What do you think will be the steps that will be taken from here onwards after the cabinet has approved the Ram Nath Kovind panel report?
Well, Maria, I think perhaps in one way it's also returned to what was the norm in India when we were a young republic from 1950 onwards, and the elections were held after 1952. It was simultaneous. And then the disruption took place through various years, and now what we have is a perennial, annual, every year elections at one level or the other. Take this year itself, you have the Lok Sabha, and after that now we have 4 assembly states. One is going to the polls today. Next year you have. So this cycle of relentless elections has multiple impacts. The first being that you are going into the model code of conduct, and that disrupts development and governance per se. The second is, of course, the obvious one, which is the expense that comes into having electoral processes being duplicated all the time. And then, of course, some of the other things you pointed out, which was part of the Ram Nath Kovind, our former president's panel, which made the recommendation. Now that the cabinet has approved it, we are in a sense at a position where the formal decision for its implementation has begun. And when the formal implementation process has started with the cabinet's approval, the next step would be obviously writing a law or seeing what is that change that would need to be brought. Primarily, I would expect it would be primarily a constitutional amendment, or at least it would involve at the very least a detailed interaction with various political entities and, more importantly, the election commissions, which is mandated to organize the elections. So therefore, I think that process is what is there. Let us see how the government goes about it. Yes, Maria, tell me.
Nalin, what we are being told by various sources is that as many as 47 political parties had sent their recommendations or suggestions to this committee. And as we have been saying, that they did interact with various stakeholders, politicians across party lines, and 32 parties, which was largely the BJP and its allies, were of the opinion that there should be simultaneous polls. And in fact, 15 opposition parties had opposed this concept. So this opposition is also not misplaced in saying that there could be larger manipulation if elections are held in one go.
So I won't buy the argument of manipulation, for the reason being, no party is going to be perpetually in power. Democracy, by its inherent nature, sees changes. You can well about see it even in what we are in year after year when we have our elections to various state assemblies. But the argument of manipulation is actually a manipulated argument of the opposition. And if one would see it, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, the Congress party primarily, along with its allies, kept saying that the EVMs are suspect, democracy is suspect, democracy is in danger. But I think the Congress party has done the best in the last 10 years, in the 3 elections that it has contested. It has gone up from 44 to 99 seats.
Okay, let me...
So, yes, you were saying something?
Okay.
All right, that was Nalin Kohli, spokesperson of the BJP. Appreciate you, Mr. Kohli, for being with us. As Maria continues to be live with us, Maria, we're also being joined at the moment by Dr. S.Y. Qureshi, former CEC, who better to understand the nuances of what this proposal that has been given the cabinet nod essentially means. Thank you very much, Dr. Qureshi, for being with us. Your first reaction to the green light to one nation, one election.
I knew it was coming and it has happened, so that is my first reaction. But I would like to tell you that in 2013, when Mr. Narendra Modi, even before becoming Prime Minister, talked about this issue. He wanted a national consensus to be built on this, but for 10 years the consensus has evaded us. There has been no consensus, and in sheer desperation, now finally the government has decided to forget about the consensus and impose it, and that's what is going to happen.
All right, but you know, while there are arguments in favor of it, there are several arguments stacked up against it. The opposition, you know, for one, has raised several questions over this time and time again. What we're learning at the moment, what Maria is in fact learning and telling us at the moment, is that the decision was pretty much unanimous. This is sooner rather than later going to be a reality. How do you look at the chronology as far as this decision is concerned? A green light has been given by the cabinet. But how soon do you think it can be realized, and do we have the logistical support on the ground? Does the Election Commission have the wherewithal to be able to make this see the light of day soon?
Point. Now, Election Commission surely requires, and they said it in writing to the Commission and to the high-level committee led by Mr. Kovind, that they require 3 times the number of EVMs, 3 times the number of VVPATs, and more security, more personnel. If that can be mobilized, now machines take time to manufacture. So they cannot come with the press of a button. So how long will the machines take? 3 times. And 3 times means that we have 20 lakh, approximately 20 lakh machines each of EVMs and VVPATs, and we need 40 lakhs each more. So that will take some time. That is it. Secondly, on the merit of the high-level committee recommendations, I have some questions which I had raised in an article recently, that the committee, although it has unanimously said there should be a simultaneous election, but what they have recommended is, to me, is a very amusing. First of all, they said, well, simultaneous will mean that Parliament and Vidhan Sabha are not local bodies, that means Panchayat.
Yes.
To me, it is ridiculous. The Vidhan Sabha and MPs together are about 4,120 MLAs and 543 MPs, less than 1,000. You have excluded 30 lakh representatives from the simultaneous election. So what kind of a simultaneous election is that? Secondly, they say that the Panchayat election will be held within 100 days. Now, another election after 100 days is not simultaneous election. It requires separate bandobast, all afresh, all over again. The polling party, the machines, and thirdly, even if we can mobilize all that, getting voters to come a second time within 3 months, they take their leave from their labor class.
Sir, my question is...
Yes.
Right. It will require constitutional amendments. You know, because under Article 368(2) of the Constitution, it will also mean that not less than half of the states will be required to carry out amendments to the second constitutional amendment bill, and that is the reason why it can go ahead. What are the processes which will be followed after the approval of the cabinet? What all has to be done before it will become a reality?
What will the procedure, and every other expert will be discussing it, and you have to go through it. That is taken for granted that Constitution will be amended, and perhaps it will be amended. What after that? You were talking about the logistics. After the amendment, somebody has to arrange those elections. You require EVMs, and then you require VVPATs, you require security, personnel. So all that will take time, and it will take at least a couple of years, if not more. So we have to take that into account.
So you're talking about logistical challenges, Mr. Qureshi. We have another reaction coming in because the Congress party is among those 15 political parties which had opposed this move. In fact, they had made this suggestion to the committee or headed by the former president that they are not in favor of one nation, one election. Nasir Hussain, Member of Parliament of the Congress, is joining us. What exactly is Congress party's objection to it, sir?
See, first of all, we have to wait and watch what are the provisions that has been recommended in this report by Mr. Kovind. and then what is that the government has accepted from that is more important. Is it only the assemblies and the Lok Sabha election together, or also the local bodies elections will be together? Because we also have urban local bodies and rural local bodies which go to polls at different times. So will that also be the part of one nation, one poll? Second is, what will happen to those states where if there is a no confidence motion, or if the government falls in the states, or if there is an president rules applied in certain states, what will happen to those states? So these are certain things which need to be answered, and that will only happen when this comes up in the debate in the parliament. And my only thing is this: which the government which was not able to hold elections in 4 states. Say we were supposed to go to elections in Jammu Kashmir, in Jharkhand, in Haryana, and in Maharashtra. They were not able to hold in 4 states. They said that we'll not do that in 4 states. We'll do it in 2 states now and 2 states in the month of November. So how will they hold election for all these states and the parliament election together? I think that's something we need to wait and see. We are a multi-party democracy. We are a democracy with lots of provision in our parliamentary conventions and procedures that we have followed for the past 75 years. Any deviation from that shouldn't hamper our democratic process. It shouldn't undermine our democratic process, and it shouldn't give any sort of a scope for the center or somewhere at the higher level to usurp the authority of the states. The federal nature of our state should be maintained, for which I don't know what this report has said. That has to be discussed, and it has to be discussed threadbare in the parliament.
Right, Mr. Nazir Hussain, this is Rishika from the Delhi studios.
All right,
Quick
so
follow-up question, Maria, to what you asked. How do you plan to take this protest forward, if at all? You've been vociferous in your opposition against it. How do you plan to take it forward now that it has become a reality with the cabinet passing it?
See, the cabinet has passed it. It has to be debated in the parliament. It has to be passed by both the houses in the parliament. I think it needs a constitutional amendment. Then it has to go to the states, and we need to have approval from the states. So it's a long process. Let us see. Let it be placed in the parliament. We'll take it up in the parliament, and India Alliance will have its own strategy to oppose it.
Yes. So Congress, along with 14 other political parties, had submitted their recommendations, essentially suggestions, I would say, saying that they are not in favor of one nation, one election. We have another Congress voice, senior Congress leader Manikam Tagore, Member of Parliament, is also joining us. Mr. Tagore, my question is, besides the logistics, because that's certainly a matter of concern for the Election Commission of India and the state election commissions, what is the opposition that is coming in from various India bloc parties to this? I mean, the government says, and the recommendations which have come in are talking about voter fatigue, which will be done away with if these are simultaneous elections which are held, because constantly going to a polling booth will certainly not be the best scenario for most people who go and cast their votes and exercise their rights.
Yeah, we all know that India is a diverse country, and we go through different kind of political structures here, and what are the different kind of problems everywhere. It is not the same story for Manipur and Tamil Nadu or Kerala or Nagaland or Kashmir. It's a vast country, therefore there are oneness in everything can't be acceptable, and India Alliance leaders have submitted the memorandum to the before we all decided that this is not feasible in India. But after that, the idea was rejected by the government. The government idea has been rejected by the people of India itself, because the government of Mr. Modi and Amit Shah ji spoke about one nation, one poll in the polls also. And from 303 people reduced them to 240 for BJP. And now they are running a coalition government with the support of Babu Garu and Nitish Garu. Therefore, it's an idea which has been rejected by the people of India, but now they wanted to bring in through the legislative format. We will face that also in Parliament, and we are very clear that it's against the federal nature of this country, and it is against the multiplicity itself, and this kind of reasoning which they are saying outside now after the cabinet decision. Let us go through, let them come to the parliament, let the parliament debate it, and we are very clear on our views, because this will weaken the federal nature, it will it will destroy the multiplicity of this country, and we can't, in a country of multiple views, multiple states, one kind of format can't be worked out.
Okay. All right. Manikam, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Remember, the committee had worked for 191 days and had held 65 meetings, and then it had submitted this report in the month of March. Among the various stakeholders that it had consulted included citizens, of course, political parties, experts like former Chief Justices and judges of Supreme Court, former Chief Justices of High Courts, and also former Chief Election Commissioners, State Election Commissioners, Bar Council of India members, Law Commission of India members, and also the CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, and all. Sunil Prabhu has been tracking this story very, very closely. So Sunil, you know, among 47 parties in all submitted their views, 30 parties, which were largely the BJP and its allies, supporting in favor of the one nation, one election idea. The other 17 in opposition of it. These are largely the India bloc parties. You know, I'm still trying to understand the India bloc parties' objections cannot be just about logistics, because, you know, logistics is the responsibility of the election commission and the state commissions. Let them deal with it. What exactly is the principal opposition, Sunil Prabhu?
Yes, Maria, you know, before I let Sunil answer that, I also want to raise another crucial point that was raised by Manikam Tagore right now, which is the federalism argument. And the Congress party hinging its principal argument on the fact that this is something that threatens the federal structure of the country. I think that's an important point that he made as well. But we'll let Sunil answer the political question, and then Sunil, we'll come to you on the nitty-gritties of what happens next. But please go ahead and answer Maria's question.
Well, to both your points, I think the most important issue right now about the one nation, one poll is very clearly that not only is it about the federal structure, and I hope you'll be able to play the bite of the Congress President, Mr. Karge, who was just speaking here, releasing the Haryana 7 guarantees ahead of the Haryana election, where he said this is not practical, this is an attempt to divert the attention, and that the people will reject this. The Congress, as you're well aware, did not depose before the Kovind committee. They made it clear that they are opposed to the very concept of a one nation, one poll. This idea is not new. One nation, one election was conducted not today, right up till 1967. It's when the then government of the day, Kerala government, was dismissed by Indira Gandhi at that by the Congress government at that stage, that we had a situation in '69 that we started having not simultaneous elections and different states. So not only is it about federal structure, there are a host of issues. What will be the assigned date? For example, in the Kovind committee, will that mean that if a Karnataka government, which has been elected in 2023, will only be for 1-year term, and that they will have to go back for the elections again? What happens to the mandate of the people? These constitutional amendments basically mean that many houses of various legislatures will have to be curtailed, including the present. Now what we are talking about, Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. If this has to be implemented in its entirety, it will mean basically that the House will get curtailed. Secondly, most importantly, you'll have to look at the practicality of it. It requires constitutional amendment. The Kovind committee says, no, you don't need to go to the states. This can be passed by 2/3 majority of those present in parliament, be it in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. But there's a long road because, as you know, the numbers are not in favor of the government at present. There are others who have objected, from the Biju Janata Dal to many other political parties, and they have had their reservations. Of course, we'll have to look at this and study this entirely.
In fact,
but at present, the Kovind committee report has been
Aishwarya
expected.
into the conversation here, Sunil, and do stay on with us. I have a question for you, Maria, as somebody who covers the government very closely. And you've been tracking this story as well. I want to understand from you, is there consensus within the NDA Is the NDA on the same page as far as this is concerned? Because that's going to play an important role in determining its future.
Yes, I'm sure, because Nitish Kumar's JDU and, Chandrababu Naidu's party, that is the TDP, are in favor of it. In fact, Andhra elections happen along with the Lok Sabha poll, so he'll have no issues whatsoever. It's only a matter of whether JDU will be in support of it. So I don't think so there is any doubt or, confusion within the NDA allies as far as one nation, one election is concerned. But the larger question is also that here is the panel which says that the states need not give their approval, they need not have constitutional amendments, this bill need not go to various states to get their assent. How will that be playing out becomes important. Ash, I'm coming to you. We have been speaking to the law minister. In fact, Arjun Ram Meghwal told us only yesterday that one nation, one election was on top of the agenda. Home Minister Amit Shah just few days back had said the government is determined to ensure that one nation, one election sees the light of the day. Now it is clear that after this approval, the bill will be coming in upcoming winter session of Parliament. Give us the direction or the timeline which the government is looking at. How soon will that be a possibility? But we have to also specify that the Rajya Sabha numbers have also turned in the favor of the government. So they have the numbers also in the Rajya Sabha, and the Lok Sabha, of course, they have a complete majority. So, ensuring the passage of this bill will not be tough. Yes, go ahead, Aishwarya.
Well, after more than 60 meetings of the Kovind panel with held talks with the economists and the political parties, the judges of the High Courts and Supreme Courts, the committee ultimately had submitted the report to the President of India first under, the entire panel that went on along with Home Minister Amit Shah and submitted to President of India. And later, it is the Kovind panel report which was presented in the today's cabinet, which was ultimately approved. Remember, it was the government which was confident from day one that it's there in their agenda and they will get this passed from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Remember, in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, if we talk about the NDA alliances, then they have the numbers in their favor as well. And therefore, the reason perhaps the task was handed over to the Kovind panel, and ultimately, the challenges that there were, of course, was of logistical issues, of how this will come down to the wire. But on the other side, it was the government who had stated that because their main focus is to bring down the cost of the entire elections in the country and to implement those policies that needs to be delivered in the state on the ground level. And because there are elections which goes on in every state, time and again, and therefore the reason perhaps the government could not focus on implementing those policies. This one nation, one election was on the prime focus. Now, when the entire report had been passed by the cabinet, it will further go to as a bill to be passed in the Lok Sabha and then to Rajya Sabha, and ultimately this will be implemented. Of course, the NDA alliances, as far as the JDU, the LGP, the TDP, all have given their nod and they have welcomed the move of the government of having one nation, one election process. But as the opposition party is already targeting and stating that they are not very happy, they are not in interest as far as the logistical challenges are concerned, and it's not possible according to them to have one nation, one election in the entire country. What sort of consensus it will be in the upcoming days is something that will be very interesting to see.
In fact, we're just going to play out for the benefit of our viewers what the law minister told Maria yesterday in that exclusive interview, where he actually said that this is something which is top of mind for government. But before we go to that, I think, Maria, the other important question that really needs to be asked at the moment is the fact that here was an opportunity. We are in the middle of an election. It's the first phase of polling in Jammu and Kashmir today. 2 more phases to go. Haryana is going to see polling as well. Why was Maharashtra and Jharkhand elections not made to happen simultaneously, even though they are going to happen in a few months from now? So in a certain sense, there are questions that are being asked about the practicality of this. When, remember, sources in the government were asked about what the thinking was to not have polls in Jharkhand and Maharashtra taking place simultaneously when these elections were notified. It was said that, oh, you know, there were floods in Maharashtra and therefore block level preparedness, etc. for it is not there, which in a certain sense brings back to question on whether we are actually prepared on the ground for such an idea to be implemented. What did you pick up, Maria, from your sources in government on why Jharkhand and Maharashtra didn't see elections along with Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana?
Okay, all right. So we have the confirmation that is coming in now from the government. In fact, Ashwini Vaishnav, who's holding a press conference, and perhaps we can cut to it, has just said that the cabinet has accepted the recommendations of the high-level panel for one nation, one election. In fact, he's doing a presentation and also highlighted the fact that between 1951 and 1967, elections were held simultaneously. Then he goes on to talk about the 170th report of the Law Commission in 1999, which had also said that one election to the Lok Sabha and all legislative assemblies in 5 years. So, perhaps we can play that soundbite in some time from now. But
okay.
that specific question...
Maria, we can actually
we can
actually listen in to Ashwini Vaishnav at the moment. Let's just listen into what he's saying.
Widespread support for simultaneous elections in the country. There is a widespread support for simultaneous elections in the country. इसीलिए एनडीए सरकार की कैबिनेट ने आज सर्वसम्मति से इस इन रिकमेंडेशंस को एक्सेप्ट किया और इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन 2 फेजेस में होगा, जैसा कि कमेटी के रिकमेंडेशंस में है. फर्स्ट फेज में लोकसभा और असेंबलीज के इलेक्शंस को साइमल्टेनियस कराने का प्रयास होगा और उसके सेकंड फेज में लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शन से जो है ग्राम पंचायत, जिला पंचायत, ब्लॉक में पंचायत समिति और जितने भी अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज हैं, चाहे म्यूनिसिपैलिटीज हो, चाहे म्यूनिसिपल कमिटीज हो, चाहे म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन हो, उन सब के लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शंस को विद इन 100 डेज ऑफ जनरल इलेक्शंस में करवाना, जिससे कि एक बार में सारे इलेक्शन का प्रोसेस कंप्लीट हो और फिर 5 साल तक सब के सब मेहनत करके देश के निर्माण में लगे. अब इस पे जो कमेटी के रिकमेंडेशंस हैं उनको पूरे देश भर में डिस्कशन किया जाएगा वेरियस फोरम्स में. वेदर इट इज आप सबका भी स्वागत है, आप सब भी इसके डिस्कशन में हिस्सेदार बने और सभी नौजवानों को, सभी जो इंडस्ट्री बॉडीज़ हैं, सभी जो दूसरे जितने भी फेडरेशंस, ग्रुप्स, हर एक तरह के जो सोशल ग्रुप्स हैं, उन सब का हम आह्वान करते हैं कि आप सभी इस पॉइंट को डिटेल में डिस्कस कीजिए, साइंटिफिक वे में डिस्कस कीजिए. कैसे वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन से इकोनॉमी को फ़ायदा होगा, कैसे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को फ़ायदा होगा, कैसे देश की प्रगति बढ़ेगी, कैसे देश का डेवलपमेंट बढ़ेगा, कैसे ब्लैक मनी का संचार कम होगा, कैसे कितने मल्टीपल इसके जो इम्पैक्ट्स हैं उन सब के ऊपर डिस्कशन करें और एक इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ग्रुप उसके बाद में क्रिएट किया जाएगा, जिससे जो लीगल प्रोसेसेस हैं उन प्रोसेसेस से इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे. तो साथियों, एक बहुत बड़ा फैसला, 7 बड़े फैसले आज लिए गए, ये 7 के साथ आपके सामने मैंने रखे और बहुत धन्यवाद. आप इतनी बड़ी संख्या में हमेशा कैबिनेट की ब्रीफिंग में आते हैं और इतना पेशेंटली सुनते हैं, उसके लिए धन्यवाद. नाउ आई विल ओपन द फ्लोर फॉर क्वेश्चंस.
152.
प्रेजेंटेशन को ऑन ही रखिए.
लूप पे चलने दीजिए. पूछिए.
Sir, Pragya from Times Now. Sir, this is regarding one nation, one election. Obviously, you need to amend the constitution when it comes to one nation, one election. While you do not need ratification by the states, when it comes to Lok Sabha and assembly elections to be held together. But for other things like municipality, you need ratification by states, at least 50% of them. How will you conduct that, and when is the process, when do you think that this process will start? Because many parties in the opposition are saying that this is not feasible and they're opposing it. In fact, 12 of the opposition parties have opposed it. How do you plan to implement it?
A large number of political parties across the political spectrum have actually supported the One Nation, One Election initiative. When they interacted with the high-level committee, they gave their inputs in a very succinct manner, with a lot of clarity. Our government believes in creating a consensus on items which affect our democracy, our nation in the long run. And this is a subject, this is a topic which really will strengthen our democracy, will strengthen the center-state relations, will make sure that our country grows at a much faster pace, will remove so many impediments which come in the growth of our country. And we have seen there is a huge emphasis among the youth for having common elections, simultaneous elections, so that the progress of the nation keeps moving on unhindered. And we have seen that kind of support from the youth, from various sections of the society. So over next a few months,
All right, well, it's a huge move by the government to bring in one nation, one election. One of the ideas of the Modi government that it was incumbent upon seeing the light of day in this term. It was something that was talked about in the 100-day agenda of the Modi government, that they will push for a one nation, one election. Well, the Kovind committee was set up, a high-level committee that submitted its report in March. We're given to understand that that committee report has now been greenlit by the Union Cabinet. The Cabinet has given its assent to the idea of a one nation, one election, which was recommended for in that committee report. It will now, remember, be tabled in Parliament, and there will be a discussion in Parliament, after which, of course, if it is passed, it will see the light of day. It involves simultaneous elections to take place at the state and the centre. It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. Of course, local body polls are stipulated to take place within a 100-day window of those elections taking place. Will it see the light of day? When will it see the light of day? And what are the finer modalities? All of that is going to be a top focus for us here on NDTV. We're going to slip into a very short break. More news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network. The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV Network.
Welcome back. It's the big story we're tracking on NDTV. One nation, one election has been greenlit by the Union Cabinet. It's a big move towards having one nation, one poll in India, with the Cabinet now clearing the proposal by the Kovind panel. Remember, a panel that was headed by former President of India, Ram Nath Kovind, had submitted its report before the Cabinet in March. This is a panel that was set up to examine the pros and cons of one nation, one election. It was a high-level panel that had representatives of several political parties, opposition parties, as well as senior members of the judiciary and the bureaucracy. The Cabinet has taken note of the One Nation, One Election panel that had recommended that this is in fact a possibility and could be a reality. Now the Cabinet has cleared it. The big move by the government in its first 100 days. One nation, one poll could be a reality soon. It has to, of course, be tabled in Parliament. It has to be passed in Parliament for it to become a reality. In a nutshell, what does one nation, one election in fact propose? Well, simply put, it proposes for simultaneous elections to be held between Lok Sabha and state assemblies. So central and state elections can be held simultaneously, and local body polls be held within the 100 days of these elections. That's the simplistic view of what one nation, one election essentially means. Joining me on the broadcast, Sunil Prabhu, and also we have Aishwarya. Thank you both very much for being with us. Sunil, to you first. Before we get into the nitty-gritties of it, I want to understand very simply, for the benefit of our viewers, what happens next. This is a committee that was set up. It submitted its report. The Cabinet has now cleared it. What happens next?
So it's a long road. It's going to be a long journey. This is in principle approval by the Cabinet to agree to the one nation, one election recommendations of the Kovind Committee. Let me break it down to our viewers. As you rightly pointed out, it talks about simultaneous elections. But to do that, you need to do 18 constitutional amendments. Mind you, when I say constitutional amendments, you need to have two-thirds majority on the floor of the House and get it passing. In the Lok Sabha at present, that two-thirds majority is technically there, but it's going to be extremely difficult to implement at the reality. In the Rajya Sabha, of course, there is a simple majority for the BJP at the present juncture. So this is it, because it's an evolving House. We'll have to wait and see how things play out. What are those 18 constitutional amendments that have come up, which will be done by the Kovind Committee? One, of course, is to ensure, and how does it work? Technically, the Kovind Committee said once it's done, the President will appoint a appointed date, or what is called an assigned date. Once that appointed date is given, say for example, say 20th of March 2023, from that day onwards, any member of the House, that becomes the last day for holding simultaneous elections. So that will be the expiry of the House. So once that is passed by both Houses of Parliament, there will be an appointed day by the President. They said it should be technically on the first session of the general elections. So it's in that context there are a lot of nitty-gritties and fine points which have to be looked at. Then it also requires two-thirds majority and passage from the states for a one nation, one electoral roll. So those processes also require a huge, time frame which need to be carried out, and at least 50% of the states have to mandate and clear it. So it's not going to be simple. It's a long road. This is an in-principle approval. Now the legislative, work will start in terms of constitutional amendments, those 18 that I talked about. The other one which will require states' approval, and then we go about that entire process. Whether it is practical or not, that debate is on. There have been many who I have held and had discussion with who believe that it's not practical. The opposition, led by Mr. Karge, as well as the Trinamool Congress, have already even before the announcement could be formally made by the minister, have made it clear that this is not practical and feasible, and this goes against the federal structure, and they will be opposing it at the very tooth and nail.
Okay, so 18 constitutional amendments requiring two-thirds majority in parliament, that's the first step towards making this a reality. Like Sunil said, this is the first step with the cabinet clearing it. It's a long road ahead. The big question now is going to be on some kind of consensus emerging. Aishwarya, break it down for us in terms of political parties. We know that there are around 18 parties that have opposed it, but largely the support has been in favor. What about the rank and file of the NDA? Has the NDA developed a sort of consensus before the cabinet clearing this? The fact that it's seen the light of day as far as cabinet is concerned, can we assume that the NDA allies are all on the same page?
Well, majorly, the NDA allies are in the favor of one nation, one election. It has been made clear by Chirag Paswan's party, LJP, by Nitish Kumar's party, JDU, and TDP remain.
All right, Aishwarya, I'm afraid we're going to have to interrupt you there. I'm told we have to take a break at the moment. We'll come right back to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change, on 19 September, only on NDTV Network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with
Welcome back. On to the other big story that we are in fact tracking for you. Shocking revelation by SpiceJet. Unpaid and disputed dues for the airline now stand at a whopping 800 crore rupees. SpiceJet says they are witnessing financial constraints and therefore they have an unpaid and disputed dues that are amounting to 800 crore rupees. SpiceJet has of course grounded 36 of 64 aircrafts primarily due to the alleged default. Sakshi with the details.
SpiceJet has unpaid and disputed dues at nearly 800 crores. This as per a latest disclosure on the stock exchange on BSE. Now these dues have not been paid. Dues are of course, these are dues that have not been paid and disputed dues at large since the assessment year 2010. SpiceJet in the release says that, look, unpaid dues are due to constrained financial position and they really are facing a constrained financial position and therefore this is what the dues look like. And the disclosure also says that, look, 36 aircraft have been grounded primarily due to alleged default. Revelations are part of SpiceJet's preliminary placement document, remember. SpiceJet plans to raise up to 3,000 crores via qualified institutional placement process, and SpiceJet's operational fleet drastically decreased really from 74 aircraft in 2019 to just 28 in 2024. So this really a sign of troubled times. While NDTV has reached out to SpiceJet for a comment, a clarification, we are yet to hear from them. But the fact that this disclosure is coming in at a time when already the airline is witnessing a drastic reduction in its fleet size is really call for troubled times.
All right, well, SpiceJet has also responded. SpiceJet has in fact said that they are operating with full transparency and all relevant information is available in the public domain. SpiceJet maintains that they are fully committed to clearing dues as soon as possible. Samarth by Hyundai in partnership with NDTV is a movement for equal rights for persons with disabilities. The initiative now in a nationwide movement and is supported by many corporates across the country. Here's one such voice.
I should congratulate NDTV for partnering with Hyundai in this very important activity. And I think employment for PWDs and working for affirmative action on this community should come from the heart. There are two things required. One is the infrastructure, for example, ramps, lifts. Second is psychological years. See, we have to see from their minds. Some of them are very huge, good skills. God has given like this, especially in PWDs, because you have less of one thing, but you have more of other thing. So they are very good in creative skills sometimes, and it actually aids the company. So I think that way, I think the whole culture has to be now that this PW employment, I'm not talking PWD, is not a charity. It is something which is good for you.
All right, with that, we're slipping into a short break. News and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
And finally, we leave you with these stunning visuals of Mumbai bidding farewell to Ganpati on the day of Visarjan.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva Youth for Change on 19th September, only on NDTV Network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter. The Union Cabinet approves One Nation, One Election. Committee report from former President Ram Nath Kovind has been endorsed by the Cabinet. Congress releases manifesto ahead of Haryana polls, promises 7 guarantees including caste census, legal guarantee of MSP and 2,000 rupees monthly aid for women. First phase of polling underway in Jammu and Kashmir as the battle for 24 seats plays out. In the first phase, 50.65 is the percentage voter turnout till 3 p.m. Political buzz over Udayanidhi Stalin's elevation. Will Tamil Nadu get a new deputy chief minister? Udayanidhi Stalin responds to speculation, says only the chief minister, which is his father, will decide. And after the Malayalam film industry in Karnataka, now Me Too movement in Telangana, the Telugu film body removes a noted choreographer amid sexual harassment complaints. Shocking revelations by SpiceJet, unpaid and disputed dues of the airline mount to 800 crore rupees. SpiceJet said it is witnessing financial constraints. Welcome back. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Rishika Barua. The big story that we're tracking for you on NDTV, the Union Cabinet has approved the government's One Nation, One Election push, which proposes simultaneous Lok Sabha and Assembly elections with urban body and panchayat polls to be held within 100 days. Now, the Union Cabinet today has essentially accepted the report of a panel that was headed by ex-President Ram Nath Kovind. There is unanimous opinion that simultaneous polls beginning from 2029 should be held. This is what the panel has said. Now remember, this was a high-level panel that was constituted in order to look at the merits and demerits of one nation, one election. The panel included Home Minister Amit Shah, Law Minister Arjun Meghwal, Senior Supreme Court Advocate Harish Salve as its members. There were other members of the bureaucracy of the judiciary and the legislative who were all part of this high-level panel. The panel did call for a legally sustainable way to realign the existing electoral cycles. It had been tasked with recommending solutions in case of a hung result, a no confidence motion or defections as well. So all of those details, of course, are in that report. But essentially, there are going to be 18 constitutional amendments that are going to be needed for one nation, one election to become a reality. It is likely now perhaps to be tabled in the winter session of Parliament. So will it see the light of day after being passed in Parliament? There are many processes that still need to happen. So a long road ahead as far as one nation, one election is concerned. But it's a big first step by the government coming a day after the big 100 days announcement that was made, saying that one nation, one election is one step closer to becoming a reality. Before we go to our team of reporters who are tracking the details of this story, let's quickly listen in to the political reactions.
A large number of political parties across the political spectrum have actually supported the One Nation, One Election initiative. When they interacted with the high-level committee, they gave their inputs in a very succinct manner, with a lot of clarity. Our government believes in creating a consensus on items which affect our democracy.
ये चलने वाला नहीं है, ये सिर्फ चुनाव जब बात है, कोई ना कोई कुछ मुद्दा नहीं मिल रहा उनको, ऐसी चीजें बात करने के लिए, इश्यू को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए वो बात करते हैं, और इसीलिए और पूरे देश के लोग कोई मानने वाले भी नहीं हैं.
One nation, one election was a thought which was announced well before the general elections of 2024. So anybody who's saying that it because of the election results have actually given us a historic mandate, and that's why we are able to take such historic decisions. देखिए बहुत जल्दी विपक्ष में भी उनके अंदर से आंतरिक दबाव बनने न लग जाए कहीं, क्योंकि देश में करीब 80% of the respondents who responded during the consultation process, 80% से ज़्यादा लोगों ने इसको बहुत पॉजिटिव सपोर्ट दिया है.
हमारे भूतपूर्व राष्ट्रपति आदरणीय रामनाथ कोविंद जी की अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनी थी. उसने एक रिपोर्ट दी और रिपोर्ट राष्ट्रपति जी को सौंपी थी, और उसके बाद उस पर आप निश्चित मानिए एक अध्ययन भी चल रहा है, और हमारा जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो एजेंडा था, जो संकल्प पत्र था, उसमें भी इसका उल्लेख है. हमारे एनडीए के साथियों से भी हम इसकी चर्चा कर रहे हैं, और इसमें ये जो मोदी 3.0 का जो कालखंड है, इसी कालखंड में ये निश्चित रूप से आएगा, भी निश्चित रूप से आएगा, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है.
All right. Well, our team of reporters tracking the details of this story now join us live. Sunil Prabhu is with us. Aishwarya Jain also joining us live. Sunil, to you first, the big question on everyone's mind, what happens next?
Well, they will have to now implement it. Just for the information of our viewers, what the Kovind committee report says, and you're saying 18 constitutional amendments, one of them relates to one article itself. So that itself will become reduced. So it will around be 4 or 5 or maximum 6 amendments. So that will be required. One constitutional amendment for the one nation, one electoral roll will require ratification from the states. The rest don't require that. The implementation will have to be worked out. That means you will need to have bipartisan support to work with various political parties. There's vehement opposition, as you can see already before the announcement can be formally made from the Congress, from the Trinamool Congress, from the India bloc to a great extent. And then it goes down to the issue of the appointed date. Once this is passed by Parliament and the next Assembly general elections takes place in 2029, or if it is passed, then that will become, the appointed day will become what is called the bulletin, where every term of the House will become, that's when the term expires, and that's how they will work and function from that day onwards. So it's going to be extremely difficult, not very practical in the true sense of the word, because if there is, for example, you'll ask me, government falls, it's a hung parliament, the government loses the confidence of vote, what happens? Then there will be fresh elections, but only till the appointed date. And then again there will be an election. So is that correct? Because the mandate of the constitution at present says for a full 5-year term or thereabouts. So is this going to be an easy option? This is something that will need to be worked out, and it's going to be a long road. You need, 2/3 majority to pass these constitutional amendments. Technically, you can be able to get it, as they have been able to do in Article 370, but this is a livelihood issue of politicians, for political parties, and also on the federal structure. We'll have to see whether regional parties and others accept this in toto.
Right. Well, as per what is in the report, 32 parties favored simultaneous polls and 15 parties opposed simultaneous polls. Most of the ex-chief justices of the Supreme Court, the High Court judges were in favor. So the majority clearly was tilted in favor of simultaneous polls. At least this is as far as the Kovind panel is concerned. But driving political consensus is going to be one thing. Like Sunil was saying, Aishwarya, there is a long road ahead. Now, as we've been reporting, at least the NDA appears to be on the same page, with the cabinet now giving this a green light. It's going to be interesting to see, Aishwarya, how this now plays out in Parliament, because the bill has to be cleared by a 2/3 majority, and then, if I'm not wrong, ratified by 50% of the states.
Well, yes, the political fight had begun. It is Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge who had come out in his first response and stated that it's not practically possible, and the government just wanted to divert the attention because they have no real agenda in front of them before the Haryana polls and Jammu and Kashmir polls. It is on the other side the Bharatiya Janata Party. Remember that speech made by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi from the Red Fort, stating that all should come together for the simultaneous polls, as that was in their agenda for the 100 days to pass the Kovind panel report from the cabinet as well, and that's today the government has done. But on the other side, it is practicality, which will come down to the implementation panel, which has been also recommended by the Kovind panel report, and this will be soon be constituted, and how the logistical issues will be resolved, how this will come down to the ground is something that the implementation panel will look into it. But as far as the political support is concerned, the support in the Lok Sabha and in the Rajya Sabha, it needs 2/3 of the majority. Of course, practically it is possible in Lok Sabha. NDA has its numbers, and that's what the Kovind panel also had stated, that while taking the views from the political parties, almost 33 political parties, which are more or less of the NDA alliance, had supported it. 18 of the political parties from majorly from the India bloc had not supported it, and that's what they had come out in open and stated that they will not be supporting it. And in the states where they had their own state governments as well, that they will not pass it. But on the other side, it is in Rajya Sabha where 50% of majority, of course, the Bharatiya Janata Party has its at this point of time, but it's an evolving house. The numbers will change in the upcoming days as well. So whether the government will able to pass that in Rajya Sabha is something that remains to be seen. But the government is very clear, and they had made it intention right. After Modi 3.0 came into the power, the government reiterated its intention that they will pass it, and by 2029 they will implement it in this country.
All right. Thank you very much, Sunil and Aishwarya, for joining us. We're going to keep coming back to you for more on this story. But joining us on NDTV, PDT Achari, former Secretary General of the Lok Sabha. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us on NDTV. Your first reaction to the cabinet nor to one nation, one election?
See, holding elections simultaneously to assemblies and parliament is not a new thing. We used to have it from 1952 to almost till 1967 or something. So assembly and parliament elections used to be held simultaneously in those years. But after that, the parliament got dissolved, Lok Sabha got dissolved and prematurely, and after that, the whole cycle got broken. And thereafter, there was instability in many assemblies, and assemblies had to be dissolved, and elections had to be held, and all that. That cycle could not have been restored at all. That is the present situation today. Actually, this, of course, we do not know the details of these proposals because it has been reported that the cabinet has approved the proposal, and they will be coming out with the details later.
Yes.
But on the basis of the report of this Ram Nath Kovind committee, we can say that, it involves enormous practical difficulties. For example, now in the present political situation, it is very difficult to imagine that it is easy for any government to pass a constitution amendment bill in both the houses, because a constitution amendment bill is not an ordinary bill. It requires a special majority.
Yes.
The special majority is, in fact, there are two conditions. One is that it must have the majority of the total membership of the House.
Yes.
And 2/3 of the members present and voting.
Yes.
So these two conditions are to be fulfilled.
Yes.
And for that, the government requires the help of the opposition. Without the help of the opposition, it is very difficult to get any bill through the House.
Yes.
Either in the Lok Sabha or in the Rajya Sabha.
Right.
So that is the first hurdle. That is a major hurdle.
Also,
But
sir,
after that,
50%
it needs to be
of the
ratified
states
by-
have to ratify it, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. It needs to be ratified by 50% of the assemblies.
Of the assembly.
That also is required.
Yes.
So these are some of the things, which need to be we need to be addressed. And I do not know when the government says that it is going to be implemented very soon and so on. I really wonder whether it is possible at all to get out of the House, to pass it, to push it out of the House.
Right.
So that is
so one side
what
of
I feel. That is my first take.
Yes.
Yeah.
So one side of the argument, of course, like you very rightly pointed out, is the practicality of how this plays out. The fact that the cabinet nod is only the first sort of step, or rather just one more step in that direction. Essentially, there's a long road to go before this can actually become a reality. But I want to understand from you, sir, the larger implications of this. Because if you look at what the government says are the pros of this, which is, the fact that it will improve efficiency, we will constantly not be in election mode, model code of conduct, it will accelerate developmental work, etc., etc. The opposition, the parties who have opposed this, which is largely the India bloc, says that this threatens the federal structure of India's democracy. How do you look at that argument?
Well, so far as the question of cutting down on the election expenditure, etc., is concerned, in fact, what is exactly the election expenditure? What does it consist of? Elections are conducted by the Election Commission. And the Election Commission's expenditure may be coming around 10,000, 12,000, 15,000 crores at the most. Now, the rest of the money is spent by the political parties. That's how it is. It is not going out of the government's coffers. What kind of saving the government has in mind, I do not know. In fact, it is very difficult for me to understand that. Then the second thing is that there is not much of an empirical evidence to prove what the government is saying, that there will be a huge lot of benefit and saving of money and that sort of thing.
Yes.
So in the absence of any empirical evidence, it is difficult to say in favor of it or against it. So that is the position so far as the expenditure is concerned.
Yes.
Then I would say one thing, periodic elections actually serves a very important purpose. One is that the leader will be able to connect with the people, reconnect with the people.
Okay.
Secondly, periodic elections, the government of the day will come to know what the people feel about that government, its performance, and so on.
Yes.
And then the government will get an opportunity to course correct.
Okay.
Which otherwise they won't be able to. In 5 years, they will not know what the people think about them or feel about them.
Right.
That is one advantage which I perceive in the elections which are held frequently, or that kind of thing. Otherwise, you will never know what the people feel. After 5 years, you will be meeting the people.
Okay.
I think the present system is much better than that.
Well, I think you've articulated that argument very well, both in terms of, theoretically how this is going to play out and whether or not it can be a reality by 2029, and also the political argument of going back to the people, to check on, what the mandate is at the moment, whether it is across states or local bodies. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on NDTV. I want to take this forward now with political representatives of both the BJP and the Congress joining us. We have Gopal Krishna Agarwal, National Spokesperson of the BJP, and Arshpreet joining us, National Spokesperson of the Congress. Thank you both very much for being with us. Mr. Agarwal, if I can begin by asking you, the first question that comes to mind about one nation, one election, and if the government is so serious about seeing it through and making it a reality in this term, is, how do you then justify a 5-phase long Lok Sabha election and not having Maharashtra and Jharkhand assembly elections right now, with the fact that Haryana and Jammu Kashmir are going for elections? The practical question comes to mind first.
Definitely, there are certain questions about how this will be practically done.
Yes.
Ultimately, we have to understand that the difficulty in the implementation of something cannot be be the justification for not implementing or forward-looking reforms. We have to see the history of one election, one nation, one election. Till 67, there was one election every time. But after that, the Election Commission in 1983 suggested that we should have one election. In 1999, the Law Commission said the same thing. In 2015 and 2018, the Standing Committee on Parliament said about the same thing. Then now the Kovind panel has also recommended the same thing. So when there are institutions who give and take the practical aspects into consideration and decide. Now you can say, we can ask how from 1952 to 1967 the elections were held simultaneously.
Yes.
So practicality is not a question. Difficulty in implementation, surely we agreed, but that doesn't justify that this reform should not take place. Second,
all right.
The second thing important is what the government and the panels and Law Commission have said, that the most important thing is cost. I was hearing this Parliament Secretary Saab, but what the government is saying and everybody is saying, that the good governance is at loss because of multiple elections. All political parties of any position in the government has to get involved into elections.
All right.
So time is wasted. Time is consumed, not wasted, but it is consumed. At different points of time. Second is important that the Achar Samhita, the model code of conduct, restricts several decisions of good governance to be implemented and taken.
Okay.
So these are important things. Cost, it is one of the side factors.
Yes.
But most important is governance and time consuming.
Okay, I think those are some of the moot arguments that the government has made, and you've articulated them very well as well. Let me then take this to the Congress. There are several political parties, including the Congress led by the India Bloc specifically, 32 parties that favored it and 15 parties that oppose simultaneous polls, according to the Kovind panel report. What is the moot opposition that the Congress has?
Number one, the Bharatiya Janata Party is accustomed to doing blunders one after another. We saw them come up with demonetization, arbitrary decision. We are even till date bearing with the repercussions of that. Then we saw the black farm laws, because of which 700 farmers were martyred. Lakhimpur incident happened, 1 year was wasted. Then we saw.
Ashpreet, I'm gonna make a request to you. While I understand the larger argument you're making, I request you to stick to the merits of one nation, one election. It's important for our viewers to understand what the other side is. Please.
I of course am coming to that. I'm just telling you that the BJP has a pattern. They have a history of coming up with blunders. And this is
all right.
let's
stick to the moot point, please.
Coming to the moot point, if you would allow me, please. Number one, the Bharatiya Janata Party did not have an answer to the question of the Congress leaders. If you could not pull off an election in 4 to 5 states, you're having election in Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana, you could not add Maharashtra to it, you could not add Jharkhand to it, you could not add other states to it, which have the tenure ending around the same time. And when you could not pull it off in 4 to 5 states, I can't continue like this. If the BJP would not do...
Mr. Agarwal, let him complete his argument. I'll give you a chance to respond. Please, go ahead.
That is the problem with the Bharatiya Janata Party. They want to do their Man Ki Baat, do not want to listen to the people's Man Ki Baat. People do not want this. You don't ask them this. The problem with the Bharatiya Janata Party is they don't have an answer to this question. When you could not pull off an election in 5 states together, then how concurrently, how can you possibly do that in the entire nation? Number 2, the Bharatiya Janata Party should tell us, how would you streamline all the states into one? Because some states would have the election that happened maybe 6 months ago. Some would be at in a state the tenure might be 2 years, in some state it could be 3 years. How will you bring it all to one? How will you streamline all the states? It is not possible because you will be undermining the constitution. You will be violating the result that has been given by the people of India. So therefore, the Bharatiya Janata Party needs to tell that. And number 2, this violates federalism. This is against regional parties. The regional issues will suffer because of this. Because, the Bharatiya Janata Party, we know why they want to do this. Because Mr. Modi, instead of being the prime minister all the time, becomes a prime campaigner. His schedule, his time, it is all focused on campaigning. It's all focused on elections. Is all focused on votes, and least of it gets focused on the governance issue. We understand your problem. But feedback mechanism, election is the feedback mechanism, and people tell their mind through their votes. And if you want to do away with that, you're trying to do away with the power of the people. You're trying to do away with the rights of people.
Okay, Mr. Agarwal, I have 1 minute left. The Congress believes that this is a bid to over-centralize more government and less people coming into the picture. They are saying that this threatens the federal structure in a certain sense of the Indian democracy. How do you respond to that charge? That's a big charge.
I will just briefly say three points here. One point is that we could not hold the simultaneous election now at present. That is one more reason that we should have a constitutional provision for holding simultaneous
But you have to start walking the talk at some point. No, it was the first question that I asked you as well.
The one thing. Second important is that if the issue is difficult to implement, let the government decide how they will do it. Opposition should say conceptually we agree, but you also give us a roadmap how you will do it practically.
What of the tenure? What of the tenure?
No, let me complete the third question.
No, what of the tenure? Some state would be
let me do it. Let me answer your third question.
How will you streamline the tenure?
Let him answer. You posed good questions. Let him answer.
Third important point is about the federal structure. Federal structure and issues. There will be different assembly election. Is a different candidate. He will fight on a different manifesto. He will talk on a different issues. I will just give one example. Why 1970?
Okay, I'm completely out of time, Mr. Agarwal. But there was another interesting question that the Congress spokesperson raised. What are you going to do if a house is dissolved? If this is to come into place, what are you going to do with the verdict that you get now from the people of Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana to begin with, Maharashtra and Jharkhand to follow?
Exactly.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. So it is because if there is a problem with various elections at present, it is given in the panel that you hold the election in between for balance period. And I will also put one important point. why 356 article is misused.
Then how would you do it?
And again.
Maybe a state is at 1 year, other is at 4 years. How will you resolve it?
Okay.
How will you how will you dissolve it? They have been elected. They have been given the votes of people. You can't just dissolve them out of the blue. You'll be undermining the constitution and PILs will be fine.
As much as I would like to continue this conversation, because you both raised several important points, I'm afraid I'm completely out of time on this conversation. But very interesting points being raised by both political parties. There are several practical questions that still need to be answered. The devil, of course, lies in the details, which we will be accessing here and putting out for the viewer on NDTV. We'll continue to track the details of this story. Short break, a lot more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
the 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the south.
Welcome back. The Congress has released its manifesto ahead of the Haryana polls, in which the Congress has essentially promised 7 guarantees, including caste census. The Congress has also promised a legal guarantee for minimum support price to farmers, and also targeting women specifically. The Congress has promised a 2,000 rupee monthly aid for women in the state. Listen in to the political reactions.
इस गारंटी को रखे हैं नाम 7 वायदे पक्के इरादे। महिलाओं को शक्ति हर महीने 2,000 रुपए देने का हम वायदा कर रहे हैं। 500 रुपए गैस सिलेंडर के लिए हम देंगे। सामाजिक सुरक्षा को बल, जैसा कि बुढ़ापा पेंशन है।
Gurpreet joins us live with the very latest. Gurpreet, break it down for us. What is this 7 guarantees that the Congress is talking about, and also, any reactions coming into the manifesto?
Well, a very calculative step has been taken by the political party, and Congress has only announced 7 promises, 7 guarantees which they want to give to the people of Haryana if they are coming to power. Let's discuss about these 7 guarantees. We have seen they had touched the MSP. That is one of the main issue which is prevailing in the state, because they wanted to woo the section of farmers toward Congress. At the same time, they had also decided to give 6,000 pension to all the old people who are already getting the pension from the previous government, and that was less amount as compared to they had made announcement. At the same time, for attracting youth, we have seen unemployment was one of the major political issue in the state of Haryana, and specifically we have seen the Congress party is highlighting this unemployment again and again in the various pockets of Haryana while conducting this election campaign. What we have learned, around 2 lakh jobs they had given assurance to all the youth. At the same time, we have seen they had given a security to the women also by making an announcement saying they are going to give 2,000 rupees per house. So it seems that they are trying to take a very calculative measures and steps also, and they are also looking up other aspects also. One of the main poll plank which we can understand from these 7 guarantees, that is the 300 units electricity to all the residents of Haryana, because they feel this was a poll plank in Punjab which was used by Aam Aadmi Party, and the same thing they had repeated in Haryana also, because they wanted to touch every section of the society so that they will be able to woo all the voters with these guarantees which they had already given assurance. So let's see how they are going to give other guarantees in the coming days, but as of now it seems that they are trying to touch all the sections of the society so that they will be able to mount a big poll campaign in the coming days. Back to studio.
All right. Well, thanks very much, Gurpreet, for joining us with the very latest. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on that story. All right, let's now shift our focus to, well, voting that is underway in the first phase of the Jammu and Kashmir elections. Remember, the state will see 3 phases, and today is the first phase of the election. 50.65% is the voter turnout that has been recorded till 3 p.m., which is the highest voter turnout so far, has been recorded in Kishtwar district of Jammu and Kashmir with 70.03% voter turnout, while the lowest in Pulwama with 36.9%. Now, the polling began at 7 a.m. and will continue till 6 p.m. this evening. We have, of course, our team of reporters who've been getting us the very latest from ground zero, but it's been heartening to see long queues since the morning. Jammu and Kashmir phase 1 of elections coming in at a time when there has been a recent spate of terror attacks in the valley. In fact, a lot of the seats that are seeing polling today have seen terror attacks take place recently, but it is a historic election in Jammu and Kashmir, the first assembly election after the abrogation of Article 370, the battle for 24 crucial seats that is in fact underway, and an over 50% voter turnout, at least till 3 p.m.
I'm happy that they've come here to cast their vote और मैं सुबह से पोलिंग बूथ्स में जा रही हूँ. नौजवान जो हैं, खवातीन हैं, यंग लड़कियाँ, जो हमारी बुजुर्ग लेडीज हैं, बुजुर्ग आदमी, they are all coming out to cast their votes. Delhi should honor this mandate. Delhi should ensure that it's a free and fair, transparent election. पिछले 6 साल से यहाँ से बाबूडम चल रहा है. यहाँ लोगों के जो मसाइल है कोई हल नहीं कर रहा है. करप्शन इतनी है, धांधली इतनी है. एलजी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के अंडर आप देखिए कोई भी पोस्ट नहीं भरी है 2019 से. हमारे जो नौजवान लड़के हैं घर पे बैठे हैं, आप ड्रग्स में जा रहे हैं. सो इट्स अ गुड स्टेप एंड बिकॉज दे आर शोइंग देयर फेथ इन डेमोक्रेसी, आई रियली अप्रिशिएट दैट. इट टेक्स अ लॉट फॉर देम टू शो फेथ आफ्टर द वे दिल्ली हैज अंडरमाइंड डेमोक्रेसी.
All right, well, shifting focus now to the south, where there is a big political buzz over the elevation of Udaynidhi Stalin. Udaynidhi Stalin, the son of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, is likely to be elevated to the position of Deputy Chief Minister. This, of course, is a big political elevation for M.K. Stalin's son, which is supposedly in the works. There's a high-level meeting of the DMK rank and file, which is underway at the DMK headquarters. However, Udaynidhi Stalin, when he faced camera, said it is something that the Chief Minister will decide.
முதலமைச்சர் முடிவெடுப்பாருங்க, நீங்கள் முடிவெடுக்காதீங்க. தொண்டர்கள் விருப்பத்தை அவங்க தெரிவிச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. நேற்று பணிமணிக்கம் அவர்கள் அது விருப்பத்தை தெரிவித்தாங்க. எதாக இருந்தாலும் என்றைக்குமே எல்லா அமைச்சர்களுமே முதலமைச்சருக்கு துணையாக தான் இருப்போம். இது முழுக்க முழுக்க முதலமைச்சருடைய தனிப்பட்ட முடிவு.
The elevation of Prince Udaynidhi as Deputy Chief Minister signals and marks the end of DMK in Tamil Nadu going forward. The upcoming Assembly 2026, DMK is all set to split into different factions with couple of seniors going to revolt against this decisions. This is a clear example of dynasty rule in the name of democracy. Father, son, grandson and great-grandson clearly expose how big a liar M.K. Stalin is. Prior to the elections, in a TV show, he said neither his son-in-law nor will son will venture into politics. Now his son been given a ticket as MLA, made as a minister, now been elevated as a DCM, and all the plans to show him as the face of 2026 CM candidate for DMK clearly signals and marks the end of DMK in Tamil Nadu.
Let's go right across to Sam Daniel joining us with the very latest. So Sam, stiff criticism already coming in from the quarters of the AIADMK, but what are you picking up in terms of the speculation around Udaynidhi Stalin's elevation?
Well, there is so much of speculation around the elevation of Udaynidhi Stalin as the Deputy Chief Minister, Rishika, but nobody from the party or from the government is opening their mouth. But sources in the Raj Bhavan say they have not got any information in terms of either a cabinet reshuffle or in terms of adding new portfolios to Udaynidhi Stalin or to redesignate him as Deputy Chief Minister. At the moment, the governor is expected to be at the Raj Bhavan, returning from his outstation trip a little later in the evening. If at all, any official announcement, if it happens, should come a little later from the Raj Bhavan. From the DMK side, this comes in a sense preparing for the 2026 assembly elections or using this as an excuse to elevate Udaynidhi Stalin. In 2026, Tamil Nadu will have another star in the fray, Active Vijay, who has launched his party, the TVK. And sources in the DMK say this is, whenever it happens, is in preparation to that, to be able to counter to the popularity of Vijay, so that Udinidhi, being an actor himself in the past, will be able to reach out to and connect better with younger audience. Secondly, they justify, if it happens, that this would be in recognition of Udinidhi Stalin's contribution to the party. They say he had actively campaigned in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, in which the party had won all but one seat in Tamil Nadu. And in the 2021 assembly elections, which led to the DMK's coming back to power in the state, and in the 2024 recent Lok Sabha elections, in which the DMK alliance had won all the 40 seats in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Besides this, they say, as a youth wing leader within the party, he had also mobilized huge number of youngsters across Tamil Nadu signing up to be members of the party. In that way, he has contributed to the strengthening of the youth power in the party. But it's also opening to criticism, saying that the DMK is increasingly becoming not a democratic party, but in the name of democracy, they are furthering the interests of the family, furthering the cause of family politics and dynastic politics. They point out it was earlier Karunanidhi, then it became Stalin. Now the stage is set to bring in Udinidhi Stalin before the 2026 elections. But the DMK argues that Udinidhi Stalin, number one, is a democratically elected MLA, and the Chief Minister has his prerogative to appoint anyone as a minister or as a deputy. And there's nothing illegal, nothing wrong in that sense, they argue.
Well, absolutely. Will the people buy into the narrative of the opposition, or will they be happy with Udinidhi Stalin's elevation? That's a question, Sam, that will only be answered in time. Thanks very much for joining us with the very latest. Let's shift our focus to news from neighbouring Karnataka now, where Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has alleged a conspiracy. He's hinted at quote-unquote traitors within the party. The Karnataka Chief Minister's comment comes at a rally in Kalaburgi, where he compared himself to a freedom fighter. Now, this is, remember, an interesting comment that has been made by the Chief Minister amid allegations against him in the Muda land scam. The Karnataka Chief Minister hinting at traitors within the Congress is a wheeled attack, essentially, on his own colleagues.
ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ನವರಿಗೆ ಸಂಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ರಾಯಣ್ಣ ಹಿಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ನವರಿಗೆ ಚಳ್ಳೆ ಹಣ್ಣು ತಿನ್ನಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸಂಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ರಾಯಣ್ಣ. ಸಿಂಹ ಸ್ವಪ್ನ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ನವರಿಗೆ. ಆಗ ನಮ್ಮವರು ಸಂಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ರಾಯಣ್ಣನನ್ನ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ನವರಿಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಈ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಮನೆ ಮುರುಕರು ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವತ್ತು ಇದ್ರು, ಇವತ್ತು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮುಂದೆನೂ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾ ಬೇಡ? ಈಗಲೂ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ 2ನೇ ಸಾರಿ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಜಾರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ. ಬಡವರಿಗೆ, ದಲಿತರಿಗೆ, ಹಿಂದುಳಿದವರಿಗೆ, ಅಲ್ಪಸಂಖ್ಯಾತರಿಗೆ, ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಆರ್ಥಿಕವಾಗಿ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕವಾಗಿ ಶಕ್ತಿ ತುಂಬತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ.
All right, well, after Kerala and Karnataka, now the Me Too storm appears to have hit the state of Telangana with sexual harassment allegations against choreographer Johnny Master, who's now facing the heat. The Telangana Film Chamber has removed the choreographer against whom sexual harassment charges have been levelled by another female choreographer. She's filed a complaint with the Telangana Film Chamber, which has now taken action. Meanwhile, there is also a committee that has been formed to address the case, and the committee is likely to file an interim report.
Thanks very much for being with us. My first question to you, it's a similar pattern, something that we saw in the Kerala film industry as well, that these men with assault charges, these extremely powerful men, they occupy top positions in these film bodies, and that makes the entire redressal process almost a sham.
Yes, it's kind of like a scene out of Andhadhun, where you go to the police station and the perpetrator is the inspector himself. It's almost a theater of the absurd. But I think the question is in reverse, because only if you're in a place of power can you actually go forth and use that power, abuse that power to exploit people. If you were not in a position of power, if you were an upcoming dance choreographer yourself, who's going to even subject themselves to your advances? Who's going to even tolerate that? This, I'm not saying, and before an thorough investigation is completed, it is not fair for to label somebody, then it would be a witch hunt. But that said, at least in the choreographer's case, the girl, she's actually well known. We, out of decency, are not talking about her name here, but everybody knows. In the Telugu industry, the media is completely open about her name, what she's done. Her YouTube videos are being shared now, and they're viral. So everybody knows that this was a long-standing. I think this is somebody who won a dance competition, was offered the job of assistant to Johnny Master. She worked with him for almost 2 years.
We are not revealing anything about her identity, given the fact that she may have been a minor, when the charges came to that, and there's a POSO Act against.
Not a minor.
Yes.
I don't think she was a minor at the time the first encounter may have taken place. I do believe that she won her dance competition and joined his services as a major only, but that is
besides the
irrelevant.
point, yes.
Anybody in a sexual assault case, you cannot be talking about the alleged victim's identity.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change, on 19 September, only on NDTV Network. The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics,
Welcome back. Samarth by Hyundai in partnership with NDTV is a movement for equal rights for persons with disabilities. This initiative now is a nationwide movement and is supported by many corporates across the country. Here's one such voice.
I should congratulate NDTV for partnering with Hyundai in this very important activity. And I think employment for PWDs and working for affirmative action on this community should come from the heart. There are two things required. One is the infrastructure, for example, ramps, lifts. Second is psychological years. See, we have to see from their minds. Some of them are very huge, good skills. God has given like this, especially in PWDs, because you have less of one thing, but you have more of other thing. So they are very good in creative skills sometimes, and it actually aids the company. So I think that way, I think the whole culture has to be now that this PW employment, I'm not talking PWD, is not a charity. It is something which is good for you.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports,
The Union Cabinet approves one nation, one election. The government says 80% of those consulted supported one nation, one polls. The Congress hits out, says this is a diversionary poll gimmick, while other opposition leaders say this destroys federalism, compromises democracy. The Congress releases its manifesto ahead of the Haryana elections. The Congress promises 7 guarantees. Caste census as well is one of those guarantees. Congress also promises legal guarantee of MSP and 2,000 rupees monthly aid for women. A big NDTV exclusive. China's build-up near the Arunachal frontier. New Chinese heliport is being developed near the Arunachal frontier, while India counters Chinese build-up with massive infrastructure of its own. The first phase of polling is underway in Jammu and Kashmir, the first elections after 10 years and a battle for 24 seats in this first phase. 50.7% voter turnout recorded till 3 p.m. And SpiceJet's shocking revelation, unpaid and disputed dues at nearly 800 crore. The airline says witnessing financial constraints. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and our top story, an exclusive from NDTV. A new Chinese heliport is being constructed just 20 kilometers east of the line of actual control near the sensitive fishtails region of Arunachal Pradesh. This may give Chinese armed forces the ability to speedily move in military resources into an underdeveloped remote area along the Indo-Chinese frontier. While the heliport lies within Chinese territory that India does not dispute, its presence may be deeply problematic. It's over to Vishnu for the exclusive report.
Well, the heliport, images of which you see here, lies along the banks of the Gongri-Babuku River in the Tibetan Autonomous Region. This is within Chinese territory that India does not dispute. Before we share more details, this is the area. Let's go to the next page that we're actually talking about. And this is actually east of the sensitive fishtails region in Arunachal Pradesh. And what you see over here are Indian air bases in the region, in Arunachal Pradesh, in Assam as well. And these are Chinese bases which they have in the region. And this is where the new Chinese heliport has been constructed. But let's move to another image of this, because this is all in that very, very sensitive Fishtail 2 region. Now, this is in the far east of Arunachal Pradesh on the frontier with China. You can see the position of the new heliport. You can see the Fishtail 2 region and the Fishtail 1 region. It's called Fishtail because it's distinctive in this region. This is close to where, just 20 kilometers across in their territory, the Chinese have constructed this particular facility. And you've got many more details over here. What we are looking at over here are the hangars. Now, 3 of these hangars have already been constructed. There is a 4th which is being constructed over here. And there'll be 3 further hangars which are being constructed in this particular area. The air traffic control is going to be set up over here as well. We've got the apron area. And it is on this apron area in the bottom that you're going to have helicopters which are actually positioned. Let's go to the next image, which actually shows you the runway. So this is just south of what I was showing you. You've got 2 parallel taxiways over here. You've got this 600-meter runway, which is in the process of being constructed. This actually enables rolling takeoffs by helicopters in mountainous areas such as this. Helicopters sometimes roll for a takeoff because power available to them is actually lower. The next image actually shows you all of this. Now, right on top, the blue structures over there are the work sheds where work on this is actually taking place. It's just been in the last 9 months that all of this has taken place. The Chinese constructing at a very, very fast pace. The hangars that I told you about, the runway below it, and of course this is 20 kilometers from the line of actual control. Again, this is an area that India doesn't dispute. But let's bring you a few more details on why this is significant. Now, this is significant because over a period of time, the Chinese have been salami slicing into territory all across the frontier. They've been threatening the frontier in many senses. And while this is in an undisputed area, India needs to deal with the Chinese infrastructure built up on our sides. How exactly is India doing that? We are doing it through the Vibrant Villages Development Project. So if we move to this, this is announced by Amit Shah. It's the Vibrant Villages project, which targets 3,000 villages, not just in Arunachal Pradesh, but 4 states across the northeast of the country. 4,800 crore rupees has been allotted for the first phase of this project. And also separately, there is a 2,400 kilometer trans-Arunachal highway that is being completed that drastically reduces travel time, particularly in parts of eastern Arunachal Pradesh. But let's just go back one more time to the image that we are talking about. This has already been constructed. It represents a formidable infrastructure build-up in an area which has typically been underdeveloped. I'm talking once again about that Fishtails region on the very east of Arunachal Pradesh. How will India counter this? That needs to be seen.
All right, thanks so much, Vishnu, for joining us with that exclusive report. But now on to the big political story of the hour. And the Union Cabinet today approved the government's One Nation, One Election push, which proposes simultaneous Lok Sabha and Assembly elections with urban body and panchayat polls to be held within 100 days, except in the report of a panel which was led by former President Ram Nath Kovind. There is unanimous opinion that simultaneous polls beginning from 2029 should be held, is what the panel said, which included Home Minister Amit Shah, Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal, Senior Supreme Court Advocate Harish Salve, among other members. The panel did, though, call for a legally sustainable way to realign existing electoral cycles. It had been tasked with recommending solutions in case of a hung result, a no confidence motion or defection. Now, the government claimed that it had of the respondents, 80% were in favor of a one nation, one election, but the opposition has hit out, with the Congress calling it a diversionary poll gimmick ahead of elections, and others in the opposition saying it goes against federalism and democracy. According to the report, 32 parties favored the simultaneous elections while 15 parties opposed it.
A large number of political parties across the political spectrum have actually supported the One Nation, One Election initiative. When they interacted with the high-level committee, they gave their inputs in a very succinct manner, with a lot of clarity. Our government believes in creating a consensus on items which affect our democracy.
चलने वाला नहीं है, ये सिर्फ चुनाव जब आते कोई ना कोई कुछ मुद्दा नहीं मिल रहा उनको, ऐसी चीजें बात करने के लिए, इश्यू को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए वो बात करते हैं, और इसीलिए और पूरे देश के लोग कोई मानने वाले भी नहीं हैं.
One nation, one election was a thought which was announced well before the general elections of 2024. So anybody who's saying that it because of the election results have actually given us a historic mandate, and that's why we are able to take such historic decisions. देखिए, बहुत जल्दी विपक्ष में भी उनके अंदर से आंतरिक दबाव बनने न लग जाए कहीं, क्योंकि देश में करीब 80% of the respondents who responded during the consultation process, 80% से ज़्यादा लोगों ने इसको बहुत पॉजिटिव सपोर्ट दिया है.
हमारे भूतपूर्व राष्ट्रपति आदरणीय रामनाथ कोविंद जी की अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनी थी. उसने एक रिपोर्ट दी और रिपोर्ट राष्ट्रपति जी को सौंपी थी, और उसके बाद उस पे आप निश्चित मानिए एक अध्ययन भी चल रहा है, और हमारा जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो एजेंडा था, जो संकल्प पत्र था, उसमें भी इसका उल्लेख है. हमारे एनडीए के साथियों से भी हम इसकी चर्चा कर रहे हैं, और इसमें ये जो मोदी 3.0 का जो कालखंड है, इसी कालखंड में ये निश्चित रूप से आएगा भी, निश्चित रूप से आएगा, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है.
सरकार ने कहा है कि जब हाई लेवल कमेटी ने इस पर इनपुट्स लिए थे तो 80% लोगों ने इसका समर्थन किया, और जब उनसे ये पूछा गया अश्विनी वैष्णव से कि मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे ने इसका विरोध किया है, तो उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए, हमें उम्मीद है कि विपक्ष में भी जब इस पर चर्चा होगी तो दबाव बनेगा विपक्ष पर.
बड़ी बात कर रहे हैं. 80% कहाँ हुआ भाई? जिस देश में सेंसस नहीं हुआ, कौन किस 80% से बात किया? भाजपा दफ्तर में बैठ के बात किया, अपने सहयोगियों से बात किया. आप बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं. 80%, which 80%? Where do they belong to? Did they come to me? Did they come to ordinary people? The rickshaw pullers, the vendors, farmers, SC, ST, OBC, poor? नहीं ना. तो ये कहानियां 80% लोग, ये तो उसी तरह की बात हो गई कि फलाने साहब सैंपल सर्वे के प्रेडिक्ट कर रहे थे कि 400 पार हो रही. हुआ क्या? 240 के लाले पड़ गए. तो मेरा मानना है कि गंभीर विषयों पर ना गंभीर बातचीत हो. ये हल्की फुल्की बातचीत के लिए नहीं कि तोते की तरह सारे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर चालू हो गए. आप ये बताओ कि क्या व्यवस्था है कि चुनाव हुआ, मान लो पूरे सारे राज्यों में और केंद्र में, और फलाने 2 राज्यों में ये दिक्कत आई, क्या करिएगा?
All right, let's go across to our reporters now. We're joined by Sunil and Aishwarya. And Sunil, first to you. So what happens next? We're expecting this to be brought in at the winter session, and this will only be implemented post 2029?
That's what the Kovind report says, and that's what the cabinet has given approval, unless they decide and have a change of mind. As of now, you'll have an implementation committee. You'll have, trying to create a narrative across the country. So that's the message that they will try to do. And of course, then the legislative framework of how to go about that entire process. There is a number of changes that have to be done, some in one article. So at least 5 to 6 constitutional amendments are required. Only one constitutional amendment requires the ratification of 50% of the states. That relates to one nation, one electoral poll, one electoral roll. So if you want to have the same electoral roll for elections in Lok Sabha as well as in the state as well as in the panchayat, then this election commission needs that mandate, and it has to be mandated by the constitution, and subsequent amendments will have to be done, and for that you'll need the ratification of 50% of the states. But the Kovind committee, as per their legal, after consultation with legal luminaries, have said that this, other changes, for example, the cutting the duration of the House, the appointed date, how they go about that entire process in terms of ensuring that there will be simultaneous election, can be done with mere ratification of 2/3 of the House in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. What does that mean? Technically, you need approximately 350 to 360 in the Lok Sabha, and it has to be at least 2/3 of that in the Lok Sabha, and at least half have to be present. So it's a dynamic process because we can't really say what will be the number. Suppose somebody walks out, so it's different, and the same with the Rajya Sabha. But having said that, that ratification is critical before you go about that entire process. It's a long road. There are, as you can see, the numbers at present in the Lok Sabha are extremely difficult because the NDA has a majority of 290. There are opposition from the India bloc as well as other parties, unless Prime Minister Narendra Modi is able to break ranks within the India and ensure they get bipartisan support both in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. It's going to be a long way forward. This also will have to take into account at a later stage what is going to be the Women's Reservation Bill, which has been passed with the census, and then of course the other process of delimitation that will be required to be done. So it's a long road, it's a lot of steps, a lot of political consensus at the present juncture, and already the voices of opposition, even before the formal announcement could be made, could be heard in New Delhi.
That's right. Thanks so much, Sunil, for that. And Aishwar, if we talk about the politics over it, the Congress has already hit out, calling it an election gimmick, a diversionary, move by the government. The government saying that this is something that will economically benefit the country. Even Asad Owaisi has hit out, saying that this is something that goes against the federal structure and against democracy.
Well, the recommendations that were sought by the political parties across the political spectrum, the government claims that 80% had made their consensus towards the one nation, one election. But majorly, it was almost 33 of the political parties, which are the NDA allies, supported it, and more than 17 political parties, which are in the India bloc, had completely denied it, and they were against the one nation, one election. Political war of words had already begun. It is Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge who had said that the Bharatiya Janata Party had no real issues, and therefore the reason, just before the Haryana polls and the Jammu and Kashmir polls which are underway, this attempt to divert the entire attention had been taken up once again by the government. It is Ashwini Vaishnav who categorically stated that during the next course of 5 years, till 2029, they will be making consensus among the political parties in the oppositions as well. Because remember, as our colleague mentioned, that 2/3 of the majority is needed in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha to pass the bill. Now, it is the opposition parties who will also, who had made their mind. Of course, in the past, we have seen in the parliament how there had been several bills that were completely, taken back, and there were U-turns in some of the bills that were brought by the government. The opposition had been
firmly against any of such issues that had been brought by the government, and the opposition parties have made it very clear. But the government intention from day one, remember that speech by Prime Minister from the Red Fort, who had said that each and everyone should come together to implement one nation, one election, because this will help the government to implement its policies better on ground. This will reduce the cost of the elections as well, and certainly this will also have a good, combination of strategic planning as far as the state government, the central government in the upcoming years as well. And therefore the reason this is very important, and that's the agenda that government was thinking of for 100 days. Now, very importantly for our viewers, today in the cabinet meeting, this recommendation of the higher level committee of One Nation, One Election has just been accepted, and it has not been approved. Remember, this committee report had already been submitted to President of India earlier, and this has now been accepted. Further implementation panel will be constituted, and to have a practical approach to it that will think upon it and how to go ahead is something that is a tough task for the government. That's what also the experts are clearly stating.
All right, and already, as we said, opposition calling it a diversionary electoral gimmick. Thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with all those details and the politics now playing out over this announcement by the government. Well, moving on to news of the Haryana elections, the Congress today released its manifesto for the upcoming assembly polls. The Grand Old Party announced 7 guarantees in its election blueprint. Remember, these guarantees have become something of a part and parcel of electoral announcements by the Congress Party. Making the announcement, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge outlined that the manifesto will focus on providing benefits to families, empowering women, supporting the youth, strengthening social security, and improving lives of backward classes, farmers, and the poor.
हम इस गारंटी को रखे हैं नाम 7 वायदे पक्के इरादे। महिलाओं को शक्ति, हर महीने 2000 रुपए देने का हम वायदा कर रहे हैं। 500 रुपए गैस सिलेंडर के लिए हम देंगे। सामाजिक सुरक्षा को बल, जैसा कि बुढ़ापा पेंशन है, दिव्यांग पेंशन है, विधवा पेंशन है और ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम।
Very calculative step has been taken by the political party, and Congress has only announced 7 promises, 7 guarantees which they want to give to the people of Haryana if they are coming to power. Let's discuss about these 7 guarantees. We have seen they had touched the MSP. That is one of the main issue which is prevailing in the state, because they wanted to woo the section of farmers toward Congress. At the same time, they had also decided to give 6,000 pension to all the old people who are already getting the pension from the previous government, and that was less amount as compared to they had made announcement. At the same time, for attracting youth, we have seen unemployment was one of the major political issue in the state of Haryana, and specifically we have seen the Congress party is highlighting this unemployment again and again in the various pockets of Haryana while conducting this election campaign. What we have learned, around 2 lakh jobs they had given assurance to all the youth. At the same time, we have seen they had given a security to the women also by making an announcement saying they are going to give 2,000 rupees per house. So it seems that they are trying to take a very calculative measures and steps also, and they are also looking up other aspects also. One of the main poll plank which we can understand from these 7 guarantees, that is the 300 units electricity to all the residents of Haryana, because they feel this was a poll plank in Punjab which was used by Aam Aadmi Party, and the same thing they had repeated in Haryana also, because they wanted to touch every section of the society so that they will be able to woo all the voters with these guarantees which they had already given assurance. So let's see how they are going to give other guarantees in the coming days, but as of now it seems that they are trying to touch all the sections of the society so that they will be able to mount a big poll campaign in the coming days.
And it's the last hour of polling in the first phase of elections in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, where the polling began at 7 this morning. It will end at 6 o'clock. The overall voter turnout as of 3 p.m. was 50.65%, and the highest voter turnout so far has been recorded in Kishtwar district with 70.03%, and the lowest has been in Pulwama with 36.90%. Remember, the electoral process, they're returning to Jammu and Kashmir. The assembly elections are taking place after 10 years of there being no elections, and of course Jammu and Kashmir changing from state to union territory. Iltija Mufti, who is making her electoral debut in this phase, said that the youth is excited. She spoke about how senior citizens and even young girls are coming out to cast their vote.
I am happy that they've come here to cast their vote. और मैं सुबह से पोलिंग बूथ्स में जा रही हूँ. नौजवान जो हैं, खवातीन हैं, यंग लड़कियाँ, जो हमारी बुजुर्ग लेडीज हैं, बुजुर्ग आदमी, they are all coming out to cast their votes. Delhi should honor this mandate. Delhi should ensure that it's a free and fair, transparent election. पिछले 6 साल से यहाँ से बाबूडम चल रहा है. यहाँ लोगों के जो मसाइल है कोई हल नहीं कर रहा है. करप्शन इतनी है, धांधली इतनी है. LG एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के अंडर आप देखिए कोई भी पोस्ट नहीं भरी है 2019 से. हमारे जो नौजवान लड़के हैं घर पे बैठे हैं, आप ड्रग्स में जा रहे हैं. So it's a good step, and because they're showing their faith in democracy, I really appreciate that. It takes a lot for them to show faith after the way Delhi has undermined democracy.
A former minister, a former legislator has survived more than dozen militant attacks, and her father was also killed by militants in Jammu and Kashmir. Sakina ji, जब आप आज देखते हैं कि ये इलेक्शन बिला किसी बंदूक के खौफ के, बाइकआउट कॉल के, किसी डर के बगैर, और वो पॉलिटिशियन जिसने इतना सहा, इतने बड़े अटैक्स, आपके, मुझे मालूम है आपका घर जैसे बंकर था
जी. मुझे याद है 2002 का इलेक्शन, उसमें कम से कम 10 से 15 अटैक्स जो हैं मेरे ऊपर हुए हैं. उससे पहले भी कई अटैक हुए, और वो इलेक्शन में लोगों ने मुझे कहा कि अब कैंपेनिंग के लिए मत निकलो, क्योंकि जितनी बार मैं निकली उतनी बार माइन ब्लास्ट, उसमें 2-4 लोग जो हैं वो उनकी डेथ भी हो गई, CRPF के भी, सिविल पुलिस के भी. तो फिर मैं निकली नहीं. उसके बाद लोगों ने खुद मुझे वोट डाला, लेकिन वो इलेक्शन बहुत टफ था और बहुत अटैक्स हुए. जहाँ तक आज के इलेक्शन का सवाल है, ये इलेक्शन ठीक है, नॉर्मल है, और लोगों की इतनी बड़ी तादाद है, लोग इतनी बड़ी तादाद में बाहर आ रहे हैं, वोट दे रहे हैं. आपने खुद देखा है, और मैं भी कई एरियाज़ में गई जहाँ मैंने देखा है बड़ी बड़ी लंबी लाइनें हैं.
और इस आपके हमारे पीछे जो पोलिंग बूथ है उसमें पहले 60%, 1 बजे तक की 60% वोटिंग हुई है
जी. क्योंकि आपने खुद 10 बरसों में देखा होगा, 10 बरसों में लोग तरसते थे कि कब वो टाइम आएगा कि जब हम असेंबली इलेक्शन के लिए वोट डालेंगे. और जहाँ हम जाते थे लोग हमसे यही पूछते थे असेंबली इलेक्शन होगा नहीं होगा. लेकिन लोग जो हैं अब इस इलेक्शन के लिए बहुत जोश खरोश से बाहर आए, लंबी लंबी कतारें पकड़ी.
Now, special booths were set up for Kashmiris to cast their vote here in Delhi. NDTV's Tanushka caught up with some of those who'd come out to cast their vote.
You just cast your vote. What were the facilities like inside? What is the polling arrangement like inside? Is this the first time that, a polling booth has been set up like this in Delhi?
No, it is a fantastic, I can say the Election Commission have done a commendable job. I should appreciate this, and it is a privilege to Kashmiri Pandits that we have been provided the 4 polling booths. But having said that, but we have the numbers in less, but they are irrespective of that, we have the technicalities, flaws created by the successive regimes earlier, M-Farm. That should be eradicated. That should not be. If you have the epic number, you just show your identity and cast your vote by the voter list. That is not the procedure here. Otherwise, the system is very good.
What is the pulse here of, the voting? How was the process inside?
It was very smooth, and being the first time voter, especially for Kashmir, we all were very excited. And for 3 of us, it was the first time. I think our mom, she has voted earlier as well. But for us, it was nostalgia, a moment of pride as well, to be giving that vote, the right that we have. So yes, obviously we were excited. The process is very smooth. People are very helpful. The officials there are very helpful. So we just went there and casted our vote. So yeah.
और आपने पहली बार जम्मू कश्मीर इलेक्शंस के लिए दिल्ली से वोट दिया?
Yes, first time. ये बहुत अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटी है हर किसी के लिए. Like हमारे पास कोई रीज़न नहीं है वोट ना देने का. वो हमारी प्लेस पे आके हमें हेल्प कर रहे हैं वोट देने के लिए. मैं सबको अर्ज करूँगी जो भी है, everybody should go and cast their votes. हमारे ऑफिस की तरफ से भी काफ़ी स्मूथनेस है. You can go and वोटिंग के लिए कभी मना नहीं है, तो सब लोगों को जाना चाहिए. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So these were some young women voters, and they said that they are first-time voters in the Jammu Kashmir, elections. This is historic elections also because it's happening after so many years. And what the voters at this point are, articulating is that they're definitely very excited and looking forward to someone who can reclaim Jammu and Kashmir in a way in which they can also go back to Jammu Kashmir and live in the place where they were born. With camera person Kamal Khan, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
All right, so Kashmiris coming out to cast their vote here in Delhi, where polling booths were set up. Let's go across to Nazir now. And Nazir, it's the last, half hour left of this phase of the elections there in Jammu and Kashmir. Take us through, what you've been hearing so far. What's the voter turnout been like?
Well, it is just half an hour left for the completion of the voting, today's voting. It was moderate to brisk polling across 24 assembly constituencies across Jammu and Kashmir, across 7 districts of Jammu and Kashmir today. And the voters have rather sealed the fate of 219 candidates. Around 40% of them are independents. So it's not first time that you have such a large number of independents, where I remember in 2008, there was much number independents were much higher in number. Having said that, this is the first election after abrogation of Article 370, first election in the Union Territory in the history of Jammu and Kashmir, and first election after a long gap of 10 years, assembly election. So there was enthusiasm since morning. People were waiting in long queues, waiting for their turn to cast their vote, which we showed through the day. Right now, almost this village in the Anantnag district's Bijbehara area is done with voting. It just looks one or two people coming now. They come and one by one cast their vote. So largely by 4, the vote percentage was 50. It's expected to cross the last voting percentage in 2014. And through the day, what was the best thing is that, it was completely peaceful, without fear of violence, without fear of boycott calls. And clearly it was a relaxed atmosphere, even as massive security arrangements have been made as a precautionary measure which is being done across the country, and the security forces are more sensitive about Jammu and Kashmir, that they don't want any wrong message to go from here, that too on a polling day. Having said that, they have been, challenged on the south of Pir Panjal, where we have seen recent spurt in the terror attacks, particularly on the army. So the challenge for the security force was to keep militants at bay, not allow to disturb the poll process. So fortunately, it has been one very participative, brisk polling. At the same time, anybody who came out of their own will, and it's essentially a four-cornered contest, if we say so, for NC Congress alliance, then PDP and the BJP. So they are contesting, and in some parts BJP is strong, particularly in the Doda Kishtwar region, and in South Kashmir, these 16 seats, BJP doesn't have much, foothold in this area, but they are contesting several seats here in South Kashmir in this first phase as well. So very, very interesting election, which will also send a message, its results, whether people are happy with the old Kashmir or what they say, Naya Kashmir post abrogation of the Article 370, and people say, look, they will send a message what they want. In this whole election process, regional parties wanted the restoration of Article 370. They demanded restoration of statehood. BJP is saying, we are giving back statehood. Why the opposition is demanding so? But the good thing is today, it is the victory of democracy in Kashmir. I spoke to National Conference leader Sakina Yuttu. She has been a brave lady, regardless of her politics, who have suffered 15 militant attacks and was once injured as well. Her father and uncle were also killed by militants. Yet she did not leave the place, her home. And she stood not only there with the people, but for the democracy. And finally, we see even those parties who are boycotting elections like Jamaat Islami, they are participating in this election as well. And that, she said, is the victory of democracy.
Right, absolutely. Thanks so much, Nazir, for joining us. And just about half an hour left for the polling to close. And as Nazir said, the good news really is, besides, at 3 o'clock, the voter turnout was over 50%, is that it has been peaceful largely across all the 24 seats that have gone to polls today. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
The Union Cabinet approves One Nation, One Election.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports,
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva Youth for Change on 19th September, only on NDTV Network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience. Started.
Welcome back. The big story we're tracking. The Union Cabinet today approved the government's One Nation, One Election push, which proposes simultaneous Lok Sabha and Assembly elections. The opposition, however, has hit out. Let's listen in to what Asaduddin Owaisi has to say.
ये तो लग रहा है कि हरियाणा बुरी तरह हारने वाले हैं बीजेपी, और फिर लगता है कि कश्मीर में इनका खाता नहीं खुलेगा, जम्मू में मुकाबला होगा। अगर जम्मू के मुसलमान मुत्तहदा तौर पर वोट का इस्तेमाल करेंगे तो वहां पर भी इनका बहुत बड़ा लॉस होने जा रहा है। हरियाणा में तो बुरा हाल है, जितना हम सुन रहे हैं, खुद बीजेपी में रिवोल्ट है।
सर, आपके शहर हैदराबाद में एक बड़ी घटना घटी है। केटीआर ने ट्वीट करके भी बताया है 68 बच्चों का मौत हुआ है गांधी हॉस्पिटल में, और उससे ज्यादा कई महिलाएं, टोटल 70 के करीब मौतें हुई हैं सिर्फ अगस्त के महीने में। तो आप
नहीं वो बोलना क्या चाह रहे? वो
उन्होंने सवाल उठाया कि इतनी मौतें कैसे एक महीने में?
एक नहीं तो कैसे मौत हुई वो बोल रहे हैं, वो रीजन बता रहे हैं क्यों मौत हुई है। हाँ? नहीं वो बता रहे हैं कि क्यों मौत हुई है। भाई अस्पताल में कोई जीता भी है, अगर कि डॉक्टर्स की नेग्लिजेंस है तो यकीनन इंक्वायरी होगी ना। अस्पताल में अगर कोई इंतकाल हो रहा है किसी का तो नेग्लिजेंस है तो बताइए, वो बोल सकते हैं। मेरे को तो मैं देखा नहीं उनका, क्या वो ट्वीट किए, क्या वो एक्स पे किए क्या? अच्छा, एक्स पे किए।
और उन्होंने पार्टी की फैक्ट फाइंडिंग कमेटी बनाई है जो जाके वहां हॉस्पिटल में।
All right, so the government claiming that 80% of those who were spoken to by the panel led by former President Ram Nath Kovind, that they were in favor of one nation, one poll. However, the opposition has hit out. The Congress has claimed that this is a diversionary election gimmick, while the other opposition parties have said it goes against democracy, goes against federalism. Now, according to the panel report, 32 parties were in favor of simultaneous polls, while 15 parties had opposed it. Let's just listen in to what the government had to say, as well as some of the opposition voices.
A large number of political parties across the political spectrum have actually supported the One Nation, One Election initiative. When they interacted with the high-level committee, they gave their inputs in a very succinct manner, with a lot of clarity. Our government believes in creating a consensus on items which affect our democracy.
चलने वाला नहीं है। ये सिर्फ चुनाव जब आते कोई ना कोई कुछ मुद्दा नहीं मिल रहा उनको, ऐसी चीजें बात करने के लिए, इश्यू को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए वो बात करते हैं, और इसीलिए और पूरे देश के लोग कोई मानने वाले भी नहीं हैं।
One nation, one election was a thought which was announced well before the general elections of 2024. So anybody who's saying that it because of the election results have actually given us a historic mandate, and that's why we are able to take such historic decisions. देखिए बहुत जल्दी विपक्ष में भी उनके अंदर से आंतरिक दबाव बनने न लग जाए कहीं, क्योंकि देश में करीब 80% of the respondents who responded during the consultation process, 80% से ज़्यादा लोगों ने इसको बहुत पॉजिटिव सपोर्ट दिया है.
हमारे भूतपूर्व राष्ट्रपति आदरणीय रामनाथ कोविंद जी की अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनी थी. उसने एक रिपोर्ट दी और रिपोर्ट राष्ट्रपति जी को सौंपी थी, और उसके बाद उस पर आप निश्चित मानिए एक अध्ययन भी चल रहा है. और हमारा जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो एजेंडा था, जो संकल्प पत्र था, उसमें भी इसका उल्लेख है. हमारे एनडीए के साथियों से भी हम इसकी चर्चा कर रहे हैं, और इसमें ये जो मोदी 3.0 का जो कालखंड है, इसी कालखंड में ये निश्चित रूप से आएगा, भी निश्चित रूप से आएगा, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है.
सरकार ने कहा है कि जब हाई लेवल कमेटी ने इस पर इनपुट्स लिए थे तो 80% लोगों ने इसका समर्थन किया, और जब उनसे ये पूछा गया अश्विनी वैष्णव से कि मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे ने इसका विरोध किया है, तो उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए हमें उम्मीद है कि विपक्ष में भी जब इस पर चर्चा होगी तो दबाव बनेगा विपक्ष पर.
बड़ी बात कर रहे हैं. 80% कहाँ हुआ भाई? जिस देश में सेंसस नहीं हुआ, कौन किस 80% से बात किया? भाजपा दफ्तर में बैठ के बात किया, अपने सहयोगियों से बात किया. आप बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं. 80%, which 80%? Where do they belong to? Did they come to me? Did they come to ordinary people? The rickshaw pullers, the vendors, farmers, SC, ST, OBC, poor? नहीं ना. तो ये कहानियां 80% लोग, ये तो उसी तरह की बात हो गई कि फलाने साहब सैंपल सर्वे के प्रेडिक्ट कर रहे थे कि 400 पार हो रही. हुआ क्या? 240 के लाले पड़ गए. तो मेरा मानना है कि गंभीर विषयों पर ना गंभीर बातचीत हो. ये हल्की फुल्की बातचीत के लिए नहीं कि तोते की तरह सारे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर चालू हो गए. आप ये बताओ कि क्या व्यवस्था है कि चुनाव हुआ, मान लो पूरे सारे राज्यों में और केंद्र में, और फलाने 2 राज्यों में ये दिक्कत आई, क्या करिएगा?
In other news now, Udayanidhi Stalin, son of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and State Sports Minister, is set to be promoted to Deputy Chief Minister's post, is what sources told NDTV, indicating that a formal announcement is expected from the governor. But Udayanidhi himself played it down. Speaking to the media earlier today, he said, "You have to ask the Chief Minister. It is totally the Chief Minister's right to decide about it."
முதலமைச்சர் முடிவெடுப்பாருங்க, நீங்கள் முடிவெடுக்காதீங்க. தொண்டர்கள் விருப்பத்தை அவங்க தெரிவிச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. நேற்று பணிமாணிக்கம் அவர்கள் அது விருப்பத்தை தெரிவித்தாங்க. எதாக இருந்தாலும் என்றைக்குமே எல்லா அமைச்சர்களுமே முதலமைச்சருக்கு துணையாக தான் இருப்போம். இது முழுக்க முழுக்க முதலமைச்சருடைய தனிப்பட்ட முடிவு.
The elevation of Prince Udayanidhi as Deputy Chief Minister signals and marks the end of DMK in Tamil Nadu going forward. The upcoming Assembly 2026, DMK is all set to split into different factions, with couple of seniors going to revolt against this decisions. This is a clear example of dynasty rule in the name of democracy. Father, son, grandson and great-grandson clearly expose how big a liar M.K. Stalin is. Prior to the elections, in a TV show, he said neither his son-in-law nor will venture into politics. Now his son been given a ticket as MLA, made as a minister, now been elevated as a DCM, and all the plans to show him as the face of 2026 CM candidate for DMK clearly signals and marks the end of DMK in Tamil Nadu.
Let's go across to Sam Daniel now for more. And Sam, earlier this morning it seemed very imminent that this elevation was going to happen. Udayanidhi himself playing it down. So what are you hearing? When are we expecting this move to take place?
Well, Gargi, we should clarify there was no formal word either from the party, from credible sources or from the government, but this was largely speculative. But for quite some time, over the last several months, there's been a strong buzz that the party could elevate Udayanidhi Stalin as Deputy Chief Minister, who's now the Sports Minister. At the moment, there is no word yet, either from the Tamil Nadu government or from the Raj Bhavan, from where your formal response, a formal communication is normally expected when there is a cabinet reshuffle or a change in portfolios. And if everything goes well, then Udayanidhi could be upgraded or elevated as Deputy Chief Minister. And the party claims that he has earned this. He has been a key face of the party's campaign in getting that huge win in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections and 2024 Lok Sabha elections, where the party recently had swept polls, winning all 40 seats in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. And they also say, as sports minister, he has been able to turn Chennai into a sporting hub, beginning from the chess Olympiad before he became the minister, in which he was involved. Later, bringing Formula 4 and other Asian-level hockey to Chennai, and also the beach volleyball games. And they say at the party level, his entry or his elevation is required because in the 2026 assembly elections, the DMK would also be facing the popular star Vijay, making his debut in politics, and he has a huge following, fan following. To counter him, they say a younger leader like Udayanidhi Stalin is required in the party, and that's how they justify. But again, this elevation, if it happens, would trigger criticism that the DMK, one after the other, is promoting family politics, dynastic politics. It began with Karunanidhi, then MK Stalin, and now the stage is being set for Udayanidhi Stalin's elevation, possibly to take over the party, and if at all the government comes again to power next time, to become the chief minister as well. And they deny that this is family politics. They say that he has been democratically elected as an MLA, and now it's the chief minister's prerogative if he decides to elevate him as his deputy in the government.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. Now, some aviation news and a shocking revelation from a flyer. SpiceJet, unpaid and disputed dues of SpiceJet amount to nearly 800 crore, and SpiceJet has admitted to these tough times, saying witnessing constrained financial position. NDTV Sakshi reports.
SpiceJet has unpaid and disputed dues at nearly 800 crores. This as per a latest disclosure on the stock exchange on BSE. Now, these dues have not been paid. Dues are, of course, these are dues that have not been paid and disputed dues at large since the assessment year 2010. SpiceJet in the release says that, look, unpaid dues are due to constrained financial position, and they really are facing a constrained financial position, and therefore this is what the dues look like. And the disclosure also says that, look, 36 aircraft have been grounded, primarily due to alleged default. Revelations are part of SpiceJet's preliminary placement document, remember. SpiceJet plans to raise up to 3,000 crores via qualified institutional placement process, and SpiceJet's operational fleet drastically decreased really from 74 aircraft in 2019 to just 28 in 2024. So this really a sign of troubled times. While NDTV has reached out to SpiceJet for a comment, a clarification, we are yet to hear from them. But the fact that this disclosure is coming in at a time when already the airline is witnessing a drastic reduction in its fleet size is really call for troubled times.
Now, a Me Too storm in the south, and after Kerala, then Karnataka, now it is in Telangana as well, where a controversy has broken out after Telugu choreographer Jani Master has been accused of sexual harassment. The Telangana Film Chamber has removed him and they removed the choreographer who's been charged with sexual assault. Let's just listen in to what Kasturi Shankar had to say.
Nazir, thanks very much for being with us. My first question to you, it's a similar pattern, something that we saw in the Kerala film industry as well, that these men with assault charges, these extremely powerful men, they occupy top positions in these film bodies, and that makes the entire redressal process almost a sham.
Yes, it's kind of like a scene out of Andhadhun, where you go to the police station and the perpetrator is the inspector himself. It's almost a theater of the absurd. But I think the question is in reverse, because only if you're in a place of power can you actually go forth and use that power, abuse that power to exploit people? If you were not in a position of power, if you were an upcoming dance choreographer yourself, who's going to even subject themselves to your advances? Who's going to even tolerate that? This, I'm not saying, and before an thorough investigation is completed, it is not fair for to label somebody, then it would be a witch hunt. But that said, at least in the choreographer's case, the girl, she's actually well known. We, out of decency, are not talking about her name here, but everybody knows. In the Telugu industry, the media is completely open about her name, what she's done. Her YouTube videos are being shared now, and they're viral. So everybody knows that this was a long-standing. I think this is somebody who won a dance competition, was offered the job of assistant to Johnny Master. She worked with him for almost 2 years.
But of course, we are not revealing anything about her identity, given the fact that she may have been a minor, when the charges came to that, and there's also act against.
Not a minor.
Yes.
I don't think she was a minor at the time the first encounter may have taken place. I do believe that she won her dance competition and joined his services as a major only, but that is
besides the
irrelevant.
point, yes.
Anybody in a sexual assault case, you cannot be talking about the alleged victim's identity.
And finally, Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, is a movement for equal rights for persons with disabilities. The initiative, now a nationwide movement and supported by many corporates across the country. Here's one such voice.
I should congratulate NDTV for partnering with Hyundai in this very important activity. And I think employment for PWDs and working for affirmative action on this community should come from the heart. There are two things required. One is the infrastructure, for example, ramps, lifts. Second is psychological use. See, we have to see from their minds. Some of them are very huge, good skills. God has given like this, especially in PWDs. You have less of one thing, but you have more of other thing. So they are very good in creative skills sometimes, and it actually aids the company. So I think that way, I think the whole culture has to be now that this PW employment, I'm not talking PWD, is not a charity. It is something which is good for you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19th September, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV Network. The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV.
Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi at 6 p.m. on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Jammu Kashmir, first phase of voting done. What's the polling percentage? What have been the key issues? And how the Valley has reacted to polls after 10 years. The last assembly polls took place there in 2014 and now in 2024. Finally, Jammu and Kashmir seeing the elections in the first phase was in the crucial belt of South Kashmir. That is going to be our top focus. We'll also get you the war of promises in Haryana, along with the government's big move on one nation, one poll. But before all that, let's start with the headlines. Polling ends for the first phase of Jammu and Kashmir elections. Battle for 24 seats in Jammu and Kashmir, 58.2% voter turnout recorded till 5 p.m. Union Cabinet approves one nation, one election. Government says 80% of those consulted support one nation, one poll. Congress says this is a diversionary poll gimmick. This destroys federalism. Congress releases manifesto ahead of the Haryana polls. 7 promises and guarantees released by the Congress party. Census on the agenda. Also promises legal guarantee of MSP 2,000 rupees monthly for women. Financial distress in SpiceJet. Shocking revelations of unpaid disputed dues of nearly 800 crores. SpiceJet says witnessing financial constraints. In an NDTV exclusive, China's build-up near Arunachal Pradesh frontier. New Chinese heliport near Arunachal frontier. India counters Chinese build-up with massive infrastructure. Finally, the people of Jammu and Kashmir, at least in 24 constituencies of crucial South Kashmir, which at one point of time used to be the hotbed of terrorism, have voted, have their ballot, in fact, exercised their franchise, and now the future, or at least the people's, the candidates' future has been closed in the ballot machines. The voting ends, ladies and gentlemen, in Jammu and Kashmir. 24 seats of Jammu and Kashmir. There were long queues through the day as people came out in large numbers in Jammu and Kashmir to exercise their franchise. In fact, what we are getting to know at this moment is that till 5 p.m., the voting percentage has been 58.2%. The voting, remember, started at 7 a.m. and went on till 6, till just about 2 minutes. If you are in Jammu and Kashmir and you have not been able to cast your vote, too bad, you won't be allowed. But if you are inside the polling booth, the process will continue for you. This is the highest voter turnout so far, which has been recorded in Kishtwar district of Jammu and Kashmir with 70.03%, and the lowest in Pulwama, 36.9%. Iltija Mufti, who is taking forward the legacy of the Mufti clan, is making her electoral debut. She spoke to the media, said the youth is excited, senior citizens, women, young people, all of them have come out to cast their vote.
आई एम हैप्पी दैट देव कम हियर टू कास्ट देयर वोट और मैं सुबह से पोलिंग बूथ्स में जा रही हूँ. नौजवान जो हैं, खवातीन हैं, यंग लड़कियाँ, जो हमारी बुजुर्ग लेडीज हैं, बुजुर्ग आदमी, दे आर ऑल कमिंग आउट टू कास्ट देयर वोट्स. दिल्ली शुड ऑनर दिस मैंडेट. दिल्ली शुड इंश्योर दैट इट्स अ फ्री एंड फेयर ट्रांसपेरेंट इलेक्शन. पिछले 6 साल से यहाँ से बाबूडम चल रहा है. यहाँ लोगों के जो मसाइल है कोई हल नहीं कर रहा है. करप्शन इतनी है.
All right, so that was Iltija Mufti speaking there. Her future, her electoral debut, whether it is a success or not. For the PDP also, it's a very, very crucial election. Remember, Mehbooba Mufti at this moment not fighting the election. And this for Iltija Mufti, whether her debut makes, and PDP has been saying that they want to be the kingmakers. And PDP-BJP alliance was the last government that ruled the state of Jammu and Kashmir after the breakup, of course, and then later on the abrogation of Article 370, the statehood matter, the statehood status of Kashmir was withdrawn. Now, let me very quickly go across to my colleague Nazir Masudi, who is joining us at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, on the broadcast. Nazir, thanks for being with us. Voting over now, 6 p.m. I can see a lot of smiling faces behind you. There seems to be excitement to this whole process that Kashmir has witnessed after a long time for the assembly election.
Well, it was a fascinating day for people of Jammu and Kashmir because they got the chance to vote for Jammu and Kashmir assembly elections after a gap of 10 years. And it is the first vote after abrogation of Article 370 and stripping Jammu and Kashmir of its statehood. And people would today, they have decided the fate of 24 candidates who are contesting on 24 seats across 7 districts. There are 219 candidates. 40% of them are independents, and polling has right now closed. 1 hour before closure of the polling, there was 58% vote turnout was recorded. By 5 p.m. after a while, we'll know what exactly is the today's voter percentage. But let me talk to some of the people here. आपने वोट डाला आज?
जी
हाँ,
हमने वोट डाला।
क्या मुद्दे थे, किस वजह से वोट डाला?
यहाँ के हालात ठीक होने चाहिए।
हाँ,
हमारे अपनी हुकूमत होनी चाहिए यहाँ पे।
हाँ,
इसीलिए हमने वोट डाले।
आप बताएं, आप यंगस्टर हैं, क्या इश्यू रहे?
अभी तो पता नहीं कौन जीतेगा किस।
नहीं, वो जो जीते जो आ रहे वो अलग बात है। आपके क्या मुद्दे थे? आपके मन में क्या था जब आपने वोट डाला? क्या
जुल्म खत्म होना चाहिए,
जुल्म खत्म होना चाहिए।
बस
जुल्म खत्म डाला हमने सर कि यहाँ अपनी गवर्नमेंट बननी चाहिए, स्टेट अपना वापस आना चाहिए। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट ज़्यादा है, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट ज़्यादा है, इसीलिए हमने वोट डाला कि थोड़ी सी चेंज आनी चाहिए।
अच्छा, आप क्या?
एम्प्लॉयमेंट का मसला होना चाहिए, रोजगार का मसला, बोर्ड पर मसला है।
जहाँ भी मैं गया तो लोगों ने अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की बात बताया। आप बताइए।
हाँ, ये तो बात सही है। ये खुशामदीद बात है कि कम से कम 10 साल के बाद यहाँ जमहूरियत की ये वोटिंग हो रही है,
बहाल हो रही है। जहाँ की जम्मू कश्मीर में बहुत ही गरीबी है, यहाँ अनएम्प्लॉयड है, बाकी मसाइल है। हम तो बहुत खुश है कि आज पार्लियामेंट के बाद ये असेंबली का इलेक्शन मुनक़द हुआ है। हर कम से कम 50% वोट यहाँ हमारे तहसील अवंतीपोरा में कास्ट हुए हैं। हम बहुत ही खुश यहाँ के लोग हैं कि आज हमारी हुकूमत बनने वाली है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। So people are very excited. They can elect their own government because for last several years they were being run by an unelected lieutenant governor or the bureaucracy here, and that was the complaint of everybody. People don't have access to their representatives. Even the BJP was accepting that when Prime Minister during the Yoga Day on 21st of June, he visited Srinagar and he addressed people and promised that elections will be held very soon, and people can choose their representatives who can address their day-to-day issues. But it was kind of like, celebration at many places. In some areas I saw long queues, people waiting, men, women, young and old, everybody waiting. And if you see the demographic of this, this electorate, 29, there is 30% electorate are who are below 29 years old, which means when elections happen after a gap of 10 years, they are voting for the first time, and this 30% will decide the fate of these 24 candidates and the Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. Really a fascinating day, historic day. Whoever wins or loses, the fact is it is the democracy in Jammu and Kashmir which has won today, and it was a very, very peaceful polling across 7 districts in Jammu and Kashmir.
The return of grassroots democracy, people electing their own government and with excitement, as Nazir is reporting from Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you so much. 2 more phases to go for Jammu and Kashmir. And then, of course, the results are going to be on October 8th, whether it is the NC Congress combined or the opposition BJP, which takes the cake as far as this election is concerned. We'll know on the 8th of October. Moving on from one poll-bound state to the other. Haryana is all set for the elections, and come the elections, it brings with it, promises galore. The Congress, this 7 that you are seeing Mr. Kharge is holding, 7 key guarantees have been promised by the Congress party. The manifesto will be released later, but these are the 7 key promises that Mr. Kharge has made on behalf of the Congress party if they win the elections of Haryana come October 8th. What are these promises? Let me give you some details. The Congress party released, in fact, these 7 promises. Mallikarjun Kharge, along with the leaders of the state and K.C. Venugopal, the General Secretary in charge of the organization in Congress, was also present at the AICC headquarters in the national capital. Now, what are these promises? The focus is on providing benefits to the families, empowering women, supporting youth, strengthening social security, and improving lives of the backward classes. Now, Congress, 7 promises which they have made. A promise of caste census in the 7 guarantees, promise of legal guarantee of the MSP, one key demand from Haryana, the farmers, 2,000 rupees monthly aid for the women in the family, along with 300 units of free electricity, which has been promised in the 7 guarantees of the Congress party. Let's listen into what Mallikarjun Kharge said while speaking on this issue.
हम इस गारंटी को रखे हैं नाम 7 वायदे पक्के इरादे। महिलाओं को शक्ति हर महीने 2000 रुपए देने का हम वायदा कर रहे हैं। 500 रुपए गैस सिलेंडर के लिए हम देंगे। सामाजिक सुरक्षा को बल, जैसा कि बुढ़ापा पेंशन है, दिव्यांग पेंशन है, विधवा पेंशन है और ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम.
Right. So, as you see, the Congress, in fact, coming up with all these promises, they are hoping that some of these populist measures are going to garner them the votes come October 8th. Now, the BJP and BJP President JP Nada is all set to release the party's manifesto and promises tomorrow. It is going to take place at 4 p.m. tomorrow. And this is where the BJP would hope that they are able to counter Congress's promises of cheaper LPG cylinder, lots of jobs. The Congress party, 2 lakh jobs they have promised, also houses on subsidy as far as the poor are concerned, plus 25 lakh rupee, health insurance, right on the lines of what Ashok Gehlot, a former chief minister of Rajasthan, had introduced in the state of Rajasthan. All right, let me go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who is joining us at this moment. Sunil, 10 years of anti-incumbency plus with these populist promises, the Congress is hoping that it will be enough to woo the voters, this time at least, for Mr. Huda and the Congress party.
That's right. I think these 7 guarantees, which has now become the template, I think, after the last Lok Sabha elections, as well as prior to that in the Karnataka elections, this has been the new strategy of the Congress party to promise, for example, 300 units of electricity, free medical treatment up to 25 lakhs, as you were pointing out with Rajasthan, 2,000 every month for ladies, and like that you carry on with that entire exercise. So it's in that backdrop, gas cylinders at 500, the recruitment up to 2 lakh people, drug-free Haryana initiative that will be done, restoration of the old pension scheme. These are all very emotive issues dealing with the youth, with the women, with the farmers, and they hope that this will be a resonance. Of course, the biggest factor is the unity within the Congress, be it Mr. Huda, be it Kumari Selja, or be it Randeep Surjewala. It would have been good if they all 3 were present today. Only Mr. Huda and the PCC president were present, and that's the only stumbling block which is holding back the Congress at present in this fight in the Haryana elections.
Okay, Akhilesh is also joining us to get a perspective on what the BJP is saying. But very quickly, Sunil, before I let you go, quickly a brief answer. Yesterday you spoke to Mr. Huda. He denied any factionalism. Wasn't it open and displayed today by nobody like Ms. Shelja and Mr. Surjewala being on that stage?
Absolutely. I think that, is a message, as I said, and that's a real handicap for the Congress party to show a united front because Mr. Huda has been able to put his stamp right across the state. In fact, he has his own PCC chief. He's been the strong man in Haryana. And it's in that backdrop now that we'll have to wait and see how they work in the next 2-3 weeks ahead of the assembly elections when it goes for polling. That united face of them campaigning together, be it with Selja or be it with Randeep Surjewala. Mr. Huda has to make that big reach out and show a united front.
I think there should have been an 8th promise that Mr. Khadge should have made about a united Congress and not a bickering Congress in Haryana. Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining me at this moment. Let's just to get you the perspective of the BJP. Akhilesh Sharma, my senior colleague, is also joining us. Akhilesh ji, 10 years of anti-incumbency, the same question I asked Sunil as well. And with these promises, the Congress is hoping to, in fact, make inroads in Haryana finally. Does the BJP have an answer to these promises?
Well, Ankit, we have to wait and see tomorrow because tomorrow Party President JP Nada
is going to release BJP's manifesto for Haryana Assembly elections in Rohtak. And this will be an interesting document to watch because BJP has been in power for the past 10 years in Haryana, and now the party is trying to make a comeback with a hat-trick. Now we have to wait and see what kind of promises with the BJP come up, because in the past few days, when Mr. Naib Singh Saini, who replaced Mr. Manohar Khattar in Haryana, he has been trying to, send a message to not only the women voters of Haryana but also to the farmers, because recently he has announced that 24 crops will be covered under MSP, which is the highest number in the country. That's what the BJP says. So will BJP continue to have this kind of promises for the farmers community, also for the women voters? This is a big question. And as far as the employment issue is concerned, BJP has been saying that they are giving jobs without parchi and kharchi. That means without any recommendation or without any bribe, BJP has managed to give jobs to youth in Haryana. As far as Agniveer scheme is concerned, BJP is saying that none of the retiree from Agnipath will be left jobless in Haryana. If the BJP comes to power, they will make it sure that each one of them get job after the Agnipath. So this is what the BJP has been promising. As far as the Congress promises are concerned, which have been released by Mr. Kharge today, BJP is saying that all of them are populist promises. And they have seen how in Himachal Pradesh, in Rajasthan and also in Karnataka, Congress has made similar tall promises. But when it comes to the implementation of those schemes and promises, the Congress faces difficulty, and recently in Himachal Pradesh, the Congress party faced a lot of financial crisis due to all these promises.
Akhilesh Sharma, thank you so much for joining us with all those details. While the BJP attacks the Congress on populist promises, BJP is not far behind, whether it is Ladli Behna in Madhya Pradesh or Ladli Behn in Maharashtra. But how are the people taking this war of promises between the Congress and the BJP? Gurpreet China, my colleague who covers the state of Haryana for NDTV, is also with us at this moment. Gurpreet, what's the reaction as far as the people are concerned? Are they enthused by the Congress party? Because largely when you look at these promises of the Congress party, youth, of course, with employment, rest seems to be more, in fact, for the rural belt and the middle class.
Well, yes, as you have already told, Congress has taken a very, very calculative step, and even for these guarantees which they had just given in the manifesto, they have taken all the precautions, and what we have learned, they have touched every section of the society. If we can talk about the women, they had already touched them, saying that they will be providing them 2,000 rupees per woman. At the same time, what we can understand, even 2 lakh job had been promised, and this was one of the major poll plank for the Congress. We have seen they have been putting a lot of question mark over Haryana government, saying that they were not able to give proper employment, and a lot of youth, they were not able to get employment. That was one of the major political issue in the state of Haryana at this point of time. What we can understand, they are trying to encash anti-incumbency against the government, and that was also one of the reasons why this MSP has been given as a promise in this manifesto, because they want to woo a section of the farmers, because we have seen a lot of resentment among the farmers against the BJP. So what we can understand, very calculative steps are being taken by the Congress. And if we can talk about the financial crisis, we had a word with Peach Tambram also, who was also a former finance minister. He says we cannot compare economy of one state with another state. So that they had already given a very justified answer on these issues. So let's see how the things will be unfolded in the coming days. But as of now, it seems the Congress has taken a very calculative steps. Back to studio.
Thank you so much, Gurpreet, for joining us with all those details. Wait till tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, when the BJP, in fact, tries to answer these promises galore of the Congress party. And come election, and the political parties will offer you, or at least promise you, the sky and the moon. But you have to be, go through their manifestos, see what works the best for the voters. Now, let's move on from Haryana and to possible story of another sunrise which is taking place in the state of Tamil Nadu. The gentleman that you see on your screen, Udayanithi Stalin, already a member of the cabinet, in his father's cabinet, Mr. Stalin's cabinet. He is a minister. Speculation today, and huge speculation today, of him being elevated to the Deputy Chief Minister's post. Now, the AIDMK has already sharpened their knife and is attacking the DMK for, calling it the succession plan being put in place and a dynastic party. That's the charge that the BJP also levels against the DMK. But, there are also other political connotations to Udayanidhi Stalin's rise as well. Remember, during the Lok Sabha election, it was his comments on Hindutva that, in fact, hurt the Congress party, or at least made it uncomfortable for the Congress party in the many states, especially in the Hindi heartland. Let's listen to some reactions.
முதலமைச்சர் முடிவெடுப்பாருங்க, நீங்க முடிவெடுக்காதீங்க. தொண்டர்கள் விருப்பத்தை அவங்க தெரிவிச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. நேற்று பழனிமாணிக்கம் அவர்கள் அந்த விருப்பத்தை தெரிவித்தாங்க. எதாக இருந்தாலும் என்றைக்குமே எல்லா அமைச்சர்களுமே முதலமைச்சருக்கு துணையாக தான் இருப்போம். இது முழுக்க முழுக்க முதலமைச்சருடைய தனிப்பட்ட முடிவு.
Let me go across to my colleague Sam Daniel to get an understanding of how this is going to impact the political fortunes or the equations in the state of Tamil Nadu. Sam, thank you for joining us. Let me understand, just for our benefit of our viewers, as I've been saying, it's another sun rising in the state of Tamil Nadu. How is it being received among the DMK cadre? And of course, the opposition would have sharpened their knives with the dynasty charge.
Well, Ankit, with respect to the response within the DMK, it's an unsaid rule there that they go by the leadership diktat. And if the party decides to elevate, they normally accept it. There could be other potential capable leaders, senior leaders, but ultimately what would hold is what Stalin decides, the party leadership decides. And in that sense, many welcome it. They say the party requires young blood, particularly to take on the popularity of active Vijay, who is all set to make his political debut in the 2026 assembly elections. He has a huge fan following. And in that sense, Udayanidhi's elevation, who's already the secretary of the party's youth wing, making him the deputy chief minister, they say, would strengthen the party and would keep it in good stead to face the 2026 elections. In terms of his eligibility, they say he has earned his way to this position, if at all it happens today, that he has been a key campaigner for the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, both which were swept by the ruling DMK alliance in Tamil Nadu. And they say, in that sense, it's only due that he is given this kind of a recognition. Would it be seen as dynastic politics, family politics already? It was Mr. Karunanidhi, then it became Mr. Stalin, and now Udayanidhi is being groomed in that sense to perhaps take over the party later. They say no. They say he's an elected, democratically elected leader, and it's a prerogative of the chief minister in that sense to decide who will be in his cabinet and who will be designated as the deputy chief minister. But at least at the moment, there is no murmurs or whispers of discontentment in the party.
Right.
But certainly if it happens, he would be superseding many senior leaders. Tamil Nadu has never had the position of deputy chief minister. And already the AIADMK, the key opposition, has commented on this, saying it's nothing but promoting dynastic politics in the name of democracy. But whether is it a trial balloon to gauge what is the mood among the public, what's the mood among the party cadre, or is it something being planted by vested interests? At the moment, we don't know. But it was speculated that it will be, the announcement will come at 11:30, but so far, nothing official has come.
Nothing official, but already putting the political circles abuzz there in Tamil Nadu. Thank you, Sam, for joining us with all those details. All right, time for us to slip into a short break, but once we come back, ONOP, One Nation, One Poll. The cabinet has approved, the Congress disapproves. We'll talk about this after we come back. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I don't care for no
songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV Network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV Network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about one of the most important reform, change, that we are going to possibly see in the electoral system of this country. One nation, one poll. The bid of the BJP government to try and get all the elections, the state and the assembly elections and the parliamentary elections together. That, in fact, at this moment, important report, the committee which was formed under the leadership of former President Ram Nath Kovind, his committee recommendations have been accepted by the Union Cabinet today. So this is an important move towards one nation, one poll. Now it has to go through the test of the parliament, 2/3 majority, because it is going to be a constitutional amendment. Let me just give you some details of what had happened as far as this entire process is concerned. Now, for the simultaneous elections for Lok Sabha and Assembly, with urban body polls, panchayat polls, all to be held within 100 days, the report which has been submitted by the panel of ex-President Ram Nath Kovind has been accepted or approved by the Parliament, by the Union Cabinet. Now, there is unanimous opinion that simultaneous polls beginning from 2029 should be held. The panel has said, which included Home Minister Amit Shah, Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal, and Senior Supreme Court Advocate Harish Salve as the members. The panel did, in fact, through legally, call for a legally sustainable way to realign the existing electoral cycles of various states. It has been tasked with recommending solution in case of a hung result and no confidence motion or defections. The opposition, meanwhile, has hit out the Congress, in fact, calling it a diversionary poll gimmick ahead of the elections. Others saying that goes against federalism and democracy.
A large number of political parties across the political spectrum have actually supported the One Nation, One Election initiative. When they interacted with the high-level committee, they gave their inputs in a very succinct manner, with a lot of clarity. Our government believes in creating a consensus on items which affect our democracy.
ये चलने वाला नहीं है, ये सिर्फ चुनाव जब बात है, कोई ना कोई कुछ मुद्दा नहीं मिल रहा उनको, ऐसी चीजें बात करने के लिए, इश्यू को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए वो बात करते हैं, और इसीलिए और पूरे देश के लोग कोई मानने वाले भी नहीं हैं.
One nation, one election was a thought which was announced well before the general elections of 2024. So anybody who's saying that it because of the election results have actually given us a historic mandate, and that's why we are able to take such historic decisions. देखिए, बहुत जल्दी विपक्ष में भी उनके अंदर से आंतरिक दबाव बनने न लग जाए कहीं, क्योंकि देश में करीब 80% of the respondents who responded during the consultation process, 80% से ज़्यादा लोगों ने इसको बहुत पॉजिटिव सपोर्ट दिया है.
हमारे भूतपूर्व राष्ट्रपति आदरणीय रामनाथ कोविंद जी की अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनी थी. उसने एक रिपोर्ट दी और रिपोर्ट राष्ट्रपति जी को सौंपी थी, और उसके बाद उस पर आप निश्चित मानिए एक अध्ययन भी चल रहा है, और हमारा जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो एजेंडा था, जो संकल्प पत्र था, उसमें भी इसका उल्लेख है. हमारे एनडीए के साथियों से भी हम इसकी चर्चा कर रहे हैं, और इसमें ये जो मोदी 3.0 का जो कालखंड है, इसी कालखंड में ये निश्चित रूप से आएगा, भी निश्चित रूप से आएगा, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है.
सरकार ने कहा है कि जब हाई लेवल कमेटी ने इस पर इनपुट्स लिए थे तो 80% लोगों ने इसका समर्थन किया, और जब उनसे ये पूछा गया अश्विनी वैष्णव से कि मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे ने इसका विरोध किया है, तो उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए, हमें उम्मीद है कि विपक्ष में भी जब इस पर चर्चा होगी तो दबाव बनेगा विपक्ष पर.
बड़ी बात कर रहे हैं, 80% कहाँ हुआ भाई? जिस देश में सेंसस नहीं हुआ, कौन किस 80% से बात किया? भाजपा दफ्तर में बैठ के बात किया, अपने सहयोगियों से बात किया. आप बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं. 80%, which 80%? Where do they belong to? Did they come to me? Did they come to ordinary people? The rickshaw pullers, the vendors, farmers, SC, ST, OBC, poor? नहीं ना. तो ये कहानियां 80% लोग, ये तो उसी तरह की बात हो गई कि फलाने साहब सैंपल सर्वे के प्रेडिक्ट कर रहे थे कि 400 पार हो रही. हुआ क्या? 240 के लाले पड़ गए। तो मेरा मानना है कि गंभीर विषयों पर ना गंभीर बातचीत हो, यह हल्की फुल्की बातचीत के लिए नहीं कि तोते की तरह सारे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर चालू हो गए। आप ये बताओ कि क्या व्यवस्था है कि जो हुआ मान लो पूरे सारे राज्यों में और केंद्र में, और फलाने 2 राज्यों में दिक्कत आई, क्या करिएगा?
Right, so in fact not happy with it, but what are the provisions? Let's understand the position of the government and also let's understand this legally, because remember so far 4 elections, 52, 57, 62, 67 were simultaneous, and since then with the dissolution of some governments, falling of some governments, it has not happened. So Sunil Prabhu and Aishwarya, my colleagues, are joining us. They have been tracking this story. Sunil, I want to come to you first. There are certain legal challenges. One aspect, of course, is the opposition saying that it won't be accepted. But the fact remains, what are the provisions if the governments fall? There are defections. The questions that Manoj Jha was asking, what are the provisions for that? And for the benefit of our viewers, what will it take for this from here on, after the cabinet's approval, to become a practice, to become a law in this country?
Well, I'll take the last part first. It's going to be a long road. The government has said that we'll start the implementation process. They will do a consultation across the country because you need to get bipartisan support. You need to get 2/3 majority from both houses of parliament. This is going to be at least 6 constitutional amendments at the earliest. There is also another amendment that is required, which will have to be ratified by at least 50% of the states, which relates to the one nation, one electoral roll. And then, of course, that entire process will play out. So it's going to take a long time. The numbers, as you know, are not completely in favor of the present government in terms of 2/3 majority. So it's dynamic, no doubt, but we will have to wait and see how things play out, having said that. The other point that you raise, which is how does the government, if I recall correctly, implement it in terms of practicality? It's going to be extremely difficult because you need to get, people across the border in terms of, for example, say we're having Haryana elections and Jammu and Kashmir today. And if the government falls, what happens then? Then there will be a new government until the dissolution of the House, and then you will have to have another election which will take 5 years. What does it provide for in the Ram Nath Kovind committee report? That after 2029 there will be an appointed date. And suppose that date is, say, the 10th or 15th of August 2031. From that day onwards, that will be the last day for it will be the appointed day where the House will end. And that is how they will start that entire process. So that's going to be a huge issue for every government because, and that is what the opposition is saying, goes against the very federal and democratic structure. So that's the real issue, that's the real crux, that's the real point, that when a government does fall, how does it play out?
Crucial thing, Sunil, was in fact, ladies and gentlemen, telling us at this moment about the processes. Aishwarya has been covering this, in fact, and trying to get us the side and the arguments from the government side. But very important role in this entire process is going to be in the parliament of the NDA's allies, not just the BJP, because BJP doesn't have that same brute majority that it had in 2014 and 19. It is dependent on the allies. Before I get an answer from Aishwarya, one important ally of the BJP, the JDU, their minister, in fact, has spoken to my colleague Himanshu. Let's listen in first to what the JDU says about one nation, one poll.
एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण और बड़ा फैसला कैबिनेट ने किया है वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन को लेकर। हाई लेवल कमेटी की एक सिफारिश थी, उसको स्वीकार किया आपने। इसके पीछे सोच क्या है, आप क्या सोचते हैं इसके बारे में?
देखिए, यह निर्णय जो ऐतिहासिक निर्णय, क्योंकि एक देश एक चुनाव, यह देश की आवश्यकता है, देश के हित में है, देश के विकास में। आज कहीं विधानसभा का चुनाव हो रहा है, कहीं लोकसभा का चुनाव हो रहा है, कभी मिड टर्म पोल हो रहा है, कभी कुछ हो रहा है। पूरा प्रशासन और पूरा जो पारा मिलिट्री से लेके पूरा जिला प्रशासन का जो फोर्स है, पुलिस व्यवस्था, वो सारी व्यवस्था चुनाव में लग जाती है। इससे सबसे बड़ा असर पड़ता है कानून व्यवस्था पर। आज पारा मिलिट्री की आवश्यकता देश की सीमा पर है, देश की सुरक्षा के लिए, और उसको हम महीनों चुनाव में लगा के रखते हैं। तो हमारी देश की सुरक्षा से समझौता हम करते हैं। तो बार बार करने से, लेकिन चुनाव कराना भी हमारा लोकतांत्रिक देश है। तो 5 साल में एक बार चुनाव कराओ, रोज रोज चुनाव कराने का क्या मतलब है? देश में एक बार चुनाव हो जाए, जिस राज्य में जिसको जीतना है, जिसकी सरकार बननी है बन जाए, 5 साल फिर काम करे। अब कोई अगर विरोध कर रहा है इसका, तो उसका राजनीतिक कोई विरोध का कारण नहीं बता रहा।
All right, so let me now. So the JDU is in full support at this moment. Aishwarya, JDU, the BJP will be relieved that the JDU has, full support as far as this move is concerned. But, just trying to understand, what is the government's logic to what the opposition says that, when it came to Maharashtra, when it came to Jharkhand, there was an opportunity to club all these states and get an election done, all of the elections, 4 state elections together. We cannot hold 4 state elections together, and we are talking about simultaneous elections is the charge of the opposition.
Well, in the past as well, this has been done, and that's the government logic. That Lok Sabha polls also happens, and simultaneously, the assembly polls can also happen, and that's the first phase that government is looking up to. Remember that speech made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi from the Red Fort. He said that we all needs to come together for one nation, one election, because that is something that will benefit the nation for further implementing the policies, better coordination between the state government and the center, and also there would be a lot of burden that will reduce for administrative policy making as well. Now, as far as the political parties are concerned, it was stated by Ashwini Vaishnav during the press conference that the Kovind report, which had also asked several suggestions from the political parties and their views on the one nation, one election, it would be 80%.
May I request you to hold on to that thought? I'm just coming to you because the Prime Minister has reacted to one nation, one poll. Let's put out the reaction of the Prime Minister. I'm going to come right back to you. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, ladies and gentlemen, have reacted to the cabinet, in fact, approving the one nation, one poll. He has put out a post on X and said, I compliment our ex-president, Mr. Kovind, for, in fact, his committee. The Prime Minister, in fact, has also said this is a step to make democracy more vibrant. This has been put out on Prime Minister's official handle on X. This post has just gone out. The Prime Minister has said wide range of stakeholders were consulted, and this is a step which is going to make our democracy much more stronger. So news coming in at this moment, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reacted to his government, in fact, his cabinet approving one nation, one poll. Going straight back to my colleague, this is the post that Prime Minister has put out. The cabinet has accepted the recommendation of the high-level committee on simultaneous elections. I compliment our former President, Shri Ram Nath Kovind ji, for spearheading this effort and consulting a wide range of stakeholders. This is an important step towards making our democracy even more vibrant and participative. This has just been posted by Prime Minister's official Twitter X handle at this moment. Let me go across back to my colleague Aishwarya, who's joining us at this, who's with us. Aishwarya, Prime Minister, in fact, hailing this. Of course, his government moving towards that direction. Is there a sense somewhere or a worry that the parliament hurdle could be a challenge? As Sunil was saying, it will just not need a simple majority, 2/3 majority. It's a constitutional amendment, and the states will also have to ratify it.
Well, this is just the first step to implement one nation, one poll policy in the country, and the government today in the cabinet meeting has accepted the proposal. It has not been approved. This is just the first step to bring the bill in the winter session or in the upcoming session. We asked that question to Ashwini Vaishnav as well for the timeline, if he can give. He said that first the implementation group will be constituted, and later there would be a consensus that will be made among the political parties. But as we are speaking, there had been several voices that had been coming out from the opposition point of view. It is Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge who had hit out at the government, stating that this is just a diversionary tactic as far as government is concerned. They don't have real issues, and therefore the reason perhaps today the cabinet accepted it. But on the other side, it is Bharatiya Janata Party, the NDA allies, who had been saying from day one that this is the point of agenda that they had in 100 days. This report had to be accepted, and now the process will begin to make consensus, because 2/3, as you mentioned, in the parliament as well, they need the majority to pass the constitutional amendments. Whether that will happen or not is something that remains to be seen. But of course, a division and also war of words had already begun as far as the entire decision of the cabinet is concerned.
Important issue, ideological issue for the BJP. The opposition says is against the federal structure of this country. Aishwarya, thank you for reporting on this. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it will require possibly some more consensus from the government side. There are arguments posed for and against it. It needs wider consultation possibly at this moment for a wide acceptability of this move as far as one nation, one poll is concerned. We are slipping into a very short break at this moment. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Polling in.
I don't know songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change. on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings
Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, is a movement for equal rights for persons with disabilities. The initiative, now a nationwide movement and supported by corporates across the country. Here is one such voice.
I should congratulate NDTV for partnering with Hyundai in this very important activity. And I think employment for PWDs and working for affirmative action on this community should come from the heart. There are two things required. One is the infrastructure, for example, ramps, lifts. Second is psychological years. See, we have to see from their minds. Some of them are very huge, good skills. God has given like this, especially in PWDs, because you have less of one thing, but you have more of other thing. So they are very good in creative skills sometimes, and it actually aids the company. So I think that way, I think the whole culture has to be now that this PW employment, I'm not talking PWD, is not a charity. It is something which is good for you.
That's all the time that we have in this edition. News and updates will continue here on NDTV. Thank you so much for being with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV Network.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to
the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Hello and welcome back to the Southern View from our Bengaluru studios. I'm Veera Raghav. Our special focus this evening on the sexual assault, sexual harassment allegations in Telugu cinema, and also the big political question in Tamil Nadu. But first, let's take you through the top headlines that we are tracking this hour. The Union Cabinet accepts the Ram Nath Kovind panel report on the contentious One Nation, One Election suggestion. Several opposition parties, including the Congress, firmly against such a move. 24 constituencies finish voting in phase 1 of the Jammu and Kashmir elections, which are by and large peaceful. The Congress gets set for the Haryana battle, releases its manifesto, promises 7 guarantees, a caste census, and minimum support price. All speculation but no confirmation over Udayanidhi Stalin's elevation as Deputy Chief Minister in Tamil Nadu. He says only his father and the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, will decide on that move. Well, first up, a quick check of that top national story that broke this afternoon. Political reactions after the Union Cabinet accepted unanimously the recommendations of the ex-President Ram Nath Kovind committee report on simultaneous elections, or One Nation, One Election. The panel had submitted its report in March this year, recommending simultaneous elections across states and the Lok Sabha. The proposal had been contentious, remember, with several opposition parties, including the Congress, vehemently opposed to it. The panel had also proposed setting up of an implementation group to look into the execution of the recommendations made by the committee. While the BJP has been in support of the move, the Congress president said it was quote-unquote impractical and accused the government of using this to divert attention from other important issues. Let's listen in to the political reactions that came in thick and fast after the cabinet accepted the recommendations.
A large number of political parties across the political spectrum have actually supported the One Nation, One Election initiative. When they interacted with the high-level committee, they gave their inputs in a very succinct manner, with a lot of clarity. Our government believes in creating a consensus on items which affect our democracy.
ये चलने वाला नहीं है, ये सिर्फ चुनाव जब बात है, कोई ना कोई कुछ मुद्दा नहीं मिल रहा उनको, ऐसी चीजें बात करने के लिए, इश्यू को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए वो बात करते हैं, और इसीलिए और पूरे देश के लोग कोई मानने वाले भी नहीं हैं.
One Nation, One Election was a thought which was announced well before the general elections of 2024. So anybody who's saying that it because of the election results have actually given us a historic mandate, and that's why we are able to take such historic decisions. देखिए बहुत जल्दी विपक्ष में भी उनके अंदर से आंतरिक दबाव बनने न लग जाए कहीं, क्योंकि देश में करीब 80% of the respondents who responded during the consultation process, 80% से ज़्यादा लोगों ने इसको बहुत पॉजिटिव सपोर्ट दिया है.
एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण और बड़ा फैसला कैबिनेट ने किया है. वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन को लेकर हाई लेवल कमेटी की एक सिफारिश थी, उसको स्वीकार किया आपने. इसके पीछे सोच क्या है, आप क्या सोचते हैं इसके बारे में?
देखिए, यह निर्णय जो ऐतिहासिक निर्णय, क्योंकि एक देश एक चुनाव, यह देश की आवश्यकता है, देश के हित में है, देश के विकास में. आज कहीं विधानसभा का चुनाव हो रहा है, कहीं लोकसभा का चुनाव हो रहा है, कभी मिड टर्म पोल हो रहा है, कभी कुछ हो रहा है. पूरा प्रशासन और पूरा जो पारामिलिट्री से लेके पूरा जिला प्रशासन का जो फोर्स है, पुलिस व्यवस्था, वो सारी व्यवस्था चुनाव में लग जाती है. इससे सबसे बड़ा असर पड़ता है कानून व्यवस्था. आज पैरामिलिट्री की आवश्यकता देश की सीमा पर है, देश की सुरक्षा के लिए, और उसको हम महीनों चुनाव में लगा के रखते हैं। तो हमारी देश की सुरक्षा से समझौता हम करते हैं, तो बार बार करने से, लेकिन चुनाव कराना भी हमारा लोकतांत्रिक देश है। तो 5 साल में एक बार चुनाव कराओ, रोज रोज चुनाव कराने का क्या मतलब है? देश में एक बार चुनाव हो जाए, जिस राज्य में जिसको जीतना है, जिसकी सरकार बननी है बन जाए, 5 साल फिर काम करे। अब कोई अगर विरोध कर रहा है इसका, तो उसका राजनीति कोई विरोध का कारण नहीं बता रहा।
सरकार ने कहा है कि जब हाई लेवल कमेटी ने इस पर इनपुट्स लिए थे तो 80% लोगों ने इसका समर्थन किया, और जब उनसे ये पूछा गया अश्विनी वैष्णव से कि मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे ने इसका विरोध किया है, तो उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए, हमें उम्मीद है कि विपक्ष में भी जब इस पर चर्चा होगी तो दबाव बनेगा विपक्ष पर।
आप बड़ी बात कर रहे हैं, 80% कहाँ हुआ भाई? जिस देश में सेंसस नहीं हुआ, कौन किस 80% से बात किया? भाजपा दफ्तर में बैठ के बात किया, अपने सहयोगियों से बात किया। आप बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं, 80%, which 80%? Where do they belong to? Did they come to me? Did they come to ordinary people? The rickshaw pullers, the vendors, farmers, SC, ST, OBC, poor? नहीं ना। तो ये कहानियां 80% लोग, ये तो उसी तरह की बात हो गई कि फलाने साहब से सैंपल सर्वे के प्रेडिक्ट कर रहे थे कि 400 पार हो रही, हुआ क्या? 240 के लाले पड़ गए। तो मेरा मानना है कि गंभीर विषयों पर ना गंभीर बातचीत हो, यह हल्की फुल्की बातचीत के लिए नहीं कि तोते की तरह सारे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर चालू हो गए। आप ये बताओ कि क्या व्यवस्था है कि चुनाव हुआ, मान लो पूरे सारे राज्यों में और केंद्र में, और फलाने 2 राज्यों में ये दिक्कत आई, क्या करिएगा?
Well, remember, there are practical, procedural and political ramifications and implications of that move. Joining us now is Sunil Prabhu, who joins us from outside the Congress party office there in New Delhi. Sunil, obviously this is something that could create strong political fault lines as we head into the next session of Parliament. How does the opposition see this move by the government?
Well, they are vehemently opposed to it, and there's a long road ahead because, as the Prime Minister himself has tweeted, and as the Cabinet Minister who informed about the decision, this is an in-principle approval. Now they will have an implementation committee, they will speak to various stakeholders to build a bipartisan support, because if this has to pass through Parliament muster, you need to have 2/3 majority in both houses of Parliament, something that the NDA does not have at present. It will require support from other political parties. What is the Kovind Committee report? It says that after 2029, the President will give an appointed date, once of course these laws are passed, and then it will become a law of the land. There are a lot of processes before that. There is a census that is to take place. There is to be delimitation exercise which has to be undertaken, and more importantly, the entire process of constitutional amendments, curtailing powers, as you were rightly pointing out. For example, a state assembly, say for example Karnataka, from where you are anchoring, it decides to have they have elections due in 2028. What happens to the government that is formed in 2028? Will it be only for 1 year, till 2029, till the appointed date, and then there will be fresh elections? If so, that means that the people of Karnataka will have to vote again. Right. What about the time and money and the entire process that takes place for that? There are huge questions that have to be looked at. What happens in case a government falls in between? Will it just be for the next 10 years, just as they envisaged, for the remainder of the term, as in case when a member passes away, just for 6 months or 2 years or 3 years? These are issues that have to be looked at its in its entirety, and will it really ensure that just administrative and the fact that you are going to curtail the amount of money that is spent, is that the only issue, or is there a larger issue of democracy and federalism that the opposition is talking about? So these are a number of questions which have to be looked at, and that is why the cabinet wants to get a bipartisan support, an implementation committee, and trying to get and ensure that they will be able to muster that much required political a majority in both houses of parliament before it can pass it.
Right. Right. Important points that you raised there, Sunil, including the point on midterm elections, which is why we went away from simultaneous elections where we all started in the first place. But thanks very much for joining us there with those details. But now shifting focus to our continuing focus on the battle against sexual harassment across Indian cinema, in the States and nationwide. A day after noted South Indian choreographer Sheikh Jani Basha, popularly known as Jani Master, was suspended by the Telugu Film Chamber after allegations of rape, the question is, what next? Noted actor and producer Jhansi, who is the head of the committee probing sexual harassment cases in the Telugu Film Chamber, is urging more women to come forward and also reveal details underlining the seriousness of the case involving Jani Master. She spoke exclusively with NDTV's Uma Sudhir.
I have with me the chairperson of the Telangana Chambers of Commerce Sexual Harassment Prevention Committee, should I say? Redressal panel. You've got the complaint first, and you are the one, in fact, who asked the complainant in this case to go to the police. What is the reason?
The reason being the child is a minor at the point in time when she entered. So we were shocked to see that there were no proper employment guidelines followed. If it is a minor who's supposed to work in the film industry, there are guidelines set up. If there are children who are being employed on the set as dancers, there is something called an entire NOC form to be filled. There's a parent's consent form to be filled. There is a committee which is monitoring children on the set. So no such guidelines were followed in her case, and she was directly employed as an assistant right from the show that she had participated. She was young at that point, and then the sexual assault happened right from the initial days of her employment as an assistant. So we thought we can take this up as a sexual harassment at workplace. After, it continued, the assault continued for a very long time. From the time that she was young as 16, 17, 18, 19. So once she completes her 19th birthday, then I think we can at least come in as the sexual harassment redressal panel, employer-employee relationship. But what do I do with the number of years that she was harassed even before? So, which is not in her purview, and she should get legal justice. And the guidelines in the Act also state that in case that the police case needs to be reported, the committee should report it to the police. That's
so, yes, the inspector had mentioned that she's only 21, 22 now, and she has been saying from 2019 onwards she's been harassed. And now I do understand that POCSO section has been added to the other sections. As far as your panel is concerned, I do understand that you, after the HEMA committee report came, you also felt that the body that you have, which is a redressal committee, that is something that needs to get more teeth. What are you looking at? Right now, in this case, I understand the Women's Commission is also now looking at this complaint.
Three angles to this, Uma. One is that we are acknowledging that the industry is not yet safe and we don't have enough mechanisms in place. That is number one. Two, if there are mechanisms in place, I don't have one employer or one workplace to define the actual employer-employee or unorganized sector, may whatever LC is set up. We are not falling into both of those setup. So second is workplace guidelines. Defining the workplace guidelines. And the third factor being that even if you kind of say that, come to a conclusion that there has been sexual harassment, who am I going to punish? Who is going to, what is the kind of respite that we are going to give? Who's the employer? There are multiple employers in this. मैं बोलूँगी, this is a person who is committed, the accused is actually at fault. Who will I ask to remove him from the work? Which producer? So collectively industry has to come forward and there should be a guideline of what we should do. This is where I find that we don't have enough teeth.
Have you been getting more complaints? Because the HEMA committee report was obviously an eye-opener for all of us. Are women coming forward to make this complaint? Because you are an insider from the industry and you understand the workings, and obviously safety you have already acknowledged is not there.
The HEMA committee report hasn't made enough shockwaves in Telugu film industry. In fact, we were all surprised that nobody was speaking about it. till the time that media approached कि यहाँ क्या हो रहा है, till the time that Voice of Women, a support group that we all formed, all the working women professionals of the Telugu film industry and the allied media, we said what's happening, we need to understand. There was a committee after Sri Reddy's incident. Where is that report? Can that report bring some change here? Can that bring some kind of discussion what can happen in the industry? That's when all of us started to talk again. In the meanwhile, this case had come up, and I wish and pray that we'll be able to resolve her case really very fast and provide some justice so that there'll be many others who can come forward and complain.
And you're also concerned about his safety, physical safety.
Definitely, because the person who was alleged to have utilized her, the accused, I'm not sure if I can say accused, but the person in question held the post of the Dancers Union president. So the interim order said that power should be first removed, but saying it's a very popular person, there are fans of his work, he's involved with a political party, there are big producers, there are many people. So definitely the power lobby, if I can say, after the Hema Committee's report, is existing. I'm not saying that they are doing something, but we want to say that there is a power lobby, and the child here in question, she's still young and tender, 21, is right now singled out. So how can we understand this power lobby? How can we even say that power lobby will not do anything?
Lobby is an important concern. Remember, Johnny Master is one of the big names of choreography in South India, who's worked with the likes of every top star, whether it's Telugu, Tamil or Kannada film industry. So the question is, it's not just restricted to the Telugu film world or Johnny Master. Overall, what systemic change has happened? What's tangibly changing in the industry? Is it changing at all? Joining me now is actor Sanjana Galrani, who was part of a team of women from the Kannada film world who had a meeting with the Women's Commission head in Karnataka yesterday. Sanjana, thanks so much for speaking to us. It's been a few weeks since we've had this Hema Committee report and the fallout of it. Is there a perceptible change that you see behind the scenes in the world of cinema? If there is, can you just articulate that for us?
At least women have come forward and they are stopping to be, they don't want to be a prey anymore to the predators. Because somewhere women sulk in themselves. And the very meeting that I had with the Karnataka State Commission, I happened to meet the Chief Minister, I happened to meet the Honorable Home Minister. The very reason was, my concern was with the younger women who are in the industry. See, I have been in the industry for 18 years. Today, I can proudly say I can execute myself very strongly. But the problem lies with women who enter in a very tender age, 18, 19, 20, 21. They don't know how to execute themselves. They think that somewhere this is the only way. Okay, maybe if I'm sexually pleasing this person, then I'll have a longer career. And the person who's the predator, he would be exploiting so many multiple women, and it's not even necessary because they're in a position to dictate. The predators out here are in a position to dictate. So they will be exploiting a girl a day or a girl in every 2 days, and they would not even promise her any work. And there is a lot more which the Telugu film industry could do about this. Telugu film industry is very well and strongly driven by Ma Artists Association, and they have some very strong rules. And I'm very happy with the way Tamil industry has set a rule that if it may be in any of the multiple crafts that are available in the film industry, which includes the camera department, light department, dancers, choreographers department, or direction department, producers department, or actors department, any of the women, makeup department, any of the women, if they are sexually abused and if there is enough evidence and if it is proven, then the particular man, whoever has done this act, will be straight banned for 5 years. So what happens with this? It's not that the Tamil industry has had a huge rape that has happened, but precaution is better than cure. If you have such a strong rule, You don't want to lose your career when you're on the peak of it, or even when you're starting as a newcomer for 5 years straight up just because you lured a woman. So we need to come up with a really strong rule like this.
Sanjana, it's a very important point that you make there as you juxtapose the Tamil industry vis-a-vis the other industries. But I'm trying to unearth more the psychological change that's happened beneath the statements that are made outside. Would you feel that the reaction of the big stars of whether it's Tamil, Telugu or Kannada film world has been muted on this issue, A? And B, beyond the statements that are made, has there been an inner change that you're sensing, a perceptible inner change inside in terms of sensitivity to these issues?
There is definitely more awareness. There's definitely more talking about this that is happening. People like me would also shy away to come in front of the camera. But अब मुझे लगता है अब बस यार, अब नहीं तो कब बात करेंगे? किसी की मौत हो जाए उसके बाद बात करेंगे. Silently तो काफी rapes हो रहे हैं. जब कोई मतलब और कितना अत्याचार सहेंगे या कितना चुप रहेंगे? और यहाँ पे दुनिया का दस्तूर है. The world works in a way that if you are silent, you are compressed more. There is more and more suppression of speech that happens because it's a male-dominant industry. And let me tell you, the Telugu industry doesn't have all rapists or all womanizers. But because of one or two incidents like this, the entire industry has to bear the black mark. Is where my heart really cries out. The reason I'm living in my own house today and not a rented house is because I've worked in the Telugu industry. You know, I owe it to the Telugu film industry. So it's like a mother industry to me. Right. I've worked with Prabhas, I've worked with Pawan Kalyan, I've worked with the topmost stars over there. I've been a part of so many events where I've worked with really big choreographers. But, you know, I've somewhere seen this womanizing thing happening. I was shooting in Singapore and it's one of the A1 choreographers of Bollywood. He's worked with Madhuri Dixit, he's worked with Sridevi, and even now he's working with the youngsters. I see him after the shoot is over. I was taking a turn towards my room and going, and he looked at his assistant who was far off and he winked at her and he told her, come up. You know, and when I've seen something like this happening in front of my eyes, it's better to keep quiet because they have an internal understanding in between each other when it comes to the choreographer and his assistant. You know, he very confidently winked at her and she's like a poor little thing. She was like, okay, fine, I will come. You know, in her eyes, yes, I'm coming next. She just showed that action. Right. I knew what is happening, and I knew it that girl who had come to Singapore for shooting as a dance assistant woman, she was already married, and she was giving into this old man choreographer. Okay. And I was like feeling sad for her, but I'm like, if this is what she has chosen, then be it. I don't think I can go and interfere. वो बोलते हैं ना हिंदी में जब मियाँ बीवी राजी तो क्या करेगा खाजी. Right. So when two people are mutually in an understanding, you're nobody to go and make a fool out of yourself, being like a you know, activist or a fighter over there. For all you know, you will be ashamed that, you know,
it's perhaps who are the sad realities.
Yeah, but I've seen these things happen, and I'm glad that
perhaps
we're talking
Indian cinema
about this.
overall, but
I'm glad we are talking about this. I'm glad we are
we're glad that we're able to pick this up and. Right, we're looking forward to a change. Hopefully that change will come systemically and attitudinally across the board. But thanks very much, Sanjana, for sharing your thoughts on this extremely important issue. We'll keep our focus on this. But from that now to the big political story in Tamil Nadu. Is the stage set for the elevation of Chief Minister and DMK Chief M.K. Stalin's son, Udayanidhi Stalin? Well, the state's sports minister as Deputy Chief Minister is a speculation that's been around for a while. There's been intense speculation, and in the midst of that, Udayanidhi told the media that a final decision will be taken by his father and that all ministers are the Chief Minister's deputies. While media reports claim that an announcement was likely soon, there is no official confirmation from the party. Remember, the elevation will be seen as a stamp of authority on Udayanidhi and categorical reiteration that he is next in line for the DMK leadership.
முதலமைச்சர் முடிவெடுப்பாருங்க, நீங்க முடிவெடுக்காதீங்க. தொண்டர்கள் விருப்பத்தை தெரிவிச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. நேற்று பணிமணிக்கம் அவர்கள் விருப்பத்தை தெரிவிச்சாங்க. எதா இருந்தாலும் என்றைக்குமே எல்லா அமைச்சர்களுமே முதலமைச்சருக்கு துணையாகத்தான் இருப்போம். இது முழுக்க முழுக்க முதலமைச்சருடைய தனிப்பட்ட முடிவு. Well,
Udayanidhi there making his point. Remember, Some senior leaders have openly asked for his elevation, though there are other senior leaders, according to sources, who have privately expressed their reservations. They do not want the elevation at the moment because that would send out, again, allegations of dynasty politics and family rule in the DMK. Joining me now is Sam Daniel. Sam, we've heard this speculation go on for a while. It was very, very strong this morning. What's the sense you're picking up from the DMK leadership?
Increasingly, DMK sources, Virarago, say they have no inkling what's going to happen. They say the party is prepared to elevate him, but is it going to happen tonight or tomorrow? They don't know. But earlier there was speculation that the information could come at 11:30. Then they said after governor's return to Chennai, but nothing has happened. Is it a trial balloon? That's something we'll have to wait and watch. But his supporters within the party say if it happens, Udayanithi has earned this elevation, they argue. They say as a sports minister, he has made Chennai into a sporting hub by hosting several international events, including the recent Formula 4 racing. Before that, he was also part of the hosting of the Chess Olympiad. At the party level, they say he was a star campaigner that helped the party to sweep both the 2019 as well as 2024 elections. In that sense, they say his elevation would also put the party in good stead to take on active Vijay, who's all set to enter electoral politics before the 2026 assembly elections in Tamil Nadu. Is it now or later? That's a big question. But certainly, this has triggered criticism that yet again DMK is promoting dynastic politics within the family. But DMK sources reject saying that he has been democratically elected. If he is elevated, it's the prerogative of the chief minister.
Okay. Right, all speculation, nothing on the record at the moment. Thanks very much there, Sam Daniel, with the trial balloon possibly in Dravidian politics. That's all we have time for on the Southern View this evening. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19th September, only on NDTV Network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best.
It's a watershed moment in the history of Jammu and Kashmir, and after a decade, assembly elections are being held in the valley. And among the districts that went to polls include the 4 South Kashmir districts of Anantnag, Pulwama, Kulgam and Shopian. The polling has been peaceful and incident-free is what the Election Commission is saying. Till 5 p.m., the voter turnout was 58.2% in the 24 assembly constituencies that went to polls. And surprisingly, according to officials, the highest voting percentage so far among all these 24 assembly segments of the Union Territory was recorded in Indarwal at 80.06%, followed by Padar Nakseni at 76% and Kishtwar at 75.04%. So certainly, Valley has given a thumbs up to electoral and democratic process again. The sense certainly also is that in Pulwama district, the voter percentage has not crossed even the 50% mark. Let me bring in my guests now. Salman Anis Soz is National Spokesperson of the Congress, Shehzad Poonawala, National Spokesperson of the BJP. We have Neerja Chaudhary, Senior Journalist, Shehla Rashid, activist. We also have Sajjan Kumar, political analyst. Shehla, I'm going to begin with you. As a Kashmiri, someone from the valley, the PDP and NC says that this is revenge voting. And that is the reason why this celebration of sorts which is being witnessed. So what are you picking up from your family members back home? Did they come out to cast their vote, and was there revenge on their part as well?
Thank you, Maria, for the question. But this voting is in South Kashmir, whereas I am from Srinagar. And this is very significant, the numbers that have come in, because South Kashmir is the insurgency dominated. In recent years, South Kashmir has been the hub of insurgency. Now, as far as revenge is concerned, we should be grateful and we should be thankful. All voting is revenge voting. But this time the revenge is being sought through the ballot and not through the bullet. That is a huge change from 1987 and 1990s insurgency. That is the big change. Of course, all voting everywhere in the world is revenge voting only. But this is the big change, and this needs to be appreciated, that the same districts that were the hub of armed insurgency are now resorting whatever grievances they have. This is a celebration of democracy. They are thronging to the polling booths. That is the real message here. That is the real victory here.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And Salman, what are you picking up from the ground of these 24 assembly segments which went to polls? Of course, the big issue was statehood, but this is also the first election after abrogation of Article 370.
Well, yes, the first election after that. In fact, the first assembly election after 2014.
Yes, assembly elections.
And I think people, to my mind, are happy that they have an opportunity to choose their representatives so that their voice is heard. I think what has happened in the last 6 years, especially when there's been direct central rule, people's voices are not heard. They have lots of grievances, but they have no one to go to. There's no recourse, because I think when you have a situation where you have a centrally appointed lieutenant governor and an unelected person, you can't really hold anybody accountable. And I think that is what has happened in Jammu and Kashmir. And in fact, you were here just recently. We spoke as well. I think there's a lot of resentment in the country, in Jammu and Kashmir, about extremely high unemployment for young people, for women, extremely high drug use. Almost 10% of the population right now is unfortunately afflicted by drug abuse. The resources of Jammu and Kashmir, frankly, have often found their way outside, and the people of Jammu and Kashmir are not able to get government contracts like they used to. I think the first right of the resources of this of Jammu and Kashmir, the first right is of the people of Jammu and Kashmir, and this is across the board.
Okay.
If you go to Jammu or you go to Kashmir, in Darbar move, which was a tradition for more than 100 years, that has been stopped, and that has really made the people of Jammu suffer.
Okay.
It's really hurting the people of Jammu.
Interestingly, my producers have put out those graphics which show a comparison between 2014 and 2024. Shahzad, when we look at those numbers, it's very, very heartening to see, of course, that 8 seats of Jammu and 16 seats of Srinagar which went to polls. We saw long queues early morning. Just look at that number. Kulgam, of course, this has been the new terror hotbed, 56.4 to now 59.6. Just look at the rise. Very, very positive here. But then Devsire is a constituency where there has been a dip as well, almost like a 10% dip.
मारिया, आपने कहा ये रिवेंज वोटिंग है। मैं तो कहूंगा कि ये केवल रिवेंज नहीं, ये वोटिंग है एक्सपंज करने के लिए। जो पीपीपी, पत्थरबाजी, परिवारवाद और पाकिस्तान परस्ती की राजनीति चलती आ रही थी और जम्मू कश्मीर को आतंकवाद का, टूरिस्ट नहीं, टेररिज्म का हॉटस्पॉट बनाए रखा था, आज उसको एक्सपंज करने के लिए वोटिंग की गई है। दिस इज द फर्स्ट टाइम वी हैव सीन 50% ड्रॉप इन टेररिज्म, 99% ड्रॉप इन पत्थरबाजी, 100% ड्रॉप इन बंस, एंड वी हैव सीन दैट व्हाट वाज टेरर हॉटस्पॉट हैज बिकम टूरिज्म हॉटस्पॉट। जहां पर सुशील कुमार शिंदे डरते थे जाने के लिए, वहां पर भाई और बहन बर्फ के गोले के साथ खेलते हैं। लाल किले से लाल चौक तक तिरंगा लहराता है। वी हैव सीन द मैनर इन व्हिच जिन गलियों में गोलियां चलती थी वहां पर सचिन तेंदुलकर शॉट लगाते हैं। मां शारदा के मंदिर में घंटे भी बजते हैं और ताजिया के, मुहर्रम के ताजिया भी निकलते हैं श्रीनगर की सड़कों में। और सिनेमा हॉल, जहां पर मुझे लगता है सलमान शोज गए होंगे, क्योंकि सलमान खान पे इनका नाम है, तो सलमान शोज देखने भी गए होंगे एक आध फिल्म। तो
सलमान, इसी बात पे थोड़ा मुस्कुरा दीजिए। These are positive communications that is going on, positive discussion.
सलमान नहीं मुस्कुरा, I'll tell you, सलमान नहीं मुस्कुरा। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, 10 सेकंड मेरी बात हो जानी चाहिए। मारिया जी, सलमान इसलिए नहीं मुस्कुरा सकते क्योंकि जो स्पेशल स्टेटस 3 परिवारों के सिर पर लगाकर घूमते थे ना ये लोग, वो स्पेशल स्टेटस छीनकर हमने जम्मू कश्मीर की आवाम को देने का काम किया है। आज 30,000 से ज्यादा चुने हुए प्रतिनिधि है। आज 50-50% वहां पर वोटिंग होती है, और जो अफजल गुरु की पैरवी करते, अभी पैरवी किया है उमर अब्दुल्ला ने। ये 370 वापस लाना चाहते। 370 वापस लाना मतलब मेरी बहन शैला को उनका पूरा अधिकार ना मिलना। इसका मतलब मेरे वाल्मीकि गुजर समाज को उनका अधिकार ना मिलना। बाबा साहब आंबेडकर जी का संविधान वहां पर लागू ना होना। मैं आज सिर्फ सलमान जी से एक ही सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ। ये राहुल गांधी भारत जोड़ो लेकर और संविधान लेकर नाचते रहते हैं ना, इनसे पूछिए कि राहुल गांधी इज फॉर 370 टू बी इम्प्लीमेंटेड एंड दे वांट टू रीनेम शंकराचार्य पर्वत एज तख्ते सुलेमान। बताइए, तख्ते सुलेमान करना चाहते हैं। आई वांट टू आस्क, इज कांग्रेस पार्टी फॉर दिस और अगेंस्ट दिस?
Yes, but Shahzad, today those long queues that we have seen, particularly in those districts which was part of South Kashmir and that Chenab Valley districts, these are very, very positive signs. Salman, a quick word from you and then I bring in the analysts.
मैं भी इनको इन्हीं की जुबान में थोड़ा जवाब दे दूं। ये बीजेपी वाले प्रोपेगेंडा करते हैं। अगर नहीं करते तो मोदी जी का जो विक्ट्री मार्जिन वाराणसी में वो 5 लाख से 1.5 लाख नहीं पहुंचा, हारने वाले थे आपके प्राइम मिनिस्टर। आप सुनिए बात, आपने टेररिज्म की बात की, आपको समझाता हूं क्योंकि आपको शायद जम्मू कश्मीर का पता नहीं है। 2019 से लेके 2023 तक 5 साल है। आपने कहा ना टेररिज्म का डिक्लाइन, मैं आपको डिक्लाइन सिखाता हूं, अभी आपको थोड़ा सीख के आना चाहिए। 2019 से 2023 में जितने लोग मरे हैं, सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल मरे हैं, वो ज्यादा हैं कंपेयर टू 2011 से 2015। यानी कि वो 5 साल जिस टाइम में हम थे और आपकी गवर्नमेंट का 1 साल, उसके मुकाबले में अब ज्यादा है। और जम्मू में जिस तरह से टेररिज्म फैल रहा है, लोग डर रहे हैं, आपको शर्म आनी चाहिए टेररिज्म की बात करते हुए। जिस टूरिज्म की आप बात करते हैं, मैं आपको ये भी बता दूं, आप तो अभी आपकी शायद उतनी एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है। टूरिज्म जो जम्मू एंड कश्मीर का है, 85% इज जम्मू बेस्ड, क्योंकि माता वैष्णो देवी का टूरिज्म रिलीजियस टूरिज्म होता है। और बाय द वे, आपको शायद ये नहीं पता होगा, पार्टी वालों ने आपको मटेरियल नहीं भेजा है, 2012 में 1.3 करोड़ पीपल केम टू जम्मू एंड कश्मीर 2012 में। एंड लेट मी टेल यू वन मोर थिंग, क्योंकि आपकी पूरी इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं है। द लोवेस्ट नंबर ऑफ कैजुअलिटीज, द लोवेस्ट इन टेरर रिलेटेड इंसिडेंट्स in the last 35 years was in 2012, not in 2020, not in 21, 22 or 23. And
after
finally,
having returned from the valley,
one more.
After having returned from the
thing.
valley only on Monday, I have seen a very, very positive sign. I've traveled with several all-party delegations to the valley, and we have seen how there used to be barricades in several places. Srinagar felt open and welcoming this time around. So let me bring in the two analysts now, Sajjan Kumar and Neerja Chaudhary. Okay, Sajjan Kumar and Neerja Chaudhary. I'm coming to you, Shehzad. Neerja Chaudhary, what are your thoughts as Jammu and Kashmir elections begin today? Of course, there are two more phases to go.
Look, seeing the queues in Jammu and the valley, long queues, people coming out in large numbers to vote after the Lok Sabha election, voter turnout, I must say I feel good today. And it doesn't mean that things that, you've come out of the woods, you don't have the terrorist challenge, and that there won't be challenges in the future. But the political activity has restarted, the political process has restarted. People want to choose their representatives. And our democracy is very flawed. It has lots of shortcomings, but it's the only way forward to find solutions. And somewhere, whoever wins in these elections, we don't know. It's very interesting. There is the NC Congress on the one hand, PDP, of course, India partner, has been left out. There's the BJP. We'll wait to see whether it will hit the tally of last time, which was 25 seats from Jammu. And there are this large number of independents and smaller parties. 45% of the contestants belong to these Apni Party, AI, and also the Sajad Loans People's Conference, and just independents. And you had Rashid Engineer released on bail, campaigning. Now will it turn out to be the third force? Of course, there's a lot of mara-mari going on between him and the Jamaat-e-Islami. But that is all part of, the differences in our democracy, the cacophony of democracy. So I feel good that is slowly coming back into Jammu and Kashmir. And people who've been sullen maybe for the last 5 years in the valley, now are having their say slowly. And Jammu, of course, there are other issues in Jammu. Whether it will be the Congress that will revive, BJP will maintain its hold, whether they will, the whole question of statehood, the whole question of statehood, land, lots of land and jobs versus nationalism, development. There's so many issues that makes it a very complex picture. So in some way, the issues that play out in the rest of India at election time are today playing out in J&K also.
Absolutely. And youth there are speaking the same language as I've heard, covering elections in various parts of India. It's about aspirations, it's about jobs, it's about their future, and it's about education. So, Sajjan, when we look at these pictures, from early morning, there were queues of women, men arriving at various polling booths. These are elections without fear, without boycott calls. I think that's a very positive sign. You may vote for whichever political party, but you're participating in the electoral process.
Precisely, and if you see the signs and the images of long queues, and I think ultimately the voting percentage in first phase after final tally will cross the 68% when you take all the factors into account. That effectively defeats the alternative and counter narrative of a conflict-ridden, separatist-centric image of Kashmir that has been projected across the world to demonize the state and state Jammu and Kashmir as well as the Indian state. So that way you also see in the battle of narrative between the democratic narrative, election-centric narrative, and the separatist and the human rights-centric narrative, it's the effective victory of the democratic narrative. This is one. Two, what better way of assessing the fairness and freeness of the election than to see the stakeholders from National Conference, Congress, PDP, to BJP, to lots many independents. And you also see the kind of accusations, and this is very heartening to see that mainstream parties are like, in rest of India, you see many of the independents and newcomers and parties are accused of being the B team of Congress, BJP, etc. The same sort of, normalization has happened in Jammu and Kashmir also, wherein you are accusing lots many stakeholders to be the shadow or the B team of BJP, etc. So that way it shows that Jammu and Kashmir has acquired the mainstreaming of the aspiration like rest of India, and youths do speak that language. So that way, today's signs and the images effectively shows that in the propaganda on Kashmir across the world to demonize the Indian state has been vanquished, and it is a victory of the democratic narrative, because whatever emotive issues may be there, all the parties, their enthusiasm in the participation is competing with each other, and that way it's a democratic narrative.
Campaigning going on till late night, Lal Chowk all lit up. These were the images that I have come back with after being in Kashmir, in Srinagar in particular. Yes, Shehzad, you wanted to make a point. So, Lal Chowk, a constituency which is so symbolic, has a young candidate who is a 27-year-old from PDP. These are signs which show that the youth are also participating, not just in exercising their right, because in these elections, and this is a very interesting statistic which I came to know about only when I was on the ground, that under the age of 30, the percentage of those, the demographic is 70%. 70% Kashmiris are under the age of 30. So it's a very young population. Yes, go ahead, Shehzad.
Look, I can give statistics galore that the GSDP used to be 1 lakh crore, now it's 2 lakh crore. The investment in the last 60 years was 15,000 crores, today 78,000 crores. That the strikes have ended, stone pelting has ended, road villages that used to be built at 158 kilometers per day per year, it's now come out to 8,000 kilometers per year, 24,000 houses built by them in 70 years. He built 1.45 lakh houses, they have given 7 lakh tap water connections, we've given 13 lakh tap water connections. That I can go on and on. But I'll give you just one picture and leave it with Salman Sood. Today, one of our candidates from Kishtwar was a girl called Shagun Parihar. No family. You know what has her family gone through? Her chacha and her pita were assassinated and killed by the bullets of terrorists. We stand with Rashtrahit. We stand with Nation First. And you know who these people were fighting for? They were saying Afzal Group ko galat latkaya. In their manifesto, they have written Pakistan se baatcheet karna, the same Pakistan who orchestrated Kargil and who killed 40,000 Kashmiris. So today I want to ask Salman Sood, politics apni taraf. Are you with Shagun Parihar or are you with Afzal Guru?
Okay. Salman, a direct question there.
This is the kind of grandstanding that Shehzad can do. They have a party candidate, and she's obviously all the best to her. I don't know where he gets all this Afzal Guru, etc. from. He should stick to the issues. Why are the people of Jammu and Kashmir so much in resentment against the BJP? And by the way, he started rattling. This is Shehzad's technique of rattling numbers. But let me tell you, he even rattled a number. No, Shehzad, do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. I did not interrupt you. Stop interrupting. Shehzad, आपको कितनी बार बोला है जब बात कर रहे हो आप बात सुनो, अपनी बात कर रखी, अब मेरी बात सुनिए. अब आपको इतना तो Shehzad, you should just keep. What's the problem? मुझे भी बात रखने दीजिए, आपकी बात मैंने
सुन लीजिए. Shehzad, listen to Salman. Shehzad, please listen to Salman.
अगर आपको खुद एंकर बनना है तो आप टीवी में आ जाइए.
Salman, speak please. Salman, please speak.
ये number, when he was about to rattle numbers, he started talking about investment. By the way, do you know that in the last 3 years, over 80,000 crore rupees worth of investments were announced. Only 3%. Only 3% have been fulfilled. Only 3% in 3 years. By the way, the other thing he will not tell you, and people will not tell you, is that in Jammu and Kashmir, industries have stagnated, flatlined, while unemployment and industries have declined by 16%. Go to Jammu and talk to the traders, talk to the shopkeepers, see what has happened to them. They will tell you how much they hate the BJP. That is why this time, I hope, by the way, that more and more people come out to vote. Why? Because I think the more people come out, the more the India Alliance will do better. And by the way, one other thing, and this is beyond politics. Of course, we want to have more and more people come out to vote. But please do not forget that in 2014, 66% people cast their vote. In 2008, 60% people cast their vote. The people of Jammu and Kashmir have been holding on to democracy for a long time, and they're giving their blood for it.
I'll bring in Nazir Masudi from the ground. Yes, please, Shaila, go ahead.
Shagun or Afzal?
अरे चुप रहो यार, तुम तो
Okay,
कुछ हो ही नहीं, तुम क्या बात कर रहे
Shaila,
हो?
please on the screen now. Yes.
Okay, so one thing that I want to say is that, see, these elections, what is being said here, ki why are people angry against BJP? Why are people resentful? I would say to the India Alliance, to my friends in National Conference and Congress, ki please smile. People are supporting you. People are voting for you. This is not 1987, my friends. This is a free and fair election. It is possible that you will form the government. It's very much possible that you will win the elections, or you will at least sweep the Kashmir region. Why are you angry? I don't understand. If a BJP government is ensuring a free and fair election for NC, Congress, just smile.
Okay, so let the panelists smile. Thank you so much. Everyone who has joined us and taken this time out for NDTV. Let me bring in Nazir Masudi. Nazir, I'm sure you are smiling. There is a celebration of democracy which has played out in your state today. Okay, so, early morning the voting began, and till around 5 p.m. the voter turnout was roughly around 59%. Several districts recording a record voter turnout. Remember, during the Lok Sabha polls, the Jammu and Kashmir had recorded the highest voter turnout in 35 years, breaking a record of sorts. There was a lot of excitement and enthusiasm as people came out to vote. During the campaigning also, we have seen the similar euphoria where campaigning has continued till late night. Lal Chowk in particular has seen a lot of fervor. The election fervor has been everywhere in Kashmir. All right, the Congress today, staying with elections, the Congress today released its manifesto for the upcoming Haryana polls. The grand old party has announced 7 guarantees in its election blueprint. Making the announcement, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge outlined that the manifesto will focus on providing benefits to families, empowering women, supporting the youth, strengthening social security, and improving lives of backward classes, farmers, and the poor.
हम इस गारंटी को रखे हैं नाम 7 वायदे पक्के इरादे। महिलाओं को शक्ति, हर महीने 2000 रुपए देने का हम वायदा कर रहे हैं। 500 रुपए गैस सिलेंडर के लिए हम देंगे। सामाजिक सुरक्षा को बल, जैसा कि बुढ़ापा पेंशन है, दिव्यांग पेंशन है, विधवा पेंशन है और ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम।
So the freebies are back in politics, and we'll continue to debate various aspects of the manifesto of the Congress and the BJP as they fight it out clearly in the state of Haryana. Remember, Haryana goes to polls in a single phase. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back. with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change, on 19 September, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change, on 19 September, only on NDTV Network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, the cabinet today gave a nod for one nation, one election. The opposition hit out while the first phase of elections took place in Jammu and Kashmir. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. The Modi cabinet approves the Kovind panel report on one nation, one election to hold simultaneous Lok Sabha and Assembly elections. The opposition hits out, calling it a diversionary gimmick against federalism. As the government argues, 80% of those surveyed supported the move. Jammu and Kashmir sees its first phase of elections in 24 constituencies, the first assembly election since the abrogation of Article 370. The turnout at 59%, the highest turnout in Kishtwar, lowest in Pulwama. Ahead of the Haryana Assembly elections, Congress announces 7 guarantees, including the promise of a legal guarantee for MSP, an allowance for women, and a caste survey if voted to power. The BJP hits back, says promises in Himachal have not yet been kept. The centre takes a significant step towards addressing challenges faced by the people of Manipur, launching a program to provide essential commodities at affordable prices through mobile canteens. But will this help in the larger peace-building process? And top cricketer Virat Kohli chats with head coach Gautam Gambhir to put an end to all the speculation around their relationship. The two Dilli ke ladke bond over their love of Test cricket and much more. Our top story now. In the Union Cabinet today unanimously approved the Kovind panel's report on simultaneous polls, taking a step towards what will be a major electoral reform to hold elections for the Lok Sabha and state assemblies together. But the opposition hit out, with Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge calling it an election gimmick, saying people will not accept it, as others questioned the need for such a move, saying it goes against federalism. The government hit back, saying that it would help the country and that 80% of those who were consulted supported the move.
A large number of political parties across the political spectrum have actually supported the One Nation, One Election initiative. When they interacted with the high-level committee, they gave their inputs in a very succinct manner, with a lot of clarity. Our government believes in creating a consensus on items which affect our democracy. One nation, one election was a thought which was announced well before the general elections of 2024. So anybody who's saying that it because of the election results have actually given us a historic mandate, and that's why we are able to take such historic decisions. देखिए, बहुत जल्दी विपक्ष में भी उनके अंदर से आंतरिक दबाव बनने न लग जाए कहीं, क्योंकि देश में करीब 80% of the respondents who responded during the consultation process, 80% से ज़्यादा लोगों ने इसको बहुत पॉजिटिव सपोर्ट दिया है।
चलने वाला नहीं है, ये सिर्फ चुनाव जब बात है, कोई ना कोई कुछ मुद्दा नहीं मिल रहा उनको, ऐसी चीजें बात करने के लिए, इश्यू को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए वो बात करते हैं, और इसीलिए और पूरे देश के लोग कोई मानने वाले भी नहीं हैं।
2018 को लॉ कमीशन को भी हम ये लिख कर दिए थे, और ये जो कोविंद कमेटी बनाई गई थी उसके सामने भी मैं खुद गया था, जिसमें हमने इस वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन की मुखालिफत की। और हमारा मानना यह है कि दिस इज अ सोल्यूशन इन सर्च ऑफ अ प्रॉब्लम। इसको अगर डिस्क्राइब करना है, दिस इज अ सोल्यूशन इन सर्च ऑफ अ प्रॉब्लम। अब ये नहीं बताया जा रहा है कि ये करने की क्यों जरूरत पड़ रही है आपको।
कहीं विधानसभा का चुनाव हो रहा है, कहीं लोकसभा का चुनाव हो रहा है, कभी मिड टर्म पोल हो रहा है, कभी कुछ हो रहा है। पूरा प्रशासन और पूरा जो पारा मिलिट्री से लेके पूरा जिला प्रशासन का जो फोर्स है, पुलिस व्यवस्था, वो सारी व्यवस्था चुनाव में लग जाती है। इससे सबसे बड़ा असर पड़ता है कानून व्यवस्था। हमारी देश की सुरक्षा से समझौता हम करते हैं। अब कोई अगर विरोध कर रहा है इसका, तो उसका राजनीतिक कोई विरोध का कारण नहीं बता रहा।
All right, so big move by the government, but being criticized soundly by the opposition. The One Nation, One Election proposal was part of the BJP's manifesto in 2019 and 2024 as well. Yesterday, the government completed 100 days, and today this cabinet nod for One Nation, One Election, One Poll. Let's go across to Maria for more on this. And so, Maria, a big move by the government, though the opposition hitting out, calling it a diversionary gimmick.
Yes, so Gargi, out of 47 parties which actually send their, suggestions to this panel led by the former President of India, Mr. Ram Nath Kovind, were 17 parties which had opposed this move. And almost 30 parties, which included Sharad Pawar's NCP and several others, had backed this move and suggestion that there should be simultaneous elections. So now this Ram Nath Kovind panel, which has been adopted by the government in the cabinet, so there'll be a lot of processes which will be followed henceforth. So now, after that, in principle, this has been approved unanimously by the cabinet. Thereafter, it goes to the parliament, where there will be amendments bill which will be tabled, and then those constitution amendments will require 2/3 members voting and supporting this legislation. But having said that, what is it that this panel has proposed which has led to this kind of furore? The opposition says that this is an attack on the federal structure, that the Election Commission of India is not really prepared for an election of this nature. So logistically, it's going to be a huge challenge. That is one of the contention that is coming in from opposition parties. But that is for the Election Commission to decide. So let's wait and see what the Election Commission says in terms of their preparations. Because the first stage would be combining the Lok Sabha polls along with the assembly elections, so which essentially means they're hoping that by 2029, when the general elections happen, the assembly elections across the country would be happening at the same time. The second layer, which is essentially the involvement of the state election commissions, which would be that panchayat elections will be happening together. So that is coming at a later stage. But the first step, of course, would be that various states will have to come on board. The opposition parties have raised one single point of logistics, which has to be dealt by the Electoral Commission. The second point is, of course, attack on federalism, which, of course, the government says is completely misplaced.
All right, Maria, thanks so much for joining us with all those details on this latest political development with the cabinet nod for One Nation, One Election. And staying with news from the Union Cabinet today, it also approved for big-ticket space projects and a big boost to the country's space program. Now, these include the next mission to the moon, a mission to the planet Venus, follow-ups to the ongoing Gaganyaan mission, and the setting up of an Indian space station. The Indian Space Research Organization will aim for a March 2028 launch for the Venus mission when Earth and Venus are at their closest. Now, election news, and Jammu and Kashmir today saw the first phase of assembly elections, which passed off peacefully with a voter turnout of 59%. Voting was held in 24 of the 90 constituencies across both Kashmir and Jammu divisions, 8 assembly constituencies in Jammu division, 16 in the Kashmir division, and there were around 219 candidates in the fray. It's the first assembly election in 10 years in Jammu and Kashmir. Well, let's go across to Nazir, who's been tracking, all the developments of the day. And Nazir, the polling was brisk at some points, it was quite slow at some points, but the main news is it passed off peacefully and the first phase of elections has taken place.
Well, peaceful polling in a relaxed atmosphere, some places very brisk polling, some places it was moderate polling. Highest polling was recorded in Kishtwar district, 77%, and lowest in Pulwama district, 46%. But the way it started, people were waiting in long queues for their turn to cast their vote. In the first assembly elections, after a gap of 10 years, people made their statement. There were 219 candidates, 40% of them were independents. As we could observe during the day, it doesn't appear that what was feared, that the independents may cut votes, it may divide the votes, it may do something. It appears that the traditional parties appear to be holding the fort. They're holding the sway in these elections, who wins or loses. It doesn't appear that, independents have made much difference in this election. It was a fascinating elections on the both, sides of Pir Panjal south and the north of Pir Panjal mountains, be it in Kishtwar, Doda, Ramban or Anantnag, Kulgam, Pulwama. And there were people who, participate today by boycotting these elections. For example, Jamaat Islami, which was fountainhead of militancy and the separatism in Jammu and Kashmir, their members were participating even as Jamaat remained as a banned organization under UFPA. There was also, people who have been the victims of militancy. For example, BJP candidate in Kishtwar, Shugan Parihar, a victim of militancy, her father and uncle who have been killed by militants in 2018. Today he was a candidate of BJP in Kishtwar. There were several other candidates of the National Conference who have been the victim of militancy. I met today Sakina Yetu. She has survived 15 militant attacks for standing with democracy, standing for democracy in Jammu and Kashmir. Her father and uncle were killed, but she didn't leave her home. She stood there in Damal, Hajipora, and all these years, and today she's a candidate there. There's another candidate, Mahiddin Moran, Ghulam Mahiddin Mir. His father has been killed. He has survived several attacks. There's an independent candidate, former NC, this leader, Dr. Ghulam Nabi Bhatt in Tral. Several of his family members have been killed by militants. So if you see, on one hand, you have those who are contesting today, were earlier involved in militancy. You are on the other side, victims of militancy, and today's vote is a tribute to those who fought for democracy, didn't succumb to the violence, and ensure the flag of democracy remains high in Jammu and Kashmir. And today, for the first time, we see an election without fear of violence, an election without a boycott call. So people voted peacefully and made a statement whether they want Kashmir, old Kashmir, pre-2019 Kashmir, or they want Naya Kashmir, which is being projected post-abrogation of Article 370. People have decided the fate of 219 candidates for 24 assembly seats across 7 districts in Jammu and Kashmir today.
All right. Thanks so much, Nazir, for joining us, with all the developments of the day. So the first phase of polling completed in Jammu and Kashmir. And let's get your election news now from Haryana. And ahead of the assembly polls there, the Congress today announced 7 guarantees, including the promise of a legal guarantee for MSP, an allowance for women, and a caste survey. If voted to par, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge outlined the manifesto will focus on providing benefits to families, empowering women, supporting youth, strengthening social security, and improving lives of the backward classes, farmers and poor. But the BJP hit out, pointing out that the Congress has failed to fulfill several promises that it had made ahead of elections in Himachal Pradesh.
हम इस गारंटी को रखे हैं नाम 7 वायदे पक्के इरादे। महिलाओं को शक्ति, हर महीने 2000 रुपए देने का हम वायदा कर रहे हैं। 500 रुपए गैस सिलेंडर के लिए हम देंगे। सामाजिक सुरक्षा को बल, जैसा कि बुढ़ापा पेंशन है, दिव्यांग पेंशन है, विधवा पेंशन है और ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम।
All right, so Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge there outlining the promises or the guarantees that the Congress is making for Haryana if voted back to par, and several promises there for in terms of social security, empowering women. In fact, an allowance announced for women, and also a caste survey has been promised, a strengthening of social security and improving the lives of farmers and the poor. News now from the northeast, and on the completion of the Modi government 3.0, the centre has taken a significant step towards addressing challenges faced by the people of Manipur, who've been enduring prolonged unrest for over 16 months now. The Home Ministry has launched a program to provide essential commodities at affordable prices to both communities, and this is on mobile canteens. While both communities have welcomed this move, will this really help the government win the trust and start a larger peace-building process?
People queuing up to buy essentials at discounted prices at Manipur's Torbung, a buffer area between the Meitei community-dominated Bishnupur district and the Kuki-Zomi tribe-dominated Churachandpur district, which was the epicenter of last year's ethnic violence. The CRPF unit posted here has a new task at hand: to roll out these mobile canteens, a key decision by the Modi 3.0 government after 100 days in power, to enable the violence-hit people in Manipur to purchase essentials at subsidized price from canteens of central forces.
We will organize this canteen on wheels in all the villages, which is falling in our area of responsibility. All type of daily use items, that is soaps, Horlicks, like daily uses items.
Is the first welcome step toward building a good support with the local population. Considering the hardship that people in the buffer zone face, it is our appeal that such welfare program us conduct more frequently.
It has been since 2006 that Ministry of Home Affairs have opened up these kind of canteens where the Central Armed Forces personnel can buy essential supplies at a concessional price, but this time in a unique way, Centre has opened up access to these canteens for the civilians, for the local populations of Manipur, particularly in the fringe areas between the valley region of Manipur and the hills, where since last year there have been massive violence, and even now there have been escalations, and these people have faced not only violence but also price rise, given the fact due to violence prices of essential commodities in Manipur have skyrocketed.
Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India has approved for extension of Kendriya Police Kalyan Bandar facility to the local residents of Manipur by providing KB goods. There are 16 new outlets, 8 each in valley, 8 in the hills.
The centre has opened up similar canteens in the valley region too, that have seen a recent escalation of violence with a dozen deaths. The state government has also launched 16 mobile sales unit providing essential items.
मणिपुर के सिचुएशन की वजह से हर दुकान का कोई सामान लेने में कोई दाम महंगा है, कोई भी चीज़ लेने में दूर जाना पड़ता है, नज़दीक में नहीं मिलता है। तो अभी ये जो कैंटीन का जो भी है, बीएसएफ का जो कैंटीन खुला है, इसका जो अंदर का जो भी सामान है अभी ये सस्ता में मिलेंगे, घर का भी काम बढ़िया चलाएगा.
While the victims of months of violence in Manipur from both communities have welcomed this move by Centre, will this help the government win trust for starting a larger peace-building process in the state? With BM Sanjoy in Lamlai and K Mangte in Kanwai, Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
Low-cost airline SpiceJet has accumulated nearly 800 crore in pending statutory dues since assessment year 2010. According to its latest exchange filing, the airline said the unpaid dues are due to constrained financial position but are committed to clearing them. Sakshi Bajaj reports.
SpiceJet has unpaid and disputed dues at nearly 800 crores. This as per a latest disclosure on the stock exchange on BSE. Now, these dues have not been paid. Dues are, of course, these are dues that have not been paid and disputed dues at large since the assessment year 2010. SpiceJet in the release says that, look, unpaid dues are due to constrained financial position, and they really are facing a constrained financial position, and therefore this is what the dues look like. And the disclosure also says that, look, 36 aircraft have been grounded, primarily due to alleged default. Revelations are part of SpiceJet's preliminary placement document, remember. SpiceJet plans to raise up to 3,000 crores via qualified institutional placement process, and SpiceJet's operational fleet drastically decreased really from 74 aircraft in 2019 to just 28 in 2024. So this really a sign of troubled times. While NDTV has reached out to SpiceJet for a comment, a clarification, we are yet to hear from them. But the fact that this disclosure is coming in at a time when already the airline is witnessing a drastic reduction in its fleet size is really call for troubled times.
The big international story now, and more blasts are being reported in Beirut a day after exploding pagers killed 12 and injured thousands across Lebanon. The latest reports suggest handheld radios bought 5 months ago by the Hezbollah have been targeted. Yesterday, the blast killed members of the militant group Hezbollah and a young girl while wounding several thousand. Officials pointed the finger at Israel in what appears to be a sophisticated remote attack.
After the horror and chaos of yesterday, when pagers across Lebanon and Syria exploded, killing 12 and injuring thousands, stories of individual tragedies.
حصيلة الشهداء حتى اليوم هي 12 شهيد بيناتهم طفلين فتاة عمرها 8 سنوات وشاب صغير عمره 11 سنة بالإضافة لعدة عاملين في القطاع الصحي كذلك كانوا جزء من الشهداء اللي سقطوا. برجع بكرر عدد الشهداء حتى الآن هو 12 شهيد.
Though Israel has neither confirmed nor denied its involvement in the pager blast, it is still the top suspect. But how were the blasts pulled off? To avoid surveillance, Hezbollah had decided to communicate through pagers, as they are tougher to crack. It had received a consignment of 5,000 pagers. According to reports, Israel breached the consignment and planted explosives in the pagers. After Hezbollah received the consignment, it distributed 3,000 pagers. Israel then sent a message to the pagers which triggered the blast. A Taiwanese company, initially believed to have manufactured the pagers, has denied sending any pagers to Hezbollah.
那我是金阿波罗负责人，好，那今天来讲的话，跟大家说明这件事情。那我金阿波罗来讲的话，在过去3年的部分，有跟 BAC 这个公司建立长期的贴牌的一些授权。那区域有代理合作的关系，也有合作协议的关系，所以基本上来讲的话，我公司的部分来讲，我有卖它的。 就是用那个商标授权给他哦，所以这个产品不是阿波罗的该有的产品。
The unprecedented attack risks further escalation of tensions in the Middle East. It also underscores Hezbollah's vulnerability as its communication network compromised. NDTV Bureau Report.
Now a chat between two Delhi boys, but not just any Delhi boys, one a star cricketer, while the other the head coach of the Indian cricket team and former cricketer himself. We're talking about Virat Kohli and Gautam Gambhir. Here we are putting an end to all the masala and spice, is what Kohli said in the interview ahead of the first test against Bangladesh.
Well, Virat Kohli showing his class.
It's a good shot over extra cover.
50 for Gautam Gambhir, and it's a very well paced this under pressure. India lift the World Cup after 28 years. The party begins in Mumbai.
I remember when you had that bumper series in Australia where you scored heaps and heaps of runs, and that got you in that zone. Yeah. And for me, it was exactly the same when I played in Napier. And if I look back, can I bat for another 2.5 days? I don't think so. I could have ever done that again. And I have never been in that zone ever in my life after that. So I can imagine how good that feeling is to be in that zone. And I'm sure you must have experienced it many more times as compared to what I have.
But when you're batting and you have a bit of a chat with the opposition, did you ever feel like this might carry on to you going out of the zone and you potentially getting out, or it put you in a more motivated space?
You've had more alterations than I have. I think you can answer that question better than I can.
नहीं, मैं तो ये ढूंढ रहा हूँ कि मेरी बात से agree कर जाए. मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा कि गलत है, मैं कोई तो बोले हाँ यही होता है. So here we are, we've come a long way and putting an end to all the masala.
That's a good one. That's a good start to the conversation.
And all the spice.
All right, so putting an end to all the masala. And finally, as part of the Samarth by Hyundai initiative in partnership with NDTV, we're bringing you stories of people who prove that disabilities do not define what they can or cannot do. Preeti Srinivasan is one such person. An accident paralyzed her at the age of 18. She went on to become India's first PhD scholar with 90% disability.
At the age of 8, I became the youngest person to join the Tamil Nadu senior women's cricket team. At the age of 18, after a split-second accident, I found myself totally paralyzed below the neck. It was extremely difficult for me to understand how to live in this new body. Then I decided I could not afford to be afraid anymore. Everybody deserves a chance at dignity. Everybody deserves to set their souls free and live a full life. And that's when Soul Free was born. The Soul Free Inspire Center is using a completely unique and experiential framework for treatment. We have a multi-pronged approach, and we use arts and music and dance to ensure that people want to live again. I want to do whatever I can that is good for the planet. I want to spread love, laughter, and light in the universe. I am Samarth. I'm transforming lives and creating many more Samarth.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and
Hello everyone, this is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil. India has inched one step closer towards one nation, one election with the cabinet nod to the proposal today. Sources say the bill for holding simultaneous polls may be introduced as early as the upcoming winter session. This comes after the report of the high-level committee, which was headed by former President Ram Nath Kovind, was placed before the Union Cabinet. While the government is pitching this as a move to strengthen the democracy, the opposition is calling it a poll-related gimmick. Union Home Minister Amit Shah says one nation, one poll will bolster India's democracy through clean and financially efficient elections. MIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, on the other hand, terms one nation, one election as a solution in search of a problem. The move will be implemented only after 2029, after a long, winding, complicated legislative process is completed. The first challenge is, of course, to create a political consensus. Here's the complete lowdown. And also on the show, we ask one step, one nation, one election, a step towards strengthening democracy, really? That's the question that we ask on the panelists who will be joining me shortly.
One nation, one election के लिए देश को आगे आना होगा.
A clear intent put in motion a day after the Modi 3.0 completes 100 days. The cabinet approved the One Nation, One Election proposal, also coinciding with the first phase of assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir.
High-level committee recommendations on One Nation, One Election. Those recommendations have been accepted today by the Union Cabinet.
The go-ahead comes 6 months after a high-level committee chaired by former President Ram Nath Kovind submitted its report on the One Nation, One Election plan to the President of India. The opposition was quick to hit out at what the government termed as a unanimous decision. One Nation, One Election, the Kovind panel consultations, 47 parties responded, 32 parties in favor, 15 parties in opposition.
ये सिर्फ चुनाव जब आते कोई ना कोई कुछ मुद्दा नहीं मिल रहा उनको ऐसी चीजें बात करने के लिए इश्यू को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए वो बात करते हैं.
One Nation, One Election was a thought which was announced well before the general elections of 2024. So anybody who's saying that it because of the election results have actually given us a historic mandate, and that's why we are able to take such historic decisions.
And it isn't just the timing that is being questioned. Questions are being raised on the government's claim that 80% of the respondents in the consultative process supported the move.
देश में करीब 80% of the respondents who responded during the consultation process, 80% से ज़्यादा लोगों ने इसको बहुत positive support दिया है.
80%? Which 80%? Where do they belong to? Did they come to me? Did they come to all the people? The rickshaw pullers, the vendors?
The cabinet nod is just the first step in a long winding process. Step 1, amend 5 other articles of the Constitution. Step 2, bills be passed in Parliament with 2/3 majority. Step 3, amend the 1951 Representation of People's Act. Step 4, 50% of the states must pass the bill. Implementing One Nation, One Election requires 2/3 majority in Parliament, since it involves several amendments of the Constitution. While the NDA has a simple majority in both houses of Parliament, getting 2/3 of majority in either house could prove a challenge. Of the 245 seats in Rajya Sabha, the NDA has 112, the opposition parties 85. For a 2/3 majority, the government needs at least 164 votes. Even in the Lok Sabha, the NDA has 292 of the 545 seats. The two-third majority mark stands at 364. There are two opinions about one nation, one poll. The opposition is vehement in its opposition, saying it is detrimental to the democratic as well as the federal structure. The government on its part believes that with consultation, it will be able to explain that administrative costs and timing is critical for the country in nation building. With camera person Prem, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
Dr. S.Y. Qureshi is former Chief Election Commissioner of India. We have Mohan Kumar Mangalam, National Spokesperson of the Congress, Pradeep Bhandari, National Spokesperson of the BJP, Professor Sandeep Shastri is the National Coordinator with Lokniti Network. Dr. Qureshi, beginning with you, will it really strengthen democracy, the argument being put forth by the government?
Well, there are pros and cons of the proposal, which I've been saying for the last 10 years. First of all, the Prime Minister, when he mooted the idea originally, he said he wants a national debate on it and a consensus. The debate has gone on for 10 years, consensus has not been arrived at. Now, in the desperation, government said, forget about the consensus, we are going to do it. And that is how the Kovind committee was formed. Now, about the proposal itself, there are pros and cons. The pros are, for all three tiers, the voter is the same, the polling station is the same, the people who manage conduct the elections are the same, and the security apparatus is the same. So therefore, it makes sense that you go there and press three machines, right? So this is the pro of it. The con is people have only the one power, they are very powerless, they have only power to vote. And because of the election, when Neta comes to their house with folded hands, and otherwise we have seen for 5 years MLAs and MPs go missing, and people have to put posters, Gumshuda ki talash, missing. So therefore, at least what people want is important. I remember hearing Mr. Bhartrihari Mahtab, who was BJD MP then, now changed the party. He said, let's ask the people. And people, according to him, want frequent election. And I heard a similar sentiment in a youth parliament in Pune, where 5,000 youth and one girl from Chhattisgarh said that जब जब चुनाव आता है, गरीब के पेट में पुलाव आता है. So repeated election is good for the poor. One argument given was a lot of expenditure happened. In 2019, the estimate was 60,000 crores. Now it is 1 lakh crores. I think it's good for the economy. For politicians, money gets recycled and goes to the poor. That's good for the economy, and repeatedly it is happening. Therefore, it's not so simple. And now coming to the COVID committee report itself. First of all, somebody emphasized 80%. I heard on another channel that because it is 80% because you were asked to answer only in Hindi and English. No Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam or any other language. The number would have been different. Important point to take note of. Now, COVID committee's report, it may be high-level committee, but we have to see the level of the recommendation. The recommendations are amusing. The committee said that when we talk of simultaneous election, we are only talking of Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha. Why are we not talking of Panchayati Raj? Now, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha together, Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha together are 5,000 legislators. The one you are excluding are 3 million, 30 lakhs. And they say that their election will be after 100 days. Now, an election after 100 days is not simultaneous election. It's a separate independent election with an independent bandobast. And that too after your people haven't got over the fatigue of conducting the biggest exercise in the world. And you are sent again 3 months later.
Let me bring...
let me finish it quickly. One more important thing, the people. Now, there will be lakhs of people who will not be able to come to vote after 3 months because they are servants somewhere, mazdoor somewhere, as they take leave. They can't come back 3 months later as a second time. Denying them their voting right is a big infringement on their constitutional right.
Okay. So let me bring in the politicians now before I go to Professor Sandeep Shastri. Mohan Kumar Mangalam, what exactly is Congress's concern? If it is about logistics, that is the headache of the Election Commission of India.
That's easier said than done, right? The Election Commission of India today is saying that they can't announce elections for Maharashtra because they're focusing on J&K and Haryana. And we expect them to do one nation, one election. We're pretty far from that point right now. Now, what problem are we actually solving for here is actually the question. It looks like the BJP is frankly solving for the problem of one messenger, one leader in their own party, who's asking Mr. Modi to be the campaigner-in-chief for every election, thereby letting governance suffer, as he puts it. And the other reasons also that have been paraded around by them are frankly don't hold water at all. The expenses for parliament are less than 0.02% of 5 years of the union budget. State elections budget comes out of that. And the election commission themselves has said that if you want to do these elections simultaneously, then you'll have to end up spending something like 10,000 crores every 15 years for new VVPATs. They have also said that welfare schemes and development work is suspended. Which welfare schemes and development work is suspended? Those that are ongoing during an election. Only if there's a critical disbursement. That also, frankly, can be sought, permission for that can be sought from the election commission. Ashwini Kumar said that this is important for India to become a developed country. What does this have to do with becoming a developed country? In the US, they have federal, state, and local elections. None of them are held at the same time. And I cannot understand how this works to strengthen our democracy. In state elections, they offer space to much smaller regional parties that reflect the aspirations of a diverse set of people. One nation, one election will only marginalize them, doing more harm to our democracy than the meager economic benefit it's supposed to bring.
Okay. Pradeep Bhandari, the question is that before coming up with a reform of this nature, as you have tried to project this as, or a drastic change, I would say, the question should also be asked that are we really ready for an exercise of this nature? Yes, the opposition's concern is federal structure. It's almost like an experiment which is happening without any preparation.
Well, Maria, good evening to the viewers of NDTV. Maria, we believe in the essence of the Indian Constitution that the opposition keeps speaking about, but does not intend to implement it in the letter and spirit. Now, let's go back to when the Indian Constitution was implemented. There were successive elections which happened in this country.
Go ahead, Pradeep. Go ahead.
Yes. So let us go back to the essence of the entire debate. The essence of the entire debate is when the constitution was brought into force, that is in 1950. After that, successive elections in this country, when Mr. Nehru was the Prime Minister, happened as one nation, one election. The disruption to this happened when Indira Gandhi had to went back to the people, dissolved her alliance with the DMK, that was somewhere in the late 60s, and went and disrupted this entire process of one nation, one election, which was what our constitution makers initially envisaged. So had this been against the basic structure of the constitution, had this been against the federal structure of the constitution, then definitely Mr. Nehru would not have allowed it to happen. Point number one. Now let's take 30 years from 1950. That is in 1983 when the Election Commission again recommended that we should go back to one nation, one election. 1997, again a decade back, another decade later, the Law Commission said that we should go back to one nation, one election. And in 1988, when the Congress party, there was a discussion in the Rajya Sabha, the copy of which I have it here, the Congress party representative who was representing at that time also backed one nation, one election. So let us understand that historically, if you see, one nation, one election is what the Constitution of India represented, reflected, and the spirit of the Indian Constitution was. That is point number one. Now, point number two, this is to debate with the finances of it. Yes, that is definitely one issue. Now, on the part of the local elections, Maria, we are very, very well aware that the local elections are held by the state election commissions and they are happening after 100 days.
One argument is, Pradeep, how is curtailing, because one nation, one election will involve curtailing certain democratically elected assemblies. How will that really strengthen democracy?
Maria, that is an exception, because in order to implement that, you will have to reduce the term or extend the term of certain assemblies. So it's not just curtailing. Are you removing or reducing any power of any assembly? Absolutely not. Let me give you two instances of it. At this moment in this country, in Odisha and in Andhra Pradesh, if I am very well aware about, the elections happen simultaneously. You don't have the national parties doing very well in these two elections. And if you see the election results of 2014, 19 and 2024 in Odisha, and 2014, 19 and 2024 in Andhra Pradesh, you will not see any direct causation that a party which wins in the center wins the proportionate seat in the state. So you have the electorate differentiating between what they are voting at the same time in a state election and a national election. On the part of the democratic right, we are not taking away any fundamental right of the citizen, neither are we taking away any right of the assemblies. We are only talking about, for the first instance, either expanding the term of certain assemblies where the BJP might also be in power, and also reducing the term of certain assemblies where the BJP state government could have also been in power. So once this is implemented in letter and spirit, it will be a 5-year tenure.
Initially,
now,
it
at
will
this
be,
moment, if you talk,
initially it will be
Not only that.
disruptive. Initially, it will be disruptive, Professor Sandeep Shastri. But the pros and cons, as has been explained by the former
Can
CC.
I answer that with a 1-second response, Maria? Maria, just 10 seconds on that, this initial disruption, just 5 seconds in fact.
Go ahead.
If you remember, when the initial GST was also implemented, you had to bring a substantial changes in the way the states and the center had functioned. So yes, there will be an initial disruption in order to implement what the constitution makers had envisaged.
Okay. But Professor Sandeep Shastri, in the larger interest, you know, be it the additional expenditure or the voter fatigue that we keep talking about, you know, voter fatigue has been a major issue because of low voter turnout that we are seeing in multiple elections. Do you think all that will be solved with one nation, one election, as is being talked by the Ram Nath Kovind panel?
Maria, I think we need to distinguish between the idea and the imagination it creates.
Yes.
The idea of one nation, one poll looks very sanitized, very clean, very managerially efficient, very clinically perfect. So we are looking at the administrative cost, fiscal cost, yes. And I concede that argument. But what about the political costs? Are we also looking at the political costs that come into play? That, I think, is also an important issue to keep in mind. Maria, I would just like to share 2-3 data points for everyone's consideration. Reference was made to when the cycle of elections of states and the center changed. Let me remind everyone that cycle changed in 1967 onwards.
That's right.
Till then, by and large, the cycle was the same. And that cycle changed because in many states of India in 1967, coalition governments were formed which collapsed, causing a poll, and then that cycle got disrupted. So I think that particular fact we must keep in mind. Secondly, a second data point. Whenever we have had simultaneous national and state elections, in whichever states we have had same time elections, there is no dramatic difference in the verdict in the two elections. There may be more, some seats here, some seats there, more percentage here, more percentage there, but the direction of the verdict has been the same. However, Maria, between 2013 and 2024, if you look at Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha elections, there have been 58 different elections, and in 31 of them, the verdict in the Lok Sabha poll and the verdict in the immediate next assembly poll has been in favor of different parties. Out of 58 cases, in 31 cases, the verdict has been different. The verdict has been the same only in the case of simultaneous verdicts. And the last data point I would suggest is in 22 of these 58 elections, the major parties had a difference of 5 percentage point votes between a Lok Sabha election and an assembly election in a particular state. So, yes, that this debate must go on. When you have a simultaneous poll, are we imagining that the national verdict will impact on the state level verdict? If 2024 election is an example, Maria, I think the opposite happened. The 2024 election provided a diversity dividend. The diversity across the states resulted in the type of national verdict that you had. So let's debate this issue. Are we looking at only a clinically sanitized, managerially efficient, once in 5 years election? Or do we also look at the robustness of democracy, the fact that we are an election largely democracy? Should that voter get more opportunities to be able to assert herself? I think is the question we need to ask ourselves. The jury is still out, I think, but the debate needs to continue.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's what the larger messaging also is, that let the debate begin in many ways. But that's very well explained, Professor Shastri. So thank you so much for sharing those insights. So Mohan Kumar Mangalam, statistically, the opposition doesn't have much to worry, even if there are simultaneous polls.
I think even if there, you mean if you take the most recent poll as an example of that, I think I just wanted to make one correction, Maria, option by some state assemblies not being able to serve their entire term, so we get to 5 years. The panel also says that if the government loses its majority mid-term, it recommends a fresh election should be held, and also not for the entire term when the fresh election is held. So the term of that government that's elected, which, the election was came about because of a hung assembly or because of a no confidence motion, 5-year term election. So it means that they will not get an entire term. They'll have to go to election twice. How is that actually going to be economically viable? And how is that good for democracy as well? So there is a disruption twice. And we were in one cycle in one election up till 1959 when the E.M. Nambudri government actually got dismissed. And so then Kerala went on a different cycle. And after that, progressively, there were different events during our entire history which caused states and centers to have elections at different time. And now I think we only are about 4 or 5 states that have elections at the same time at the central election.
Okay.
Largely, I just want to say that I think this is going to be yet another U-turn of this government. There have been 5 so far already, and this looks set up to be one that's going to be completely unimplementable.
Is it
even
really
assuming that they can actually push it through parliament, which I think won't happen.
You may have announced something that will not be implemented in letter and spirit finally.
Well, Mr. Nehru could have implemented it in the 1950s. Definitely, we can implement it in 2024, Maria. That is point number 1. And yes, the Congress spokesperson was very correct. That was the first time when Article 356 was used in order to dislodge a state government. But just to quote a data point, Maria, that 500 Vidhan Sabha elections roughly have happened, out of which hung verdicts have happened in 30 to 50, which is not even more than 10%. So whenever you make a rule or come with a policy, you make with the trend, not make with an exceptions. Exceptions will happen in anything. So what we are talking about is a case of exceptions. Also on the point, Maria, just to give you an example, in Odisha, again I want to reiterate at the cost of repetition, in 2014 and 19, a national party was not in dominance in Odisha. So if you look at the larger debate that, okay, fine, if the national parties will have a prominence on it, it could, even in 2014 and 19, you did not see that trend happening. Even in Andhra Pradesh, you did not see that trend happening. So we should believe in the wisdom of the Indian voters. They know how to differentiate between elections. And in fact, if it happens simultaneous, you might see a scenario where the voting percentage will increase further because voters will be more conscious about their choice once in 5 years, particularly in a national and a state election.
Yes, Mohan?
Can I just rebut that for 1 minute?
I'll give the last word to Dr. Qureshi.
One of the reasons, I'll just say that my experience, and I think it's statistically proven out as well, polling percentages are higher the more local the election is. If really the goal is to increase our polling percentages, our turnout, then the best way to do that would have been to actually combine it with the local. Let me finish. You can go look up the data if you want to. There are data points, by the way, available. Okay. You have to have combined the panchayat or local body elections with the assembly and parliamentary elections. That would actually have encouraged a higher turnout.
Later stage, because it will be done in the phase-wise manner.
I know, so you won't. I know, which is why I'm saying that then defeats the purpose of. If the purpose of the goal
it is logical that if you want to go to the polling booth once and in that
then you should get local body into this.
Maria, look at the voting percentage of Odisha elections and compare it to a Bihar. Just to quote that, look at the voting percentage in an Odisha assembly election and compare that to a Bihar. So there is a trend. If you go once to the voting station, there is a possibility that the voting percentage can increase. I'm not saying it is with certainty, but that is a possibility.
Okay.
But that's a secondary
Dr.
argument.
Qureshi, please continue.
My primary argument is a
Dr.
constitutional
Qureshi,
argument.
the last word to you as someone, who knows the logistical challenge that is involved in conducting an exercise, democratic electoral process of this nature. It may be very, very ambitious to say one nation, one election will become a reality by 2029. But what do you think should be done in order to achieve that?
Well, you mentioned logistical issue and challenge. Election Commission has spelled it out very clearly that they can do the election if asked to do it simultaneously, but they require 3 times the number of EVMs, 3 times the number of VVPATs, more security, more electoral personnel. Now, when I say 3 times the machine, at the moment we have, say, about 20 lakh machines, and we will require 60 lakh machines and 60 lakh VVPATs. Now, 40 lakhs extra cannot be produced out of thin air. They will take 2, 3 years, 4 years to manufacture. And they cost a lot of money, about 15,000 for each machine, multiplied by 40 lakhs. So Caruso's idea was to save money. Here you will be spending a lot of money and it will take a lot of time. That is the logistical issue, no doubt.
All right, Dr. Qureshi, thank you so much for joining us. Professor Sandeep Shastri, Pradeep Bhandari, and Mohan Kumar Mangalam. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching. But this discussion is going to continue by Vishnu Shom, who's joining here right in the studio in left, right, and center. Vishnu.
That's right. One nation, one poll. It's an exciting idea, but it comes with challenges. But there's breaking news, Maria, coming in from Lebanon, where after pagers, we are told that walkie-talkies are now exploding in the last hour. At least one person has lost their life. And dozens, we are told, may be injured. We've also got a lot more on the program, including an exclusive report on how China may be strengthening its military through the construction of a heliport east of Arunachal Pradesh. We'll explain the ramifications of that. All that and a lot more coming up right here on Left, Right and Centre after this short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gem.
2 cappuccinos to go.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi, NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your.
Good evening and welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu. Show on the program tonight. First, some breaking news coming in after pagers, walkie-talkies have started exploding in Lebanon, believed to be part 2 of Israel's offensive against the Hezbollah. We'll bring you the latest in what is a new form of warfare being fought in one of the most volatile regions on earth. But in a few minutes, we'll be coming to our top story. The Union Cabinet has approved the government's One Nation, One Election push, which proposes simultaneous Lok Sabha and Assembly elections with urban body and panchayat polls to be held within the next 100 days. Accepting the report of a panel led by the former President Ram Nath Kovind, the cabinet has gone ahead and is looking to push this through, but opposition parties, including the Trinamool and Congress, reject the push and say that the move is against the basic fabric of the constitution. Next up on the program, an NDTV exclusive, a new Chinese heliport being constructed 20 kilometers east of the line of actual control near the sensitive fishtails region of Arunachal Pradesh may give Chinese armed forces the ability to speedily move in the military resources they want into an underdeveloped remote area along the frontier. What are the ramifications? We'll explain with those satellite images in a special report. And finally, a deep dive into the situation in Lebanon. There's breaking news coming in, but we do want to discuss what happened yesterday as well. Israel's attack on the Hezbollah, 12 people dead yesterday, thousands injured after pagers, which were fitted with explosives, blew up yesterday. All together after a coded message was sent, and now we are told that walkie-talkies are exploding too. We'll find out the very latest. A quick look at the headlines at this hour. Jammu and Kashmir has seen its first phase of elections in 24 constituencies. This is the first assembly election since the abrogation of Article 370. The turnout was 59%, the highest turnout in Kishtwar, the lowest in Pulwama. Ahead of the Haryana elections, the Congress announces 7 guarantees, including the promises of a legal guarantee to MSP, the minimum support price, an allowance for women, and a caste survey voted to power. The BJP hits back saying promises in Himachal have not been kept. The centre has taken a significant step forward addressing the challenges faced by the people of Manipur, launching a program to provide essential commodities at affordable prices through mobile canteens. But will this help in the larger peace-building process? And top cricketer Virat Kohli chats with the head coach Gautam Gambhir to put an end to all speculation around their equation, the bond over their love for Test cricket, and much more. But first, our top story. The Union Cabinet has approved the government's One Nation, One Election push, which proposes simultaneous Lok Sabha and Assembly elections with urban body and panchayat polls to be held within the next 100 days. If this happens, it'll be one of the most dramatic changes in the way India conducts elections, but it will not be that easy. It has to be cleared by Parliament. Earlier on, I spoke to the former Attorney General of India, Mukul Rohatgi. The Cabinet's decision to accept the proposal for one nation, one election has massive implications across the country, particularly if it does go through in Parliament. It may not be a very easy journey, but the government hopes that it does have the numbers. It'll be profound in terms of our electoral process. Joining us now for his views on this, the former Attorney General of India, Mukul Rohatgi. Thanks so very much for being with us. I'm just trying to understand the process. Is it true that this will require at least 5 constitutional amendments? And if so, would that necessarily make it more difficult to pass?
See, Vishnu, according to me, this is a giant step forward. And I'm sure you will agree that it takes a lot of courage to make a statement like that, which the Prime Minister did, and then followed it up by appointment of a commission, a high-powered commission, which has made some recommendations today. Historically, our country and its different constituents are in a constant state of elections, whether it be state, whether it be center, whether it is panchayat, whether it is Zilla Parishad, whether it is municipalities, whether it's wards, whether it is cooperative, big cooperatives. I mean, the list is endless. So people, it's now a full-time profession to just participate in elections and preparations thereof. Politicians are supposed to work for the benefit of the public. Ministers are supposed to work. I mean, if they are constantly in a state of an election mode, which is only unique to this country, then obviously issue of public affairs and public benefits will suffer. But as you rightly pointed out, it will require several constitutional amendments to synchronize and bring in line elections of the states and the center as the first step. Thereafter, Zilla Parishads and Panchayats, and thereafter, if I may dare say so, including corporations and big elections, etc. But the idea is superb that one day, by and large, one day the country goes to polls. I mean, you will have some spin-offs. Somebody dies, somebody resigns, there's a hung house, there is some dismissal of a government, all that will happen. But the bulk will be carried on in one day. It's a great idea. But yes, it will have a rough passage because today opposition has got more numbers than it had before. And as you know, in our country, by and large, nothing goes hand in hand. If one proposes, the other opposes. That's the kind of politics we have. Therefore, it will have some kind of a rough...
So let me ask you this, sir. The opposition or some of the opposition parties say that having elections together means that there cannot be a diverse range of views among political parties or voters. For example, if a particular party or an alliance is doing well, perhaps at the national level, if you have elections together, then it could be that alliance which comes to power in the state as well. Whereas if there is a gap of time between the two, people can actually make up their minds about who they want in power. How would you look at that?
No, but see, Vishnu, you always have naysayers. You always have doubting Thomases. This will happen, that will happen. I mean, we have had this for 75 years. And have we not seen what I am saying? A country in a perpetual state of politics? I mean, look at the burden. The burden is on the exchequer. We are bearing the burden. It's not somebody else bearing the burden. The public is bearing the burden of having elections every day, every week, every month, every 6 months. Why should we not have a relook? Why should we not have a whiff of fresh air? Let's see how it works. I mean, we should not start everything on a negative note. The public in this country, let me tell you, is very, very politically sensitized. Results continue to amaze me and amaze the public, how they have come. Contrary to, I mean, you can start from 1975, 1977. Contrary to normal belief, the electorate has given a firm and a decisive vote in various sectors and various eventualities. So let's start off.
Okay.
Why should we have only naysayers? That's the way I look at it.
So, one final question. What if there is an untimely sort of dissolution of a state assembly? Could there be potential instability in that situation?
No, but see, I told you, Vishnu, in my opening remark, there will be some hiccups. Every eventuality cannot be decided at one go. As I said, some member may die, some may resign, some may cross over. Things like that will happen. There will be a hung house. All that will happen. But as I said, the bulk, the elephant will go through, only the tail will remain. And that can be, ironed out. I don't think it's so great an issue that we should look at only those small spin-offs here and there. We should look at it gung-ho, move forward.
I would say, in my mind, sir, perhaps the biggest advantage, apart from the cost factor, is policy paralysis, which takes place when governments go into election mode. Nothing happens in our country, whether it's at the level of the state or at the level of the center. So to get over with the election process and get into the business of running a country or a state, that's the priority. That's why we have elections. I think that's the biggest advantage.
Now, one more thing, Vishnu. Look at the impact on courts. I mean, since I'm a lawyer, I'm telling you. Every other day in the high courts, in the district courts, in the high courts and the Supreme Court, we are constantly doing election disputes. Whether of MLAs or MPs who are disqualified, whether they are not disqualified, whether parties are merged together, whether it's a case of, disqualification, defection. I mean, I'm doing large number of these cases even currently. I mean, if you know the scenario in Mumbai, you have the Pawar group, you have the Ajit Pawar group, you have this group, you have that group, constantly fighting against each other for all this. How much time is being utilized in courts, which the courts can ill afford to spend because of the heavy docket and overcrowding of the courts. And mind you, please understand one more thing. Court processes take time. And some of these cases are short-lived in the sense they die out with passage of time. If 5 years are over, then disqualification is meaningless, etc., in some cases. So they have taken time on the court, and by the time it reaches 4 years have passed, 3.5 years, 4.5 years have passed, and the whole thing goes waste. So it's completely wasteful in terms of expenditure, in terms of court time, in terms of the time politicians spend on elections and just wooing voters rather than working hard for the benefit of this country.
All right, Mr. Rothgi, thanks very much for sharing your views. Let's see how this all works out. Thanks very much indeed. Joining us now, Gurdeep Singh Sappal of the Congress Party, Dr. Guru Prakash Paswan of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Nirja Chaudhary, the senior editor, and Dr. Mohammad Amin, who was with the Election Commission of India. In fact, Dr. Amin, let me come to you first. What happens if a state government collapses or if the center collapses and the state government wants stability?
This is not first time in the history of the Election Commission. Since 1951-52 until 1964, 64, 67, this was continuous process for the election. Both the houses, means state and the central, both were elected by the people of the country. So in this regard, I can say we can honor this cabinet decision. This is a good decision for the country.
No, but what happens if a state government or the center falls? How does one prevent instability in one or the other?
They have the provision for that. So if there is an election after the 2 years, so mean they remain for 3 years, they are going to repoll for that state. But the process will be the same.
All right.
And they cut down the expenditure in the country, like the electoral roll. We have the complete electoral roll, not a municipal corporation, not a block pramukh, and not a assembly and a parliament. All the electoral roll will be simplified. Only one electoral roll will be in the country. Like if the one person is living in the Noida and one is living in the Delhi, so they have the two.
No, I
ID
understand
cards.
that. I wanted to get clarity on, what happens if there is, and it happens all the time, instability, a state government collapses or the central government collapses, then what happens? And you're saying that there is a provision in place to deal with that scenario. But let me go across to Gurdeep Singh Sappal. Do you believe that the measures in place to ensure that instability is avoided in the system is guaranteed, particularly if there is a problem in a state government or an assembly needs to be dissolved or the centre needs to be dissolved. What happens then?
Vishnu, first I'll begin by responding to your statement. You said that it is good that let's get over with the elections and get on with the governance. Look, elections are not a forced condition on democracy. They are the basis of democracy. Let us not view elections as something which is undesirable. Now coming to the actual question, there are three issues. One is the issue of practicality. Other is the issue of constitutionality. And third is technicality. Practicality, as you said, suppose we forget about the state governments right now. If the center collapses, will the Prime Minister lose the power to dissolve the parliament? If he loses the power to dissolve the parliament, who takes charge? Is it the president? Are we introducing a quasi-presidential form of government, which is changing the basic structure of the constitution?